Let it now, now. Oh, I know. Oh, let it now, now.
All right, welcome into our live coverage of the Peach Belt Conference Championships. We're jumping into the League of Legends match between UWG Wolves and North Georgia Nighthawks. Here joining me on the set is...
What's up, everybody? I'm Jared, aka Taz.
And I'm Paul, aka Mr. Puckwings. And let's talk a little bit more about UNG for now. Let's talk about North Georgia. Would you say they've been around for a lot longer? UWG's come in last year. They went first in Group in their first year in 2018. Went a perfect 9-0.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, definitely a bit more history in the Peach Belt Conference. We see them as far back as 2018, and they've just got a lot of experience under their belt, especially their support player Shanghai right now.
Yeah, Shanghai, who came in the first year of 2020. That was when he first came onto the scene, and he's been impressing since coming into the scene. I think one of the only masters in the conference at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the higher in the conference and the highest for North Georgia. And he has definitely been a definitely dominating factor for their team, especially putting a lot of pressure into the bot lane.
Yeah, definitely seeing them get a few more players later on as well that are still on their current roster. The Silver Weasel and JP Montgomery.
Yeah, definitely picking up newer, and I believe the newest being Goblinoid and Churro, the newest mid and ADC.
Right, and we we'll already have red side for West Georgia, blue side for North Georgia in this first match in the best of three. And we have, LaRouge and Youngmar mixing it up a little bit here, as we've seen throughout the season them play their different roles.
Yeah, no, so it's definitely been interesting. I remember talking with the boys at UWG, and it's been a result of not enough aggression in the bot lane. And so the team was hoping to switch up LaRouge and young Mari. So we had Mari thrown, because usually we know Mari for being his one trick pony, Darius, being a very dominant force in the top lane to be very aggressive. And UWG was going to take that aggression and put it into the bot lane to try to excel their bot lane pressure, because LaRouge was historically a very passive player. So UWG was planning to have LaRouge to be the top laner, try to dial things back up, let him play on his island, and then let bot lane be very aggressive and dominant.
Yeah, and we can already go and see bans at the moment, very, very targeted, and or things that they didn't like seeing in their regular play. As we've seen West Georgia not have a great time tracking and locking down Ezreals, we do see it banned out, as we do not see, as UNG has not played a lot of Ezreal throughout the season. So just kind of getting rid of that, even though it's not necessarily something that the North Georgia would be playing. As on the side of North Georgia, they are also banning out lots of things that West Georgia does like to pick up and play, as
This
well
is
as just a
interesting.
good ban on the Vi.
So we see the Vi ban, we see the Conveal ban. There's definitely a little bit of eyes on jungle and top. And we see North Georgia lock in the Wukong. It looks like they're trying to take away that Wukong that Dion has been working with. But does this open up the slot for UWG to run the J4?
Right, and we know he would love to pick that up. Dion would be the happiest he could ever be to pick that up. We see them looking to lock in the Scion as well as potentially the Annie, as it will be picked up. We've seen a bit of trouble though with UWG against some Wukongs here and there.
Yeah, definitely one of those champions where they want to shut out the Wukong early, because if Wukong is allowed to scale, he can become such a dominant force in the late game. And UNG is probably planning to capitalize on that. West Georgia locking in the Annie, though, is going to be a big pick. Annie, ever since that buff she had gotten a couple patches back, has made her a really dominant mid laner, putting her up higher on that tier list with a really good win percent.
Yeah, and just seeing the ban out of the Kled though in the first round, that was a really good ban out, I think. As we've seen North Georgia actually pick up Kled a lot recently, especially in the last few rounds of the season. While we've also seen, of course, Fox pick up Varus recently a bit more in the mid lane, so I think that was a very good ban for them as well.
And there's that J4.
He gets
getting
it
confirmed. It is Dion's got his J4.
He's happy.
At the same time, UNG does have the Caitlyn. Caitlyn has been an incredibly strong ADC this season, so that is going to be a force that now young Mari in the bot lane is going to have to do his best with a little bit to take care of.
Yeah, and then also seeing just the Cassante. Cassante will be a bit of a nuisance for sure.
Cassante's Cassante. Cassante is a really good frontline, a really good tank. Go all out, get the burst damage he needs. It'll be an interesting match of the Scion.
It's always interesting to see where they might take you with the ultimate. If you're close enough to a mountainous wall of some sort, well, you might find yourself under the enemy's tower somehow. So he will just take you with him. I should see what they're looking to ban. They've already banned out the Lux Orianna. Orianna being a staple pick for UNG's mid laner. Seems like a fallback to just what they really feel like doing a lot of times. Lux also an enormous fan towards the support of UNG.
For sure, Lux definitely being one of the ones we see Shanghai play a lot. West Georgia trying to kind of deny Shanghai both the Rakan and the Lux. So that'll be a really good move for UWG. We'll have to see what the plan is for the bot lane. Locking in the Vygar.
We are on 13-6, so I think he has received the W nerf. It's a slight flat damage.
This will be the Vygar where He has the extended Q range, so he's good in the lane, but he does have his reduced health, the reduced resistances, and the reduced W damage early in 13.6.
We see the Senna Caitlyn, very oppressive, long range pokey. But the Vagar being picked in, I do feel that many people were thinking this would perhaps be 13.5 because the date was very close to 13.6.
For sure, we weren't sure if he'd be playing on the 13. Oh, they take the Zyra. Linvale was planning on trying to run the Zyra, so we'll have to see. Does he try to match it with the Heimer, or is he going to go for his engage?
I think we have seen
MF.
Oh. Picking up the MF. That is very interesting. We have also seen UNG play Zyra mid before in recent season. They played it against Griffin and actually won. So,
yeah, definitely a good
interesting
pick.
To see.
UNG getting the Zyra makes sense. I believe UWG was planning to try and have it ran as their support. So it was kind of a race to see which team could get the confirm first.
Definitely really great to see these team matchups at the moment. I know of all the people out there, though, Dion's happy to get J4. It gets banned out a lot, very targeted ban towards him. To let it go through, will that be, a mistake that UNG, has to look back on and redraft towards?
This is definitely time Dion gets a lot of practice on the J4, despite it being banned out consistently in his matches. So it being let through gives UWG a potential to play with a jungle that they're very familiar with and that they can coordinate very well with.
Right. We do have to, preface that though. This is the second seed of a Peach Belt at the moment. North Georgia being second place in standings, coming in with only one loss, while UWG coming in near the bottom of the barrel at the moment.
Yeah. UWG kind of the underdog right now in this story. They are 2-5 this season. A little bit unfortunate, but only a handful of those games were 0-2s. The amount of 1-2s really shows how much where it's like very close games, but just not enough. So UWG has a lot of potential, but we'll have to see who takes the game one.
Yeah, that's we wait still get in. We can still talk about these picks and bans a little bit more. Definitely not a lot of Scion that we've seen out of UWG.
Definitely, and that's because we're used to seeing Young Mari top.
Yeah.
Young Mari is always running the Darius top, if not Darius, some Mordekaiser. There was some experimentation that one time where he played Kale, he played some Cho'Gath. It was to try to kind of get a feel, but we constantly see him back on that Darius. So now, though, UWG is wanting to take the aggression and put it into the bot lane, because bot lane can just have a lot more rolling impact.
Right.
And it can just boil over a bit more effectively than a top gets ahead. So the idea for UWG was to take LaRouge, who likes to play fairly passive, put him top, let him be on the island, and try to put a lot of this aggressive force into the bot lane.
Yeah, and I mean, surprised Yamari just didn't take Darius anyway, wherever he went.
Oh, you know what? I wouldn't put it past UWG to do something like run Darius ADC with a Garen mid lane.
Yeah, I would have said the same for UNG if they had picked up Sejuani. Sejuani, they've kind of been able to they would take it actually into the top lane sometimes.
Yeah.
And rather than the jungle, and would have decent success with it. But whenever you think of Sejuani, you think of the jungler. But so very interesting to see that kind of pick in the top lane. So maybe in later rounds, we'll have to see how they'll be picking up these picks and bans, though, as there are still many on the board that they would love to see banned out.
And see, that's the thing. With only 10 bans total, 5 per teams, it's really hard to be banning out anything other than a one trick, because there's just so much variety, so much diversity in each position that it's just, you can only pick out what you assume is going to be the biggest threat. Uh-oh. What happens when we want this banned out, but we're having trouble dealing with this as well? And that's what makes drafting just a whole mind game of its own.
For sure. And I think it's stuff, also just to preface, Milio is banned even though we are on 13.6.
For shame. I was really hoping to see some I wanted to see some Skarner Emilio bot lanes.
Yeah, maybe the new Skarner rework when that comes out. Maybe.
Skarner rework cannot come out fast enough. I
Yeah.
need them. I need them to do my boy good.
I'm still interested to see how the mid lane is going to match up. It is a Zyra being able to kind of stick a little bit farther away from Vox. Vox not being able to quite get in the gap zone as he usually would like to,
Mm-hmm.
because Fox likes to play very aggressive. While Zyra is much.
Well, Vygar is a champ that we have seen Vox experiment with time and time again. It is not, his more signature something like Fizz that we know that he really loves to go in, really likes to engage, be in their face. But now we've seen him playing the Annie mid, the Vygar mid, more of the play back, have some burst. Even the Varus that was banned out, we see him experimenting with him a little bit in the mid, and it's changing up that dive playstyle that he's just kind of well known.
Yeah. And I'm still very interested to see how he'll play it out, as this will be more defensive, and I think it's a good thing into Zyra. Zyra is going to sit back a bit more, and you don't want the Veigar just to farm for free. So I'm very interested to see where the Wukong goes. We've talked about Wukongs before. If they can get ahead early, they can start really messing things up on the map. But same
For
with Dion,
sure.
as a J4 can be a very good counter.
Yeah, both the Wukong and the J4 both have the really snowball momentum, where it's just when if one gets ahead, they're able to just keep running with it very effectively. It looks
Looks
like we're
like
jumping
the
in.
match has started. Game 1, University of North Georgia Nighthawks versus the UWG Wolves.
And we see
Game pause.
game pause. Let's go. I love it when a game starts with a game pause. So from what we do see prior to pause, we do see
Sorry to get out and resume.
UNG spreading wide, getting vision, while UWG stacks up for counter invade, kind of 5-stacking a bush, looking for a pick, looking to kind of catch any invades. And it looks like both teams are just going to play safe for vision.
Yeah, as it looks like
Shanghai is poking
UWG
his nose into blue side, gets
getting
stunned.
a little too close there, as it looks like they're going to start slowing him down. Maybe they'll have a pick out here.
Flash,
Shanghai
two flashes.
flash away. Ignite is down. Will they pursue? They will not. They'll let him get away for now. Flash burn for Flash and Ignite of Linvale.
Shanghai sticking his nose into UWG's blue side and almost risking first blood.
I don't know if it was worth for just a little bit of vision that he got. He goes over to see where they were.
He went to investigate, didn't drop the ward, did burn the flash ignite out of Linvale, but in exchange for his own flash.
And that's not even where they're going to be starting. They're going to be starting over at red. So just going to pick up their respective buffs on both sides. Blue start for Wukong, though. So it leaves them both with an option to maybe go for an early gank top. Flag and drag early could be a thing if you wanted to. But it looks like he's going to head back downside.
And it looks like UNG's early ward does not spot Dion in the red side.
Yeah. You can see in the bot lane, they're just trading off a little bit here and there, as a little bit heavier poke coming out of the side of North Georgia. We'll have to keep an eye top lane for this Scion matchup up here, as LaRouge just taking over the top lane.
And not only just the matchup, but just LaRouge being in the top is still a relatively new position. He has been practicing it, so it is something that is going to be interesting to see how it turns out. As well as the counterpart of seeing how Young Mari performs with Linvale as a bot lane duo. We see Dion rotating down, setting up for a
Dion
game.
is rotating down. Churro does not have flash. Exhaust is thrown down. Flash out from Churro. As they look at Shanghai, not quite enough damage to be. Oh, they get the root first blood.
Young
Mari.
Young Mari gets the first blood.
Goes for the flash.
Gets the double kill under tower.
He's going to be third kill for JP on the Wukong. There's not going to be much else done here about that. Double kill for Young Mari on the Misfortune in the bot lane.
And this is where we see a lot of these changes are happening fast. Now,
They got straight. He went straight on top of the trap. Actually, there was Thunder Tower. I think he really wanted that a bit more than we all think. But that's such a denial of XP and gold to the bot lane of North Georgia. Great pickups there.
Such an intense first 3 minutes, picking up a double kill onto the Misfortune, getting the pick under tower, and it is unfortunate because Shanghai did lose his flash in the early vision peak, leading to the first blood for West Georgia.
Yeah, looks like some little playful vision war going on here in River as UWG is going to start getting stuff down just to wait for a dragon that'll come up in a little bit here. But yeah, I mean, JP is going to have to look to taking advantage somewhere else. He saw his bot lane get double killed on. He now needs to take the little bit of extra gold he got. He needs to take the pressure somewhere else. UWG did a very good play there in the bot lane, and we're going to have to see how well they carry themselves with that lead. As Gumari is still level 2, though, at the moment, but nonetheless is still very strong. Has come back with 2 long swords and a dagger. Really very strong.
But yeah, for sure. It's definitely interesting. UNG's JP Montgomery making the best of that situation, being able to at least get the return kill, and getting that kill on the Wukong can set himself up to be kind of what we said. If he starts getting that gold early, it could be a really devastating force.
And in the top lane, they're just having a smack fest back and forth, you know. You know how it goes. Although Dion is here, although the wave is pushing in, they could look potentially for a dive if enough damage is put down. Level 5, though, hit for Silver Weasel. Perhaps just stay safe. Just some pressure so that Dion can come in here and take the front away. With his frog, not Montgomery. But what else will JP look for? He's going to look to maybe go topside himself. He'll find that his romp is not there. And we'll know a little bit more about the pathing of where Dion might be headed. We'll have to see what he does with that kind of information once he finds it.
So far, this aggressive bot lane for UWG seems to be working in its favor. Dion getting his J4, being much more confident, being able to do these invades, kind of punish UNG for no vision on the blue side.
I think they just got a bounce shot with Young Mari. Another bounce shot hitting. Chunking out Churro. They're going to have to stay really safe. UNG needs to stay away from the low health minions in lane as they're just getting chunked.
For sure, but this is... Caitlyn Senna is a lane that is going to very slowly but steadily start shifting itself back into favor as Senna starts scanning with stacks, as Senna hits 6.
Dragon is up.
Lane.
They're setting up for Dragon. Dragon is all theirs. They have all the vision. JP is just looking to get the Krugs at the moment. Understands that they don't have quite the pressure to go for this Dragon, as it looks like UWG is going to just take it free, perhaps. But JP could be looking for a steal here. He's hit level 5. He could be going over the wall, but it looks like UWG will pick up the first Dragon of the game. Infernal, nonetheless.
Yeah, bot lane control, vision control in the pit. UWG picking up that first Infernal for free. JP kind of eyeballing it, giving himself to the bot lane, probably trying to set up. We see JP setting up for these in lanes time and time again. He is definitely wanting to shut down Young Mari and Linvale and make sure that they do not get any more ahead in the gold.
We go ahead and see Vox playing very nicely in mid lane, just stacking up his minions, knocking them down, stacking up that magic power. As in the top lane, we just have still the mightiest of the top. Just looking at each other and going, we can't kill each other, can we?
2 tanks slugging at each other, really just kind of trading graph stacks at most.
Yeah.
All the lanes looking fairly even though, except for that bot lane advantage. We saw about a 200 gold lead on the Conte, getting a little bit of a steady
We see an invade
CS
from JP. If they see him, they could collapse. It looks like they do know what's going on. Flash is taken by Goblin as the pancake comes down. Kill for Vox as it looks like the return from UNG, though, as they will pick up the... Vox is in a bit of trouble here as he's got no mana, as it looks like UNGs can actually back off as the rest of UWG was coming to collapse.
Not a bad trade for either team, picking up Dion for Goblinoid. A 1-for-1. UNG trying to set their foot down, get a little bit more control of the map, showing West Georgia that hey, we can make presence in y'all's side of the jungle too.
LaRouge, very well known for being stuck bot lane, as the ADC stuck under tower alone, has now returned to the bot lane in a 1v2, but as a much beefier boy.
LaRouge returning to home territory, down bot lane, but now is a top lane tank.
And the top lane, they don't know that North Georgia has one on the side here, as it looks like they're going to be jumped on. North Georgia has caught them by surprise. Linvale seems to be the target here first. Young Mari will be the next. Young Mari does pick up a kill back, but it looks like Young Mari is going to be going out with his teammate. Almost actually picks up Silver Weasel on the backside there. It was very close. But 2 kills to North Georgia, which was a great play by them. They sent 2 top to help with a dive that they knew could have been coming. Unfortunately for UWG, there was no Dion was not there. Although Dion has found Goblinoid. Goblinoid with Vox. The ultimate comes out now. Shutdown. Early shutdown.
So this is just interesting on both on both sides of the rift. We see UNG reacting to the switch. We see that they know Young Mari's only level 5. Young Mari doesn't have the ult. They get the double kill, trading for 1. But they don't see the invade into the blue side jungle that UW do. That's to get another kill, not only, but a shutdown onto the Vigar.
Right, very early shutdown go. Zyra had just gotten the shutdown potential and immediately was.
And immediately capitalized by the J4, followed up by the Vigar.
And I think that was perhaps the smarter play. UNG sent people up top, and thankfully Young Mari was strong enough with the 2 kills prior to actually pick up a return kill, even where they perhaps could have lost.
Yeah, in the 3v2, Young Mari being able to pick up pre-6 the return kill was definitely some potential.
Looks like they might have found Shanghai. Shanghai just going to miss themselves away. They say, as it looks like
UWG setting up for the Herald, contesting that area.
It looks like UNG is willing to give it up for mid pressure and bot lane pressure on these towers, and I think that's a perfect response for them. With all of UWG sitting on Rift Herald, you don't really want to check into that, as they also have the Vagar that can quickly collapse on you. The ultimate from LaRouge as well from downtown. I think great just to get some pressure and some plates somewhere else, and they'll pick up some extra gold on the side.
While kind of falling short on objectives, UNG is making the best of the scenario. We see Caitlyn almost 30 CS ahead in the bot lane, picking up the second plate off the tower. While they're behind a Drake and a Shelly, they're going to be getting up in gold. They're going to be keeping up in gold.
Yes, we see UWG still sending their bot lane to the top lane, although LaRouge is also here. They could be going for a dive. Rift Herald will be spawned up top. They're going to be hunting to get the first tower of the game here, as it looks like they will do just that. And they will trade the dragon to UNG. Once again, North Georgia seeing that UWG is rotating somewhere and is going to take something else across the map. Just great macro play from them, as it looks like Dro is still getting great amounts of solo gold from these plays. Almost had another one.
Not only solo gold, but the solo XP, finding himself 2 levels ahead of Young Mari.
Yeah. Goblinoid is still farming away, as Vox is still sitting pretty on his CS. Getting lots of ability power with 2 kills and just some good farming. Shanghai, though, here just to support a little bit. As Goblinoid's jumped at half. Dion is here. Could be another pancake situation, as he's just going to look to clear out some vision. As Zion ulting, I'm not quite sure if he's going to go for it. Does tag him a little bit, but not quite enough to get anything done. Linvale drops Tibbers in an attempt. Linvale taken to no HP. The ultimate out of Senna will not catch the Annie. Very, very close health bars there.
Bale dropping, I'm pretty sure, single digit HP there.
North Georgia was very scared of hearing the big truck coming into lane. They said he's gonna stop, right? He's gonna stop, right?
Just see Scion barreling down mid lane. LaRouge just acting like a man, stopping right before hitting the tower, but still getting the AoE damage on Zyra.
Oh, looks like they've got Vox in their sights, but the wall will deter them all. The Great Wall of Vigar. As LaRouge is just farming up top, having his best life where he feels as though he can't be the one to just be taken out.
Yeah, no, we're seeing a really good spread of CS along the lanes, except for the UNG lead in the ADC position, having a pretty solid 30 CS up on Misfortune. We're gonna find that to be very impactful as Caitlyn Churro is just gonna be sitting not only probably more gold ahead, but also just this AXP difference is gonna be very noticeable.
For sure, as level 8 is hit though for Young Mar, but yeah, they left, Churro down there to his own devices just to get solo gold. And we talk about the CS differential. He got almost 3 tower plates all on his own.
And that's just what kind of giving, UNG's like give up the Drake, we get the first Infernal, give up the Shelly, and then it's just we see how strong. We'll have
Looks
to see
like
how
they
strong.
could have one down here as TP is going to come out. I think they're going to just back off as Linvale does flash for the stun. Not quite just enough. The ultimate from Youngmar will pick one up though, as the rest of North Georgia is here in tow though to say no, UWG, you're not going to take this for free. As they'll pick up a kill here, double kill onto UWG as Youngmar is trying to dash his way away, but he's not going to make it away. Rouge is just trying to mess with him in the back in the dead stance. North Georgia being what UWG was going for. UWG being a little bit too aggressive there even. And being capitalized on. Although the ultimate out of Dion, though, the Pancake has found Silver Wizard shut down again for Vox, as it looks like they could pick up another here as 3 members strong for UWG. It looks
JP
like
running for his life.
Finding him. Dion will find JP. Will find the kill down. Shivers has been thrown down once again, as it looks like both teams look to get disengaged. Or are they? As Flag and Drag comes out onto Shanghai, the wall is there, as it looks like North Georgia is going to let Shanghai do his thing, as he does escape, though, with Flash, it seems, as that has now went down on cooldown.
So, very hectic. You back-to-back kind of skirmishes. We see a fight in the bot, we see a fight in the river. UWG takes it. North Georgia's red side, it just keeps it going. And burning that flash off of Shanghai is going to just leave him to be caught out again. J4, Dion on his J4 is loving to jump and catch these people out and either get the kill on them or burn their sums in the process.
We see Vox get another shutdown of the game. He's still stacking up his ability power as well as stacking up that Rod of Ages, already halfway done.
And a fully stacked gear ready to be built. UWG is sitting with all of their kills on the mid carry and their AD carry, while a lot of North Georgia focused on the Zyra and kind of spread between Wukong.
North Georgia starting up this dragon here as they feel confident just to probably pull it out though at the moment. See who's where, as they do not have vision on UWG, as UWG is now coming out of in division. They're like, hold on, we can talk about this.
We kind of baiting it out.
Looks like they could have found Weasel, but that's not quite the target that they're wanting. As Trap goes down onto Dion. Dion is taken out of the fight immediately. Ultimate down from Young Mario. I'm not quite sure it's enough. UWG Vox will pick up a kill. The ultimate out of Wukong will pick up 2. As Young Mario is almost the last one sitting. Vox goes golden and is taken out.
And that sets up the ace. North Georgia only having to trade 2 for the ace and going to be picking up the drag. They knew they had the drag control initially, used it to force UWG into the river, kind of pulling them by the line, kind of testing the waters. UWG had the show up from Fog of War, having to contest the drag. and UNG made the smarter plays. We saw them wait for the CC to go down, and then Wukong jumps into the back line and popping that ult, disrupting the Vigard, disrupting the Annie, and that is just a lot of damage that just gets displaced.
The gold differential has been evened up at this point. Just hundreds of gold between the two teams at the moment. Maybe just even 50 gold at this point. Biggest thing though, 2 objectives, 2 dragons over to UNG.
Yeah, map is set to Cloud Soul. So far, Chem Drake and Cloud Drake for UNG, UWG having the Infernal.
It looks like UWG is wanting to get Herald before it goes away. Shelly says, I was just about to clock out. And she'll come back in a minute.
UNG spotting him. Kind of setting up, maybe going for the contest, looking for another
they've
fight
got the barrier down, though, as Limbo is taken out of the fight entirely by Asante as the rest of UWG. This is just where Georgia wanted them. It looks like Mari's getting a feels back here, though. It looks like UWG is starting to lose their health bars. Their health and Montgomery are just
another ace for 2 kills again, picked up by UNG. UNG kind of finding their memento here right now, and we see the gameplay. We see Weasel shows up, gets the initial disruption, and then picks a carry out. Right now, he picked that Wind Veil that pulls the stun and a lot of burst damage out of the fight.
For sure.
Asante can take care of Annie 1v1. Meanwhile, UWG is lacking that CC now on the drag pit.
One thing to note, they did get the Herald. LaRouge is sitting with the Herald at the moment. They pulled away 1 objective, got a few kills back, but overall, I'd say North Georgia advantage there.
North Georgia, yeah, now finding themselves with a 2K gold lead. In exchange, UWG gets the Herald. UWG may find themselves.
Looks like they might have found Montgomery. He is stunned up as they will take out Montgomery. Good pick by UWG.
Shutdown gold going on to the Misfortune. They're making sure young Mari finds himself in a very comfortable position, being able to dump out damage and stay kept up and consistent in the game.
Montgomery, it seems, there. As looks like they'll put down the cage and just start trying to take the tower. Could perhaps be looking for a dive, although Shanghai looks like they're going to deter that. As Kuro is still in the waves, as they will go to test mid lane's wave, though. Rouge and Silver Weasel's looking to have a little bit more of a bout now at this point. Silver Weasel feeling a bit stronger.
It's about what you'd expect to happen when a Cassante clashes with a Scion. They just kind of slap each other and then back up.
Right.
Hawk looking for a pick. Dion sitting in the bush.
Not quite find it.
He was waiting for any kind of catch. He was ready to go in. Meanwhile, though, he ended up getting caught.
Looks like he will unstoppable and get away.
Classic Scion maneuver, getting ganked 2v1 and just ulting it back to your tower.
With the Black Cleaver, that could have went very south for Rouge as well.
For sure, Wukong's Black Cleaver could have shredded the resistance this Scion has, only having Heart Steal right now. Black Cleaver would have made it so Cassante and Wukong could have definitely done a lot of damage there.
We are on 13-6 though, so I'm not quite sure if the Steel Cap changes are in as well. That would make it so many auto attack enhancement abilities would be reduced by the same amount most auto attacks are.
Looks like both teams kind of playing around the Baron pit right now. UNG setting up vision on it. EWG sitting around the back of it, kind of keeping an eye on it.
And we're seeing it once again. We've seen a Wukong, they got a kill early, and it kind of took some pressure everywhere else, and it's now 5-4-10, and feeling very strong to kind of dive onto UWG, and I'm not a big fan of that. Shelly looks like they're going to take that, as Shanghai on the Austrian was taken to no HP, flashed to get out of that. No summoners burned on the side of UWG for that pick.
And it looks like UWG is trying to secure the Baron
Churro
as
is in the bot lane,
LaRouge.
flashes away, has also popped Ghost. Looks like UWG is getting collapsed on though. Montgomery here with the ultimate. Fox not feeling too good about this one as he's stuck in the middle. Ultimate's out. Feels Goblinoid. Young Mart versus JP. I'm not quite sure if
this
they have
is
enough
a
damage
scenario
to
where
kill
JP
enough. He's got to get his shoot back.
Shanghai
as he will
pulls
pick up
up.
a triple kill. JP with the triple. And almost an ace as LaRouge was single-handedly holding Churro in the bot lane. It almost took their life. But I was just talking about it. JP seems to be really diving UWG's backline and doing what he does best. I think he's gotten a triple kill in the last 2 fights.
Both him and Weasel. Weasel goes straight to the backline, goes all out on someone soft, taking again Annie out of the fight, bursting down Annie, leaving young Mari and Fox to just do their best to burst as much damage out as they can.
Third dragon over to North Georgia. And this is the thing. What do they do against the Wukong? They have to stop him in some way, but he can W over the cage wall if he needs to. Definitely much harder to do.
Wukong is just a force that UWC has historically had issues dealing with, and we're seeing once again that Wukong is something that gets ahead, becomes dominant, and UWG struggles to find an answer.
Right. And we're just going to have to see how it plays out, as they don't necessarily want to find JP first. They can pick him out, though, as they did earlier in River.
And it's possible. If you can get good vision, if you can find where he's going, where he's going to be, and you only need about 2 people to burst, catch and burst down.
Vision being taken away. UWG is going in blind at the moment. They've just now recently seen them on their wards and trying to just make sure that they can't take this Baron without them noticing.
Vox pushing bot. Wukong pathing his way to jungle, and maybe an uncontested push if he stays.
He does have TP. He could join them at the Baron pit.
You see Cassante backs and goes to stop that bot push, also having TP. Both teams being wary of a potential Baron point happen.
JP, realizing that the UWG could be pushing up here, is going to go check the bush and does find them as JP just annihilates the Annie as he's also jumped onto Young Mari. Young Mari over the wall, though. Thankfully, just safe enough. They will find themselves without.
And there it is once again. JP, this 9-4 Wukong jumps in, presses R, first damage. Lin Vale kind of taking a lot of risks there, kind of blind checking Tribush, getting caught by a lot of UNG.
Yeah, North Georgia capitalizing on their positioning as JP has found Vox. Vox puts down the cage. We'll stay safe.
UNG at this point just kind of roaming everywhere as a team, kind of 4-stacked, everyone playing close. UWG needs to be beware, really traveling in small groups and without the rest of the team anywhere.
We're still seeing Vox being very strong, though. Young Mari as well. It's just that they don't have too many ways to deal with the Wukong at the same time as the Cassante in their backline, while the rest of the enemy team free fires from afar.
And this is, yeah, exactly. It's just, we got 6 kills on Vigar. This Fortune has 6 kills. They have good gold, good farm. They're definitely forces to be reckoned with, but with no way to peel off that Wukong, where that damage is just going to be disrupted until the front line is gone and Slitty can dive back.
Right, and like we said, we've seen UWG in similar situations like this, where there was a Wukong and then an Ezreal in the back line just free firing because you can't get to him. You also can't get past the Wukong. They also had another really good front line.
And that's a similar situation. Like, no matter how much you can try to shut down this Kate Senna early, it's going to scale. And it gets to a point where Wukong just needs to engage, and Kate Senna can tear anything apart.
Right, and we're seeing what that's done to them. They were up about 5k gold lead earlier, maybe 3, and now it's in favor of UNG, who is now about 4 or 5k up with 3 dragons, soul point. Still no Baron takes at the
And
moment, though. Both
if
just posturing.
a soul for UNG would be incredibly strong, Wukong with the ult speed. Well, Wukong with the ult speed would be the most devastating.
I say no one's taking Baron, but it looks like they're going to start setting up for it. They're looking for a pick. Particularly JP is looking for a pick.
And it looks like UNG is going to start it. UWG does not have vision of the pick.
UWG saw Churro go over the ward into River, though. They know that they're headed over to it. They must know that it's being taken. As they have now warded, they do now see it.
Baron gets the steal!
Makes it back over the wall. Will he make it on his life? He will not. JP will take his life. The hit as the rest run away from JP. JP is on Linvale. Linvale will be taken out as it looks like they will pick up JP with the res, though. They will start making it, trying to make it out with the Baron buff out as many members of UWG as they can. Ultimate out from LaRouche, trying to stay a little bit safe under the tower. Does have Vox here with the cage. Will anything else transpire from this as they do see them in the bush? Vox making his way away from them, but he's being cornered a little bit as I think that they will back up as Young Mari is now in tow.
Dion. UWG already kind of having a history of having issues with these smite fights, but watching Dion flag flash over the wall with the smite steal on Baron.
Although we see them taking Dragon now, no time to talk about the steal just yet as Soul Point is being taken and Vox is going to be pushed away. They can't do anything about it as JP will secure Soul Point for North Georgia. Dion just trying to fight it out with Churro in the mid. I don't think he quite has the damage. Rouge is here, no ultimate though. Is walking up into two members though with JP there as well. I don't think he's gonna quite make it out as a double kill over to Churro and North Georgia. A little bit of misplay you'd see from UWG, but JP was lying in wait, knew that they were gonna try and go for that. Fox throws up the cage and will stay safe. Probably needs to back and give up this turret, perhaps, as he will just be dove and taken out.
Well, Vigor
takes the first inhib turret.
Vigor is strong, but I don't think he's enough to hold off 3 members of UNG.
Thankfully, he does have Baron buff though for the minions.
Finally, a moment to talk. Oh my God, Baron steal. We see UWG frantically retreat as UNG tries to hunt down as many members to deny as much Baron buff as possible. Go down, confirm the soul, get the 3rd cloud break needed to finish off the soul. This is a lot happening in 2.5.
The Baron was just what they needed to hold on as well as they immediately went afterwards and picked up Soul Point. North Georgia looking very strong at the moment, but UWG is holding on in this match at the moment. They're going to need to keep holding on for something like Elder Dragon, you'd have to think. Or like a really big pick onto JP.
We'll have to see how does UWG go about contesting the Elder, because that is a huge objective they do not want UNG picking up. But are they really in a position to prevent them from taking it?
We're just gonna have to see. We've seen Young Mario and Vox though have a decent amount of gold on hand and some damage to boot. Especially Vox, who's been stacking all game. They have the power to take out JP, but they have to catch him.
An unfortunate factor right now is Linvale is sitting at level 11. He's been finding himself getting caught, sitting at 8 deaths, but not had the time to really get the XP needed to scale up and be a really threatening Annie.
Right, still working on some items as well. As both teams just posture around each other, they know that the JP is
around the side.
They know that the Wukong is around here somewhere, and as soon as they see that ward, they should know that that is them scouting for an over-the-wall play. UWG needs to be very wary of those. If they find a ward over the wall, that is a ward for JP. You see right now in the mid lane, he's got the ward over the wall.
Well, he's kind of teasing UWG, running in, running out, running back and forth between them and the bush.
UWG does see him.
He could engage anytime.
Ultimate, though, from Scion, not going to find anything, although they have now spread out JP. JP can go right over that wall, though, and he has ultimate out from JP. Trying to get into the back line. Once again, finding Linvale. Box is also taken out early in this match. Oh, it's not looking good for UWG as North Georgia is trying to run down the rest of the team. Silver Weasel finding Dion and Young Mari. Might only be able to find Dion. Dion will flag and drag away. Ultimate out of Young Mari will 100% push them away.
And again, we see Kasante Wukong get in the back line, and that's all that needs to happen. There's so much disruption that UWG just can't really keep up, and they get picked apart.
And it looks like they'll be taking the Nexus Towers. North Georgia taking the second one as they proxy off the bot lane of UWG, and they will take the Nexus after maybe a few more cheeky kills here.
UWG throwing their lives away, trying to defend the Nexus, but it won't be enough. UNG destroying the Nexus and taking game 1.
They had to give Linvale that double-digit deaths, man.
Oh, no.
They gave him the double-digit deaths. Yes, that was game 1 of best of 3, where North Georgia does take it. We saw some incredible plays in this game. Just some great plays. Very early on, UWG picking up the double kill. You know, we talked about it very early on, being the 7th place team against the 2nd place team in this.
It was an incredibly impressive early game performance for a number 7 seed versus a number 2 seed. UWG kind of really setting high expectations with that early game. We see the Misfortune pick up the double kill. We see good positioning from the bot. We see Dion being in the right place at the right time, being able to put things together. And we just see where I believe North Georgia's just experience a little bit overall, just knowing how to deal with that situation kind of within the play. And we see as they work to tilt back the scale.
Right. North Georgia not fearing too much. They lost 2 kills at the beginning to the bot lane. They got one back with JP, though, and they said, this is okay. We know what to do here. But I think that we're going to see definitely a different game, too. I think both teams have different bans for each other, perhaps.
For sure. So I'm definitely looking forward to game 2. But right now, we're going to be coming back after a little break.
Yeah. Welcome back into the Peach Belt Conference 2023 of Spring. We just have had North Georgia take game one of the set of 3 versus UWG's Wolves. We're a little excited for the next one though. That was a really
Definitely.
good first game.
I'm definitely looking forward to see how UWG decides to adjust. We're gonna see if they're gonna ban out that Wukong to try and see if they can get a more favorable jungle position. We'll have to see if UNG wants to let that J4 through again, because Dion was pretty impactful on the J4. And we'll have to really see how both teams are going to kind of react to each other as they move into the next set.
I'm very interested to see how the game will play out. Not only will we be looking at draft here in a moment, but just how they played it. How they played both sides, where they're going to be putting pressure next in this coming game. Very quick early bans though. Kled, Camille, those are just going straight out the window.
Yeah, no, they did their draft picks, so we already know what they're all going to go through. We do know UWG is now getting rid of the Wukong and
they get rid of it.
They said Kled out the window, Wukong out the window. Are they going to get rid of the Rakan? Is Rakan going to be their last pick? Are they going to let?
Looks like they're going to perhaps let through as they're looking to ban the Veigar. I think it's a very wise ban. Many people are seeing Veigar as a very strong pick at the moment. Hovering Rakan goes out. I will be picked up immediately. And so this is what we're talking about. Will WG do better or fare better against the jungler of Vi compared to Wukong?
And it's they both excel at pressing R in the backline. Vi gets in the backline, Wukong gets in the backline. And the J4 does make it through again for UWG. Dion is having a field day right now.
You know, if there's one thing that's going to happen after today, Dion's going to be happy.
And there's the Shen top. This is what they were wanting to put LaRouge into, because LaRouge is a kind of passive player. He likes to take his time, stay back, and Shen capitalizes on that a lot by being able to just have ult, have teleport, and being able to leave, participate in a team fight, come back, and just be where he needs to be when he's needed, and farm when he's not.
I think it's a very good pick as well to Vi at the moment. You see the person getting ulted into the backline, you're like, you thought.
Yes, this time it's a really good pick to actually keep your carry.
They let the Ezreal through though as well.
See, that was the exchange. They don't want Shanghai on Rakan. They don't want the Kled getting through, but they didn't want that Wukong, so they had to let the Ez.
I would have let through Rakan and taken the Ezreal, but we're gonna see how UWG goes up again.
You say that, but Shanghai is a very impactful player for UNG. Letting him get that Rakan could be more impactful than the Ezreal.
We'll have to see what they pick up in the bot lane as we're getting the third pick here. Looks like Andy will be locked in again for West Georgia.
And again, this is a little bit of a flex. We can see Andy mid. We can see Andy support. We don't know for sure what UWG is wanting to put her right now.
Jungle, definitely. Dion's gonna go top, yeah. But no, we're gonna have to see where the rest of the players go. As the Yumi is banned out.
We see Zaya banned again for North Georgia, but West Georgia banning out Yumi and Lulu. Really? Dogging on Shanghai. And Fizz taken out.
I understand where they're coming from with the support bans. They see the Ezreal. They don't want the Ezreal to have as many escapes as it can have.
They are taking away as many enchanters as they can from Ezreal.
Right. I think that's a very smart play there. Although it did limit them very much because they let the Ezreal through. And that's why I think that it is actually better if they had taken it away as well. They wouldn't have as many things to ban with it.
So we'll have to see what are they planning to lock in.
The Jinx, very big pickup, I would say.
I remember Jinx. The Lux gets through.
That could be a big misstep as well. The Lux being very strong, especially in Shanghai's hand, has a large record of playing Lux in the season.
Very potential that he is running it rather than Goblinoid. We'll have to see with these last two locks. What is Linville going to pick? Is he going to pick up the trusty? Is he going to pick up his trusty Rel?
No, I was thinking earlier to myself, I was thinking, with the bands that they're going with, I haven't seen the Syndra band in a. Will they pull it up for a game too? There it
And
is.
there it is. Cinder being another one of those champions UWG has not had a very, very good time against. We'll have to see what Vox is planning.
As it looks like it
And it looks
will
like
be.
it's gonna be the Heimer. I was talking about this last game when we were looking at the Zyra getting taken. I was like, I wonder how he'll respond. This time he's
Uh,
this time he's playing the Heimer. And this time, this we see it looks like it'll be the Annie going mid
right.
rather than the Annie going support, kind of playing that little mix up, kind of being able to flex that position. So now we'll have to see, how does Annie play into the Syndra? Syndra definitely outranges and kind of puts Annie into a tough position.
For sure. We're gonna have to really see how that will play out there. Bot lane though is looking spicy, for sure. Look at that
Yeah,
bot lane.
no, I'm not. Young Mari on the Jinx. I know Young Mari loves to be in their face. He loves to engage, and Jinx does that the best as an ADC. Backed up by a Heimer will be interesting. The hard CC potential is there. We'll have to see if Lin Vale goes for any Dragon Steals with the Heimer rocket, pulling that off like he did earlier in the season.
Yeah. Still very interested to see how Vox is gonna handle this. He hates Syndra.
Yeah, but no, it's Vox doesn't like Syndra. We still have Cassante and Vi for UNG. That is a lot of backline like jumping potential. We saw JP already running in, jumping the backline. We see Silver going in, jumping the backline. Both of them notorious for doing it in game one. And we'll have to see if UWG will be able to keep them out more efficiently, or if it's just going to be picked apart again and again like it was in game one.
Both teams having very good peel, though, I will say.
For sure. Shen, I feel, is definitely a good pickup for the team fight. Zion was a good top pick who got of split potential. Zion's really good at pulling in a side lane and then getting to the fight quickly. But I feel like Shen contributes to these team fights a lot more and just has more impact on being able to keep your carries alive and keep your team from getting picked apart so fast.
Yeah. And I do think actually that North Georgia has the advantage in peel. I think theirs is just easier. They have the Syndra, they have the Lux. It just seems like a much easier backline to kind of cover, as well as Ezra can just kind of back up out of the fight as well.
Yeah, no, we'll have to see. It's going to be very difficult for UWG to really catch, especially how like closing the gap on the Syndra, being able to even lock down an Ezreal. Lux might be their easiest pick. We'll have to see as the game continues, though.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel really bad that they let the Lux and like Ezreal through. Like that could be a tough combo in the bot lane.
Again, it's like if they're not winning the Rakan, they're not winning the Kled, and they struggled against the Wukong, so they're having
Yeah.
to they have to shift something around, and maybe they'll fare better against Vi and Israel rather than Wukong.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how they play this out. As this is game 2. This is match point for North Georgia Nighthawks versus the West Georgia Wolves.
Yeah,
And one more
Nighthawks.
win for North Georgia, and West Georgia will be sent home packing.
Don't say that. This could be an under. This could be the underdog story we're all been waiting for. Just like if DRX can go beat SKTT1 in a best of 5, you never know. UWG might be able to pull through in a best of 3.
As we saw in game 1, they have the potential to take these games to North Georgia. Even being low seed, they should not be counted out at any measure.
For sure. You gotta remember, they did win games in the season. There was a lot of games that weren't just 2-0. It was some 1-2s. So there's a lot of that middle ground potential. It's not all just cut and dry. There's wiggle room. There's potential. These they can pop off. We've seen UWG pop off, and we'll have to see if UNG just kind of puts them down as the number 2 seed, or if UWG can kind of rise up and underdog it.
Yeah, I'm sure that the live coverage will start here very soon. Just waiting to get into the
Yeah,
match.
kind of that usual. Yeah, I got a little bit
Mhm.
of the normal stream delay. Kind of happens normally when you kind of go into a spectate for League of Legends. So
But we could always go over to the auditorium, just
let's
look, you know.
just walk to the auditorium, just give everyone a good quick round of applause. Good job. But yeah, no, with these team comps, there is severely more burst in North Georgia's favor. North Georgia has a harder backline to jump on, and I feel like they win in a battle of burst. With
What's
the
so crazy
biggest
though
factor, what's up?
is for North Georgia, this is only the second time that or this is now the third time he's ever played Casante. He played it the match before this, the match now, and round 2 of the season split.
And it's just Casante is just it's a good pocket pick, especially because the Kled is getting banned out. I'm sure Silver would much rather be on his Kled, but right now just this backline slash frontline potential that Casante brings is just fitting the bill, and
Yeah,
it's just what's working out.
for sure. As you know, for UWG, definitely we've been having a lot of Annie. As you know, Jarvan's always just getting banned out. Sadly, Leon is probably very happy he's gotten to play back-to-back games at the moment. Maybe we'll go for a
Yeah,
third.
no. Dion finally gets a break from Mordekaiser and Sejuani, so
Meanwhile, the Shin, not too much of that, like ever.
definitely. UWG I don't think has ever run a Shen, and that's because it plays kind of opposite to how Young Mari wants to play. Young
Good.
Mari doesn't like sitting back as much as we see LaRouge do. So when I heard LaRouge was switching with Young Mari for the finals, the championship, and I'm just like that. I like the first thought I thought of when I think of what champ LaRouge would play would be Shen
Yeah.
because it's just perfect for sitting top. It's perfect for minding your own business. You have good anti dive. You can keep yourself safe under tower. And as soon as your carry needs help, you press R, stand united, and he's in the fight.
Right.
So it's just, I think I'm really excited to see him on the Shen, and I'm really excited to see how he.
All right. Looks like we're going in game 2. Will North Georgia take the series, or will West Georgia hold on? Quick invade from West Georgia, 5-man strong as they have found Shanghai. Shanghai just about to eat to deter them all.
Shanghai once again being the first to encounter all 5 of them.
Very true. Maybe they should make a statistic.
Shanghai is number 1 player to find 5 people at the beginning of the match.
So they're just gonna go back in posture and just be fine. Although on the other side, North Georgia gets a deep ward, trying to
Again,
spot the route.
this was the word that they put down last time, but it did fail to see Dion rotating out of the red buff.
Maybe they've got it down pat. So both teams they're just sitting around, no emote spams, no dancing, just spectating a little bit.
Everyone's on their toes, keeping an eye
Deep
out.
ward from Vox.
Annie putting that deep ward, mirroring North Georgia, just putting it deep in the red side.
Vox not being able to stack up like he was in last match, but just here to show off what Annie was supposed to be doing in the last match, even as there was a support trying to show off the power of the Annie mid at the moment. It's a very high pick rate and win rate champion, especially after its changes. Nice little trades in the bot lane, just nice and friendly, definitely friendly.
Yeah, Young Mari and Linvale kind of on the receiving end of some bad trades, getting poked down just a little bit, trying to play safe, as it is going to be a race to the first level up.
As they've noticed that Vi has not shown up, they do realize that Vi has started blue-sided at this point. Amari
big
taken very
read.
low. Shanghai and Trio gets stunned up himself, though. Is going to take some damage in return as Shanghai wanders off for a moment. Not too worried as he does have the jump away. Dion was looking to perhaps go for a bot lane gang, but not going to be finding much there.
And Shanghai roamed up, tried to get some deep vision, and it just happened to find Dion in the process.
Yeah. And unlike with the sign pick of last match, Rouge can get a little spicy here with a Silver Weezer on the Cassante. But I'm sure they'll just farm up and just have a nice time up top. A gentleman's agreement.
Now, with Shen, though, I don't know if Shen can withhold himself as much as Sion could against these trades. I feel like they're going to hit each other just a little bit harder than the last matchup, to a point where they're going to have to kind of respect these trades.
Right. I'm a little worried for the spot lane, though, as JP is around. I'm sure, though, that they believe in him just enough to where Shanghai can land a quick snare and they capitalize.
So far, no double
sides.
kills. But Vi does path into and around, going down the river.
The ward will spot and they will
UWG's
back off, though. UWG, great ward.
Now we'll have to see. UWG knows where Vi's at. Dion try to make a counterplay on the other side of the map. Super Weasel's pushed under tower. LaRouge not really setting up a good spot for Dion to go in.
So if I control a bit of low HP and low mana, could be something that they capitalize on here soon. Although JP coming down to the bot lane, they could be finding something as they have found Linvale, but not quite enough flashes away from any other follow-up as they do flash for the ignite. Dunbar is trying to pick up the return kill, is not going to quite catch him. Enough damage. Every summoner spell burned on this bot lane of Fort Georgia as they do pick up First Blood. Rouge is in a little bit of trouble, though. Flashes away.
Trading Flash for Ghost in the top lane, not a bad trade. We see Weasel Poppet trying to engage, go in. And we see
Dion's here.
Working around.
Flag
It's
and
the
drag.
knockup.
Gets
It's the taunt.
Will be the kill for LaRouge.
There we see a little bit of a lack in vision for UNG in the top river. Let's Dion find his way to sneak in and get the engage, securing a kill for LaRouge. And Shen may not be a hyper carry, but if Shen getting gold under his belt will help him keep his carries alive later in the games.
As a Shin player yourself, you're very happy, I noticed. Looks like they're going to use the Blast Cone to get over, try and find Dion, who is taking the Gromp about the same time as last game. He does have a Blast Cone to get away.
He gets
Stunned
caught.
Up, out of the Blast Cone, ulted, does escape with the Flash, just barely by the skin of his teeth.
Dion getting a little greedy, kind of running a similar play, invading the blue side. UNG spotting him and going to collapse on him. Just barely gets out hundreds of HP made.
That was great, just memory from North Georgia, just to remember that Dion had invaded in last game around
And
the
they're like,
exact same time.
literally about the same time in the same place. They're like, wait a minute, Dion invaded and took Gromp. Let's go check it. And boom, lo and behold, he's doing Gromp and almost gets caught. Syndra actually stopping the Blast Cone, stunning him mid-air. It was super close to being catch.
Yeah. He was just trying to get all of his farm back as Weasels doesn't really want to get it for free. Some playful trades as JP is going to start invading UWG's side now. Not quite sure he wants to invade too far as UWG is also ready.
JP sticking his nose in, kind of taking a look around, gets the vision.
Shin ult is up. It's always good to note when Shin hits 6.
Shin is 6, so we'll have to see how fast is LaRouge on his reaction times. Is he going to be able to get these clutch ults out, or will UNG be able to keep him out of the fight?
Yeah. Looks like they're still just trading a little bit in the bot lane.
Man, but deciding in kills, you can see North Georgia is kind of already developing a gold lead, being about 1,000 gold ahead in just minions and plates alone. And it looks like they're setting up to take the first straight. UWG getting a little late to the party, just now finding
Doesn't
them.
look like the root down. Will it be? The Shin ult does come out to save Lil. Rouge just now joined the party. Dion is pancake some down.
Oh my.
2 kills come
Oh
out
my.
for UWG. Low health bars on UWG as some will have to retreat. Dragon goes over to North Georgia, but UWG picks up the kills.
That was not a bad trade.
Definitely not.
We see
Huge ult out of LaRouge, saving Linvale as well, and joining the
saves
party.
Linvale, gets into the, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. It LaRouge is just fine sitting under tower, being 20-30 CS behind, and just pressing R when he needs to.
Okay, I don't think he wants to be 20 CS down, but
well, when you play Shen and you're against a laner that can be aggressive and pull you out of lane, it's going to be the unfortunate side effect. It's going to be difficult to keep up and maintain exact CS. And Kasante against tanks can be a little bit of a lane bully.
yeah, and it's we go and see them over at Rift Herald. We can already go and see them over at Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, so it's definitely just interesting to see Young Mari and LaRouge just approach these new positions and do well in them. You know, you can definitely see that this trade might be really beneficial for UWG because these are just being very impactful into their lanes. Shen being 2-0 and he's not under UNG's tower.
Yeah.
Where Young Mari, if he had been 2-0 on Darius, we would probably see him trying to tower dive.
Yeah. You see here, UWG picks it up just handedly. No interference from North Georgia to pick up the Rift Herald, as they were just perfectly fine taking plates in the bot lane as usual. Young Mari being the one found down here does ult to try and hit them to clear out some of the wave a bit quicker.
Dion is holding on to Herald. We'll have to see which lane he decides to push that into.
Silver Weasel not too happy with the trade that he lost there for a moment. Had to slap him back a little bit. As they're just trading blow for blow at the moment. LaRouche feeling pretty good with his little bombies at the moment. Able to take some nice little trades here. As a bot lane, by the light indeed, ultimate come out and they pick up Young Mari.
Young Mari finds himself caught in the slow, gets ulted by the Lux, and then Ezreal just closes in and finishes off.
And there was no ultimate available yet for Linvale.
And this is just where we see it's just Lux,
Dion and
Ezreal.
JP just fighting it out as Goblinoid is trying to come and help. Flash failed. Or flash over for Dion just to escape there.
Not a bad flash. It did get him away from Vi. It did help him get away from that Ez ult. It does kind of... It gets him out of the fight, keeps him alive. It's what he needs.
For sure. As they're still looking to take some plates down here in the bot lane. JP in tow. Just to try and deter anybody who might try to walk forward. Channeling up the punch is not going to probably go for it, as they are walking a bit too close, perhaps.
JP's waiting in the bush.
Oh, Goblinoid's been found, though. From damage down, exhaust used, but they're going to be just fine. Goblinoid's going to bounce out. Goblinoid felt very strong down there with 3 of his teammates.
Dion, on the other hand, going top lane, it looks like he's going to go catch.
The pancake is down onto
Kasante.
the Weasel. Rouge just sitting away. Dion picks up the kill.
And
ult down. Oh, the double ult onto Linvale. Linvale has been eradicated from the bot lane.
Ooh,
the
pick up!
Getting excited.
He's going wild. He's hyped up. He's getting wild.
Rouge used ultimate to get into the fight. I'm not quite sure if it's close enough. No flash available as Ezreal is credit disengaged.
Now that could have been a big turnaround for EWG. Playing it really well. Dion
Dion
goes
picking up
top.
plates.
Dion goes top, gets the pick with the Rouge, and then drops Shelly. The Rouge now has ult, ready to go bot lane. Help Jinx. Jinx gets the trade kill with one rocket and a tower shot. Gets the kill, gets Hyper. Passive goes off. Almost runs him down with the help of Channel.
Summoner heal barely kept him alive.
That close fight for underdog UWG, but UNG plays it smart, plays it safe, and makes the best and gets out.
UWG gonna start setting up for Dragon. They want to get their hands on one at least. They don't want to keep giving over those objectives, so they've now put up some vision to try and take it. But they will be answered as North Georgia's still feeling pretty strong at the moment. North Georgia has the wave pushing into the bot lane, and UWG might submit some pressure here. LaRouche kind of caught out almost even, as Gamari has opted to go get the wave. Is stunned up actually, as I was just saying. Probably caught out of position.
LaRouche
come out. LaRouche ulted the blue buff. Stopped him from moving. He couldn't move to the left as the blue buff walked up.
I believe it looked like he misclicked on the blue buff, and instead of having attack animated on the blue buff.
North Georgia will pick up the kill and the dragon. I mean, LaRouche didn't have much of a prayer sitting there.
Was just, he wanted the vision, he wanted to keep eyes on the drag, but he was just not meant
Ultimate
to be
on Vox. Vox is taken under the turret. JP and Goblin
doesn't even get there. He tries to run the turret, but between Vi and Syndra ult on top of Syndra, he just doesn't have the time to get out. Too much burst damage to deal with. And again, all we see.
Oh, snared down, killed the churro. This is the power of a Lux Ezreal lane. It's more so the power of the Lux.
It's the power. It's not even the power of Lux. It's the power of Shanghai. Shanghai, like we say, is just a very impactful support. We see
they're a very good
really
player
strong.
for sure, but I do think that the Lux is a very good pick as well.
Definitely being able to bully the Jinxheimer right now. Turret going down.
As we see, North Georgia, it was close there for a moment, and it's shifted back tenfold.
UWG was able to maintain, but North Georgia is now sitting about 4 to 5K gold lead. JP
As it looks like they might.
Jump on LaRouche. LaRouche doesn't
Linvale is here. We know Linvale loves to sort of travel around. They're baiting it out, it seems. Fox, Linvale are here. JP's staying.
JP's wondering what's going on. He's just watching the fight happen.
I think they know what's happening. I don't think that they would go for this kind of fight. That was a very prolonged top lane fight, and I think that they caught wise.
JP was just in the bush watching his top laner slug it out with Shen, and he's like, something doesn't seem quite right here. Probably messaging Silver Weasel to back off. Something's not looking right, and it was UWG was waiting in a bush, trying to get the ambush.
Yeah. We do find them posturing around Rift Herald, as they do have most control over the map on that side. Vision down, and UWG looking to maybe go in. Just the E out of the Lux, though, chunks out Young Mari quite a bit there. I have to think that they
Dion pancakes.
Pancake catches two. One jumps away. Dion in the thick of it as they pick up one. Unstoppable in the background. Dion makes it away. Getting excited for Young Mari, as it looks like Churro is still looking for some kills. Ripple kill for Silver Weasel. Weasel is looking at his pentakill in his sights. Might not be able to get close enough. He's going in, picks up nothing at the moment. Churro picks up the fourth kill of the fight.
Weasel landing the last proc of Cassante Q to cat Young Mari for Ezreal to pick up another kill. And UWG, this is the point where they should have taken what they had, and the issue of staying. They went back in for the Herald, trying to
Right.
confirm it when they did not have the health bars.
They did okay in that fight there. They engaged
They
appropriately, but they don't have the damage. They don't have the items to take
North
that fight.
Georgia took the North Georgia just turned that fight very well because we see the pancake go out and it's a good engage, but then immediately following we see Ezolt Luxolt and it hits almost the entire UWG team.
Right. And
We see a lot of members of UWG get chunked by these back to back ults, and they pick up pretty even kills and they get out, but then they go back in for the Herald, and that's where we see North Georgia capitalize on that fight and really take advantage of the situation.
yeah, and I mean, like I said though, that was still a good engage. I think UWG played that very well, but they didn't need to take the fight because they're not strong enough.
They started well. It was definitely a really good start, really good fight, and then it fumbled a little bit towards.
Well, I think it's mostly they were just they're 5K down. They didn't have the items quite.
But exactly the item difference right now. Heimer doesn't have a mythic. Neither does Ezreal, but Ezreal does have 2 full items, and it's just we see a lot of gold stacked onto the Cassante, onto the Ezreal, and 2 kills on Jinx, 3 kills on J4. It's not bad, but UWG just doesn't have the damage output.
Looks like they're trying to perhaps find Weasel. The taunt does not land, and they will disengage. They'll just walk off. Goblinoid feeling very powerful, though, just kind of posturing around here, knowing the Shanghai is in the way. If they were to snare a single one, they would be bursted out of it. Dragon spawned up. Ezra's going to go and start it up for North Georgia. This will be their 3rd Drake. Looks like it will go over to North Georgia as they're taking it out quite quickly. Unless will not quite make it there in time. And it looks like they found Linvale off to the side there with a cheeky stun and ult.
And it looks like North Georgia is setting themselves up for a soul sweep. So far, have gotten all 3 Drake. North Georgia is setting themselves up for a really good position. Big gold lead, kill lead, tower advantage. North Georgia is setting themselves up for a really good game.
You see that they're gonna have to struggle to get back into this. They need to find some good picks here and there, and it's always about picks at this point. You don't quite have the power to take a full team fight unless you found the right person. And I think JP would still be maybe the number to take there, as Ezreal might be a bit too hard to take, as they still have actually started up the Baron. It actually chunked out Juro a good bit there for a moment. Below 9,000 HP at the moment. They are wise to it, though, and I think that they're just going to back off.
George is saying we're getting chunked down a little too much for this. We're kind of setting ourselves up for a good. We're setting ourselves up for Jinx.
3-man stun. The snare. I think that might be bye-bye. It's not. Dion will get away with the Flag Drag. Ultimate out though from Ezreal. Jelly's got the bot lane. Looking to take the towers. Just push it out. Fox does not have the damage to quite take him. Take that tower. Pancake down. Bursted out. Ezreal. Huge pickup for UWG. What else can they find? Rooted in the back on Linvale. The health bars are low. Get excited for Yamari. Yamari. Will he be able to find more? As Shanghai is in tow. The Q does land, and the E will secure the kill.
North Georgia
also picked up in the face. An ace across the map for North Georgia.
An incredibly close fight. And we see young Mari get excited. He starts getting kill after kill. He sees the assist from the Baron, helping him secure another kill, get his passive ramped up. There was a lot of potential for UWG there, but North Georgia, Lux playing off, Shanghai playing off to the side, not disengaging fully, ready to go back in, help give a little bit of room for the Vial to work with. And we see JP clean up where he needs to. Meanwhile, Silver is still in the bottom of UWG's base, tracking it over.
And it all just started off with that one Syndra stun. Stun 3. One snare.
Triple stun off of one
Goblin.
E. Goblin landing a crazy stun on the Syndra.
And off of that, they They get everything that they wanted.
And now they're probably gonna go set up and try to take Baron again. North
Right.
Georgia is just like it's either Baron or a good fight. You know,
10K up for North Georgia.
we'll have to see. Will UWG try to get Vision and Dion go for another steal?
I think that the smart play for North Georgia, they need to pause. They just need a proxy. They can go for just taking the Baron, but after seeing Dion steal it last game, I don't think North Georgia. Young Mari actually is flashing away from Silver Weasel, who has just now popped Ghost ultimate out of LaRouge to save his life. Rouge, I don't.
Rouge going to go. Rouge going to go kind of. Oh,
Baron started up now where they are not present. They feel up. And he bursts out Shanghai 100-0. Montgomery's in the back line. Is not long for this world as he is sniped away by Dion. So a little bit better. Linville is taken out though. Let's join the party.
Young Mari's getting there soon.
That will deter the Baron for now as JP is not on the rip.
Vox on the Annie with the flash stun. 100-0 wing. Shanghai's luck. And Dion
could be looking to catch out Weasel. Weasel running low. 3 members of UWG onto Weasel. What can he do but accept that he is going down? Shut down over to Young Mari.
That's a lot of gold going to Young Mari. We'll have to see. Right now, Young Mari has a Kraken. He's got boots and he's got component. We'll have to see. Maybe building more full items.
That was the pick. That was the pick that they needed. They picked Shanghai. JP gets overzealous, jumps in, gets dunked on, and taken out of the fight. They lose a few in the back for UWG, but that was it.
They lost Linvale. That's all they lost. Linvale for a huge trade.
Linvale we see a lot of times being the one that they go after.
Linvale is the sacrificial lamb for UWG.
Oh, they've rooted up and found Dion. Ultimates probably will come out chunked. Gonna look for the blinding light. They will not. But that's
UWG's UWG's jungler getting poked down that low is gonna make it difficult to contest this drag. That is gonna be Ocean Soul. Ocean Soul for North Georgia.
That'll be a soul sweep for North Georgia, as Goblin is just contending with LaRouge in top lane. It was looking good. It was looking okay, but being able to contest it, catching out Dion. Dion saw them for a while. He saw them pull out the dragon.
And he's probably wanting to go look at that health bar. See, Dion's wanting
Baron
to steal.
is dropping fast. It is taken by North Georgia with Soul Point, with Soul and Baron now.
Yeah, North Georgia secures the Soul Sweep, gets Ocean Shoal, goes straight up to Baron, secures Baron. West Georgia doesn't really have the presence to really shove them off these objectives. They kind of have to go for a steady push or maybe a steal, and they're just falling short of these. And it looks like North Georgia's just setting up for huge pushes now, because that's all they have left to do. They've gotten every objective on the map. They just need to push lanes.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if UWG decides to just turtle up and do their best, or maybe try to go for a pick. See if they can try to pick off Syndra and Vi are alone.
Yeah, North Georgia looking good right now. Maybe even looking to end the game. Barreling down mid lane, looking at the tower. Rooted up LaRouge, not much going to come from it. The ult out to try and snipe Young Mari will not quite land. But Young Mari needs to be careful. Any of these ultimates could catch him and take him out. Get out from him. Deter them slightly, but they are not deterred in the slightest. The top lane is being pushed in by Goblin, who will definitely take that tower as more and more stuff is falling in the base of West Georgia. Their sights on the Peach Bowl Conference is fading as North Georgia is taking all of the inhibitors in the base. Baron minions at every corner. Cannons looking at the Nexus towers. What can UWG do when cornered? Stun out from Goblin, catches too. Surprise ults just yet. They're just being whittled down. Pancake to the back. Dion Fox is taken out almost immediately. Linvale has fallen. Dion has fallen. The towers are falling.
West Georgia has fallen as there is an ace for North Georgia, and they take out the Nexus, ending game 2. And Valiant attempt, we see it. We see mid inhib go down. We see top inhib go down. We see bot inhib go down. It is a break. It is a break it or bust moment. Dion J4's pancakes into the backline almost goes Ezreal, almost takes away DPS from them. Falls just a short. And then we see Dion fall, and then we see like dominoes, the rest of UWG joining in.
I gotta be honest, with all those Baron up minions, I think that they could have killed the UWG lineup at that point.
Honestly, in North Georgia probably could have just stood behind the Baron buff minions and
There's
ended the game that way.
7 cannons.
There was wave after wave just kind of built up right there for a huge Baron push.
And it was only going to get worse from there. But North Georgia takes game 2 and the set versus UWG. Big, not a big upset here.
It's
second seed versus 7th seed.
Second seed versus 7th seed. It's not an outcome that you couldn't predict happening, but I feel like UWG really did their best today. It was a really good performance against North Georgia. North Georgia really did well, played really smart. There were moments where it's like, oh, you think UWG is going to get ahead, but North Georgia says, okay, stand our ground, tilt the scales back in our favor. North Georgia goes on, win the game. And we see that game 1, UWG picked up the double kill early in the bot lane. Usually that's set up for like a death sentence. Getting misfortune ahead like that can lead to a very oppressive bot lane. But we see North Georgia just play smart, play well, and kind of tilt things back in their favor. Wukong gets built up, Wukong gets fed, Wukong destroys the backline. And then we see it again in game 2.
Yeah. But they played it well. I was very proud of the boys over at UWG. North Georgia played extremely well as well. Like, they were down a little bit here and there, but they always brought it back and brought it back hard.
For sure.
We definitely saw a dominance from North Georgia in that second game where they didn't let anything go to UWG other than a little bit of a hiccup here or there. They lost some people over the drag pit. Other than that, they picked it back up, took the objectives. Soul Sweep didn't let them have a single
game
dragon.
2. Soul Sweep on game 2 was really impressive, especially being able to just deny out UWG's new, more aggressive bot lane. There was destiny for UWG to try to have a more stronger, dominant bot lane with Young Mario down there, and we saw it, but it just wasn't enough. And North Georgia just shows their experience
and just their memory too, as they found Dion very early on, doing the same thing he had done before, and also making sure Dion could not get in for the Baron steals at all. Making sure to take him out.
Being able to just get him either taken out or low enough that he can't participate.
Yeah, that was game 1 of the 2023 Peach Belt Conference Championships here in South Carolina. Next game will be at 2:30, where it will be Montevallo
versus the Columbus Cougars.
Yeah, Columbus Cougars. But that'll be it for us here for now.
Stay tuned, and we'll be back later with game 2 for the day.
There are 2 key moments in any college journey.
Awesome. Okay.
When an acceptance letter arrives and the day the college education is paid off. And College Ave Student Loans is with you to help cover costs all along the way. We offer stress-free private student loans for undergrads, grad students, for parents, even loans to refinance your existing loans. Whether you're starting college, already in the workplace, or just trying to figure things out, turn to College Ave and breathe easy.
Hey everybody, we're here with JP Montgomery, the jungler for North Georgia, and the winner of recent match against West Georgia. I've just got a few questions for you,
Mm-hmm.
First, how did, in the first match, the double kill bot lane, you returned to kill bot as well. What were thoughts on that afterwards?
Was it the first early?
Yes, in the bot
Okay.
lane.
It was it was a very aggressive decision from the enemy team, and I respect that because I was an aggressive jungler. So the fact that they dove us or not dove us, but like got a double kill from us was unexpected from our team. But I think we hold it up good throughout the game to make sure that that mistake early game did not cost us the game.
Yeah, and I think you really turned it around later. Later on, you got, I think, two
Mm-hmm.
triple kills in that same game.
Mm-hmm.
What were your thoughts after losing the Smite fight at the Baron pit, though?
Ooh, okay. The Smite fight was also unexpected because J4 would show up on Vision very late, and we thought we could have burned the Baron down fast enough, but he did put up a really good Smite fight, and he won that fight. But fortunately, we were ahead enough so that we can chase them down and reduce some of that Baron buff on their the team. So it reduced a lot of the impact of the Baron steal afterward.
Yeah, very good. When it came to game two, after
Mm.
winning game one, what was kind of the thoughts going into it? I noticed that y'all caught Dion trying to take your Gromp again.
Yeah, because he was show on Vision top side bush, so we know that he was hover the wall, so we knew that he's gonna go invade me. That which he did that a couple times in the first game, so that was very expected. Uh, so we just respond to that his decision and punish that. I think we did not kill him, but we did get a flash. Walk into the second game, I think we were having a little bit rough draft, but overall, I think the team performance was perfect. Uh, like individual team gameplay was flawless. I mean, there are some mistake here and there, but overall, as a team, collectively, I think we pulled it out pretty good.
Well, thank you so much for coming in to this interview. Congratulations on your win, and I hope you do very well in the coming matches.
Thank you so much for having me. A shout out to my teammates, all four of them, and including Jad. I also shout out to all of the people who watching this stream right now. I hope you guys having a great day. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and everyone stay tuned for the next match, Missouri versus Columbus.
All right, welcome back to the Peach Belt Conference Finals, or dang it, championships for 2023. Uh, I'm your host, Lil Kami 1941, from Columbus State University, and this is.
Hi, I'm Infernal. I'm his counterpart, also from Columbus State University. We got a good game coming up, don't we now?
Oh yeah, we have the next game we have is Missouri Western versus Columbus State University.
Yeah, I believe they're still going through getting ready for picks and bans, but we'll see that in a second. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Last game of the season for both of them was against each other, and Missouri Western managed to take away the win. So let's see if they can take away a win here as well.
All right, into bans in champ select. Missouri Western has picked Boris as their first champion against CSU. Oh wait, this is old. Oh wait, why is it so UNG?
It's fine.
Fine. All right, back to it. So Missouri Western has showed Boris against CSU.
CSU's picking Nautilus first pick for support,
Very
and
good
immediately
pick.
into the Sejuani.
Sejuani.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Sejuani this season? I feel like she has been very good.
Oh, heck yeah. Especially if you're keeping up with pro play and the other collegiate games. Sejuani is constant, good jungler, can always flex the top if you really want it. Like that constant gank potential, especially when she gets that ult at level 6. You always gotta be worried.
Alright, looks like Missouri Western picks Maokai here.
I saw the Rammus hover for a second and got scared.
I was hoping to hear them say, okay.
Okay. We want to go back, and we missed the first round of bans, but we hit Camille, Yone, and Rel for Missouri Western.
And Columbus State decided to ban Wukong, Zaya, and Thresh. All very popular picks this season.
Yeah, especially Thresh with the recent changes to him and Aphelios. We are going to see, I believe, that is Renata going to be locked in here. Yeah, she did get locked in.
CSU does decide to possibly lock in the Samira here,
Ooh,
which is
Samira's
a very
always
good
a good
pick,
pick,
especially this season.
Yes.
Always a good pick. Looks like they do lock in the Samira. We're on to the second part of banning phase for CSU.
Samira is just one of those signature champs of checkup, who's, honestly, one of the best players on CSU. It's nice to see him getting a little bit of love.
Though I don't know, especially since he's not really fond of hook champions. Especially in the last match he played, he did get hooked quite a few times, especially during the Thresh fight.
Yeah, but we don't got to worry about that. We got Renata. That is an Anivia ban from CSU, countered by an Oriana.
CSU does possibly decide to ban Ornn here. They do ban Ornn here for the second ban.
Not gonna let that item upgrade through. Also, another really good engage tool.
Yeah, indeed, especially with how much knockup he has.
Kassadin.
Kassadin is also another good ban here, especially since CSU Dan does know how to play some Kassadin.
Yeah, looks like they're trying to get rid of Dan's cast over Physique.
Looking back at their games, Missouri Western has won 3 out of 4 of their games. Those being games against Montevello, FSUPC, and also CSU. So they won against CSU and those other 2 teams.
Ooh. Oh, we are seeing that Sejuani flexed. That's a Vi locked in.
Vi locked in. It looks like we're going to be having 2 possible junglers here. They do not know where they are going as of this current moment.
Nah, I guarantee you Sejuani's getting flex top now.
I believe so too.
Yeah,
I believe that Missouri Western does decide to pick J4 here, which is very helpful for them. It's a great end gauge tool. On top of that, Maokai. With those 2, they should be able to appeal for the Varus.
Does that mean we're looking at a Maokai top lane?
We might be looking at Maokai top. could be possible for J4 top 2. I've also seen that in games.
I have seen that before. Yeah, it's not as common, but in
It is
Azir.
in an Azir mid lane. Looks like we might have a Maokai top this game.
That's
Azir
crazy. Silas.
and they
Ooh.
counter the Azir by picking Silas here, which is a great pick for CSU, Dan.
Yeah, I want to take a recap and look at that Vi pick in the second round. That was great, making them use a lot of bans against their mid laner, not knowing she was going to be flexed at top. So now we have our jungler that got in through free. That is Silas locked in.
Silas is locked in here, and now we're into waiting queue.
Yeah, Silas being able to take all of those good engage tools from Maokai, Renata, Azir. Great to see that pick coming out for CSU Dan.
It's also great to see the Renata coming in for Missouri Western. I know support does their support. Fonza is quite fond of using Renata. She is quite also a great engage and disengage tool for for Missouri Western, especially if they can use it. They can use it as a way to escape, especially with her ult, along with the fact she has a revive whenever they do get a kill on the enemy team.
Definitely, yeah.
Now going back to that Senjuani, Senjuani has been picked quite a bit this season. She has a 20. She's been picked 3 times, or 28% of the games throughout the whole PBC. Along with she's been. Oh no, she has not been banned quite that much. She's been quite heavily used, I feel like, this season.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, especially blue side, like to first pick Sejuani into that into a good, like, just a good ganker for any lane, especially when you get that level 6 ult, like I said earlier.
Especially since the Sejuani does have that great engage tool with that ultimate and also passive. She also does have the knockup when she does use her dash.
Yeah, exactly. Even without the ultimate, just get those W and a couple more autos, and then your Eve stuns them right there.
Another thing to know is that Camille has been banned quite a lot also this season. She's been banned 31% of the game so far.
It's true.
I mean, she is a very abusive top laner. She is able to get the very heavy poke and then peel off immediately with the use of her pull.
Yeah, 100%.
On top of that, she's able to quickly escape any possible like 2v1 situations where it collapses on her with her E.
Yeah, but we don't got to worry about that this game. Now we just got to figure out. Ooh.
Oh.
We are going to see it. It is Maokai top. We were right.
It's Maokai top with J4 jungle.
That's
Sejuani
crazy.
is top on the CSU side with Aliuna rocking the Vi jungle.
Yeah, for any of you that have seen previous CSU games, you know Aliuna hasn't played except for that last game against MW. So it's kind of like a revenge match for him.
This will be his second game of the season, so he might be looking to get some revenge here.
Well, third game, but
or third, yes.
But second, like, match, yeah.
Yeah. We also have been seeing CSU Hydroxide on Nautilus quite a bit. Same thing with Fonza. They have used Renata Glask a good bit throughout their games.
Yeah, definitely. Hydroxide is Nautilus is a force to be reckoned with. When he hits those hooks, he hits hard. You're almost guaranteed that's it for you.
Another thing to know is that MWSU's Fonza is also a Diamond 4, so they do know how to play it aggressively and also passively during their games. Yeah. Another great pick, pick we see here is Varus, which is also used by both their mid laner and bot laner. Accordingly, they have used it for both lanes, or both of the lanes.
Yeah, that's why when we saw Varus, I was just kind of like, ooh, maybe they're secretly saving that ADC last pick.
Oh yeah,
they're gonna flex Varus mid, but nah, we got Azir last pick instead. So
I'm interested in this top lane. It looks like it's going to be a free for all, just fighting each other to the death while healing. Especially with that, especially with that Senjuani versus Maokai. I'm feeling like Maokai might have the upper hand, especially with his passive. He's able to heal those early fights.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I more so want to watch that top lane and see if they get good roams once again with both those ultis. Like if they don't, they got to be constantly roaming as well as making sure the others in check in lane.
Another thing to know is that Azir versus Silas is going to be quite a hard match for Silas, especially since Azir is quite poke heavy. Especially once he hits level 3, he's able to auto attack from a distance without taking much harm.
Yeah, Silas is gonna be have to play safe early on, especially unless Eliuna decides to come in with that Vi and help out.
We also see that Smurflax might be looking to also um, might be looking to play for bot lane here, especially since that's how his typical pattern is. He typically plays for bot lane to try and get them ahead.
Yeah, I think we did see that a little bit of last game. The first game of UNG versus UWG. I believe Jarvan was also picked first and ganked bot lane really early. So we'll
We,
probably see that again here.
we had glanced over it, but another thing to know is that I'm sorry, never mind. They have changed Dragon, so Hextech Soul now does give less ability haste and attack speed whenever taken, and the Soul's base slowdown is now lower. Infernal Soul does now have
Me?
or no, not you. The Infernal Soul or Infernal does now give less AD and AP from its bonus, and Mountain Soul gives you less resistance, and Ocean now gives you less missing HP regen.
Definitely. Gotcha. We will be heading into games soon. All right, we're heading in now. Actually, you ready?
You
They
ready?
say I know you say you want to focus on top lane. Is there anything else you really want to watch?
I'm interested into seeing how the bot lane's going to go. I know that those Nautilus and Renata glass hooks can be quite nasty, especially in the early game.
Oh,
Those things
definitely.
can decide how bot lane could go in the further on in throughout the course of the game. Especially with both champions bot lane being very heavy on damage, especially if one of them gets a lead.
Yeah.
It looks like CSU is looking to take a invade here. They did get spotted by a vision ward early.
You
They
have
do
a
back
lot of
off
vision
here.
in that tri-bush, though. I do want to point out, Jarvan does have a commencing stopwatch in his inventory right now. So
He
we're going to
did
see
go
that come in
stopwatch
play.
in his
Yeah.
build.
So we're going to see that come in a little bit later. Also, Zeke on the Sejuani does not have flash. We're seeing teleport and ignite.
Which is going to be quite heavy. I mean, I feel like Senjuani will not really need the flash, especially since she does have the dash, which is on quite a low cooldown, especially compared to other dashes in the game.
Yeah, definitely. We are seeing both of our junglers get a little bit of a leash here. Vi starting top side, Jarvan starting bot side. Once again, probably full clear bot and then head straight to lane.
It looks like Samira and Nautilus are looking to make it look like they were leashing bot side since they are not have not shown up on blue side's map yet. However, that's
Indeed.
just to play a few mind games on the enemy jungler.
Yeah, so as of now, we have no clue where Vi is. It is probably assumed that she's topside since Sejuani was a little late to lane, though.
MW is looking to play quite a bit safe here, especially since they do not know where they are.
We
If
do that
Aliuna
early ward.
does get spotted on vision by MWSU from an early deep ward.
Indeed, that ward from, I believe that was among Zir. Great early ward, catching that Vi early on.
CSU checkup places a ward and river bush for possible safety,
Ooh.
looking to see if there is a possible gank opportunity.
Jarvan doesn't go for that immediate gank, though. He's going for a full clear.
FZQE is poking out the Maokai here quite a bit.
Yeah,
Maokai
big
is taking some
damage.
heavy damage and might die here. However, he
Nah,
does
he
not.
still has the flash. I think he'll be good for now.
The Sejuani does get 2 grass stacks that fight, I believe.
Yeah,
Oh, it looks like Vi did
missed. I
jump
did.
in on the ball.
I did see her heading bot side, but we missed it a bit.
Maokai does die here to the Sejuani. It looks like J4 is looking to try and fight, but he is not able to, especially since Maokai has died.
Yeah, first blood going to that Vi though, and we did. I don't know if you saw, Hydroxide flashed and took that flash out of Varus as well. Can't afraid of that hook grabbing him.
So MWSU's bot lane does not have any ghost or flash, or does not have ghost or flash. Which, can we talk about the fact that Varus did not run heal or any other
Healer cleanse.
Heal or cleanse. He
Yeah,
instead
I did
decided to
notice
run
that.
ghost flash, which is an interesting play by him, especially since Nautilus does have that point and click stun.
Yeah, you see.
Meanwhile, Nautilus did here run. Issue Dan is looking to possibly get invaded on here.
Yeah, I think he
does
assumed
back off
something's.
there, though.
I think he assumed something's going on with how aggressive that Azir started playing, so he just kind of backs off there.
Maokai does have quite a bit. Does have a big wave pushing towards CSU. CSU's FZQE side.
Yeah,
He's
Physique
taking
still
heavy
taking
damage here from the Sejuani though. Sejuani just does an aggressive amount of damage. Nautilus flash,
Nautilus
Hex flash
hook.
hooks onto the Varus and does help his
Varus
team
is gonna die here.
kill here, I believe. However, Varus does kill Samira instead. And he does get the double kill
Ooh.
on the
No,
random
he
bot
doesn't.
lane.
Renata
Oh,
took
he
the
does
first
not.
kill.
Sana did take the first kill.
Yeah, that Renata.
That was a great
W.
hook by the Nautilus. That Renata W did save them there. That was a great hook by the Nautilus though. That our first Hex Flash.
I don't
They
know if
couldn't
he,
really get the kill off, especially since CSU checkup was not able to get behind Nautilus in time. Not tanking.
I don't know if Varus dropped down low enough for the W, the passive to come back, or he kept living, but the attack speed is definitely what saved him there. Jarvan's looking
Indeed.
for his early dragon, Hextech.
Nautilus does spot vision on me, and he does get the hook.
CSU Dan's
Silas
coming
comes in and does get the kill on, or CSU
Hydroxide grabs
does
the
get
kill.
the kill on J4.
Hit 2. And they're going to go in and finish off this dragon.
They take the dragon away from the J4, who had probably taken it to half HP.
And that's a Hextech Drake going over to CSU.
Current scoreboard is 2-3, 3 over in favor of CSU. Vi is looking for another gank here on bot lane, especially since they do have a good wave.
Jarvan's still hovering though. He's also heading down that bot side.
Vi did back and also get a Executioner's Calling so that they can have some anti-heal against the enemy team, which is quite a nice play, especially against that Maokai and also against that J4, who both can do a decent amount of healing in a fight.
Yeah, definitely.
Issue Dan and Aliuna are getting a counter invaded.
Yeah,
or a counter
2v2.
gank.
Both Azir and Silas are really low on mana though, so they kind of have to back off there. Checkup is going to hit level 5 now as well.
Another thing we didn't see is that Azir and also Silas both decided to run first strike here. They're looking to get that extra gold from that early hit onto each other.
Yeah, another thing, I don't know if you've noticed it, but Azir has gotten a little bit of a CS difference over Silas, along with Sejuani over the Maokai in top lane. So that little bit of a gold difference kind of even out. Sejuani
Sejuani and Aliuna get the kill on Maokai here.
Aliuna gets that Executioner's Calling, going for that Kempong Chainsword. First item looks like.
He might be also just holding on to the Executioner's Calling to look for just getting the early anti-heal, especially since anti-heal now is just a flat 40% no matter which item you have.
Indeed, that's true.
J4 might look to
counter gank.
Counter gank or to gank the
He's
Sejuani
coming down.
here.
Sejuani has not spotted him yet.
especially since she has not back to get a ward. Maka has not shown up on her map either, so she is back here.
Jarvan
Same
is just
thing
gonna leave
with
though.
Aliuna, who is also 2 kills up on the Jarvan and a good bit of CS up.
Indeed. I do want to take a minute, just a quick glance. Varus decided to go full boots, first item, tier 2 boots, while check up with that went for the dirt. I'm gonna think of the item for a second.
Checkup just backed and got 3 more long swords and boots along with refill pot. That is actually a lot of damage for him.
So many long swords. Nautilus also,
Lots
I
of
believe,
shivs.
finishes that the legions.
Azir is getting a
I'm
gank
going in.
from Maokai, but is not able to, especially since CSU Dan does back off.
Yeah, back off, wave coming back towards him.
Wave does get CSU Dan does get the cannon, which is a great thing and always happy to feel a happy feeling for anybody. Aliuna is looking to counter jungle here and take some of MW's or J4's camps. However, he
Definitely.
is spotted by J4. CSU Dan does rotate down to possibly look to kill J4 here.
They're going in for it. He has to flash out. J4's flash, one of the best tools he has, and now it's gone. Severely limits his potential.
Azir
right now.
does rotate over. Renata might get caught. Oh, Renata does not get caught out here.
CSU Dan has taken that Jarvan ulti though.
That will be huge, especially for this upcoming drag. It's
They
gonna be a great tool for him. They are looking to clear some wards and possibly gank bot lane here. Aliuna does try to go through Tribush again for the 3rd time. Let's see if MWSU will fall for it again.
Aliuna does have ulti this time as well, so Bonza and Evazinator's really got to watch out. She's going in. Bonza gets out.
Looks like Fonza does get out there on all his flashes and misses the hook. He hits the terrain instead. Looks like Varus is just
Nautilus
use
gets
ultimate
stunned
here.
by the
Nautilus
Varus
uses
ulti.
Vi uses ult. Samira uses ult there and gets a double kill onto Varus and Renata Glass. Meanwhile, the 3 in top lane are taking Rift Herald. Sejuani might get caught out here, especially since Amon is rotating up to come help the Maokai.
Yeah,
She
Maokai.
does back off, feeling like something was wrong.
Maokai used the ulti, assuming Zeke was gonna go down there and check it out, but a little too late.
That's a bad use of. That's a bad loss of ultimate for the Maokai, though. That's one of his greatest peel tools, especially against the Sejuani, who is a quite hefty and also quite damage-dealing champion.
I do want to point out real quick,
Okay.
Renata used the bailout to try to save herself in that fight, but that tower shot was just a tick too late. Didn't kill Checkup in time, so both of them ended up dying and giving him the double kill there.
Juwani does get hit, ganked by the J4. J4 does get the knockup, but sadly is not able to take out FCK Sejuani here.
Yeah, Smurflax really good with his Jarvan. It's just you can't do much against the Sejuani. She has that constant way out, no matter what.
Yeah, especially with her dashes and her stuns, along with slows. She has a whole kit based around CC, so it's hard to really gank her. So it might be a lost cause for the Jarvan to gank such a lane.
We didn't acknowledge it, but CSU did grab that second Drake with Chemtech and Hextech under their belt with an Ocean Soul we're looking at. So everybody on each team is going to love that. Ooh,
Another thing we didn't acknowledge is that Sejuani did back and get Heartsteel on her last back. She is still very healthy and is able to fight Maokai here.
That is not the first... ooh, hold on.
Oh, CSU does fight, and they use double ulti.
They traded.
Dash over. CSU Dan does get ganked by the J4 and does get out.
Barely. Well played by both sides, though.
Both sides made great use of the ultimate, but none of them got a kill.
No, what I was trying to say earlier, though, was that Heartsteel was not the first mythic completed, though. We saw
Azir, he
Azir
also
finished
cleared his
Leandre's,
Leandre's first.
Is great tool. Great tool to have under that Azir's belt.
Alright. It looks like FCK has been poking down the Maokai quite a bit, especially in these last fights. Nautilus gets an ultimate off on Varus, knocks up both of them. Samira comes in, uses ultimate kill, maybe kills the Varus. Does kill the Varus and gets the second kill. Does not.
No, yep.
Does get the second kill onto the Renata Glass.
Amazing. Well played by Checkup again.
Well played by both sides. The Renata almost saved the Varus there, especially
that bailout.
With the bailout nearly making it so Varus can kill the CSU Checkup and get a possible kill on Nautilus.
Yeah, Fonsa with these bailouts has always been such good timing. It's just barely missing the amount of damage needed to make sure he lives.
Especially since Varus is not really able to do a lot of damage, especially after pulling off such maneuvers.
Yeah. I do want to quickly point out.
Plus 28. CSU is ganked here. Aliuna does get counter ganked, but they do not get a kill off of it.
Smurflex with that ulti trying to make sure he could keep them both there, but Tower was just not close enough to get some tower shots off on him.
Oh yeah. CSU Dan does get another J4 ultimate, which is going to be very helpful, especially for this dragon. 1 minute and 40.
Fonsa did call out that Aliuna coming down though, so they know she's hovering bot side. Back up, back up.
They might be dive here, especially since there is a 4-man bot lane. Aliuna does take some heavy damage from the minions there.
They're pushing that wave under.
Trying to let the wave crash. Hydroxide uses ultimate, knocks up them both. CSU Dan uses ultimate. Checkup uses ultimate, and they do secure a kill on both lane. Both
Smurflax.
Smurflax does get the tower destroyed in mid lane though with Rift Herald.
And that's first tower of that too. That's first tower, so that's a big objective going over for Smurflax. That extra gold for the team. We didn't acknowledge it earlier. Ooh, hold on. Let me wait a second.
Smurflax does get caught out here by the Vi and also Silas, both coming in and knocking him up.
Yeah.
Another thing we did not acknowledge was the fact that Hydroxide just barely made it out of that team fight in bot lane with 1 HP.
Definitely. What I was trying to say earlier though was Smurflax did finish his Eclipse and now has an Executioner's Calling as well with that extra heal cut. While Vi did finish Kimpunk Chainsaw like I expected her to do, I thought she was going to finish it early. Looks like she's building Divine Sunderer now.
Hydroxide might get caught out here by the whole team, except he does get noticed by the bot lane and also the mid laner.
It looks like they're all going to head down for this third dragon, though. They want to keep this dragon stacking going.
They want to keep the momentum up by making sure that they get all these dragons. They're looking to possibly pull out the dragon here and then take it away from MWSU.
Yeah, Smurflax might try to go
but
for
the dragon does reset here. It's kind of weird. Smurflax is hovering around, keeping red buff nearby also in case he does want to take that instead of trying to take dragon.
He might go for the steal
of the ocean soul.
Now they do. They do with that Jarvan Spear. He goes in. He does not quite get it.
Smurflax does use the early smite. Looks like CSU does get a kill on Smurflax and also Amon.
Ooh,
which is a very huge thing for them. And that means they can secure Rift Herald, the second Rift Herald for CSU.
Yeah, I want to go back and recap that play. So the idea was Smurflax was gonna go in, get ready for the smite, while Amon on the Azir was gonna Australian shuffle them all out of the pit. Well, somehow, I managed to stay in the pit just long enough to get the smite off right after. J4 did.
I'm pretty sure that might have been that was a quite early smite by J4. He might have assumed that he was on second tier smite, which can be a mistake, especially since.
Either way, it was a great play by NWSU. Just
trying to steal us.
Miscalculated.
They almost walked away with the smite with the dragon there.
Definitely, which would have been huge for them, especially once again, Ocean Dragon, that constant healing buff is going to be big on all of these champions.
The issue is hovering, looking at stop Smurflex from gaining any more EXP and golds, making it harder for him to farm up.
Oh, we get a little bit of a gold graph as well. Here we go. This is what I've been interested in.
Samira is up by 2,000 on the Varus here. And that $600 bounty is looking quite juicy if they are able to get a kill on her.
Indeed.
J4 is also 2,000 down on the Vi.
Sejuani's also about 2,000, give or take, up on that Maokai. All in all, that's adding to about a 6,000, almost 7,000 gold lead in favor of CSU.
CSU is looking to possibly take the... CSU Aliuna does get a kill on Smurflex. Smurflex does splash, sadly. And he is not able to escape.
Yeah, CSU's been doing great with these picks, and their communication's just been really well so far.
They've been also grouping quite well, especially for the Dragons. They've been having people group or look to push top lane or bot lane here.
There goes the Rift Herald coming down. They're going to grab this last tier 1 tower.
They looks like they will get the first charge off on first tower and look to possibly get a second charge off on the next one.
Yeah, so if you're on the side of MW, Lil Kame, what would be your plan to try to pull this game back into your favor right now?
Right now, it would honestly be to look for picks, especially since Sejuani has been mostly separate from the team. She can be an easy pick for Varus or for Azir to try and get back into the game. At least that's what I would personally think of.
CSU Dan used
Maokai's ultimate. Gets her stun on Renata. They do catch out Jarvan here. Jarvan uses stopwatch. Jarvan uses ultimate. Amon does use a dash ulti to push him under tower. Jacob uses ultimate. Silas does get the kill on Amon. Maokai is getting poked out for free here. Maokai flashes and ease on Jacob, and Sally does not get the kill.
Is that an ace?
Mars does also get called out by the Silas.
Oh, my heart goes out to you, Amon. That Shirelian shuffle, so perfectly timed.
Amon almost had the perfect cha-cha slide and almost made all CSU go under tower, which could have possibly turned the ties for them.
Yeah, we did. They did get another kill on Hydroxide though, which is big. That's still a 300 gold to, I believe it was Varus that grabbed that. Varus or Maokai?
Either way, it's a great help for them, especially since they are 11,000 gold down as of this current moment, which is a very huge gold gap.
Yeah, there we go. We get gold graphs again coming up now. 3,000 between the two junglers.
3,000 gap between the two junglers. Top lane also does have a 2,000 gap between them. Same thing with mid lane.
Mid lane's got a good bit. ADC's also got a massive gap, 7,000 to 10,000 between Checkup and Evazinator.
CSU does look to take the Baron here, especially since they might
be trading Dragon. No, they're gonna head straight to Dragon Pit.
They are heading straight to Dragon Pit. None of them decide to back. Sejuani might look to push in mid while they are at Dragon Pit. Instead, she is looking to stay with team to make sure that they cannot lose the last dragon, which is sole point for them.
Yeah, as they're gonna have to TP in from Azir to get a chance.
Try and take this away from them. Sadly, they are not set up for it, and they might be giving away this dragon towards the CSU.
Maokai does
HP to try and fight. Maokai does get caught out here by Sejuani and Silas. CSU Dan knocks up and uses Maokai ultimate against Maokai. Sejuani does get rooted by Maokai. Sadly, does not matter. Maokai does die here. Amon and Smurflex were not able to go into that fight, especially since J4 was quite low.
Yeah, that was... Whew. That's Soul, uncontested Soul, going to CSU now.
Which is also an Ocean Soul, which is a very huge soul, especially in this game at this current moment.
100%.
Even with the nerfs, it's still a good soul to have.
Indeed, I do want to. Voslander is going to go ahead and try to push this mid lane back out, hopefully getting some extra gold in his pocket to make sure
Silas
he can catch
is
back up.
also pushing out bot lane to make sure that they do have pressure on many sides of the map. Senjuani is looking to possibly take Wolves away from UWG here, making sure that they still maintain that massive lead against them.
Yeah.
All UWG can do right now is look for a fight that they can possibly play perfectly, or look for a pick.
Physique, what happened? We looked away for 2 seconds. You get a solo kill on Among.
He gets a solo kill on Amon and does also pressure top lane, but MWSU cannot really do anything at this current moment, especially into that top.
He's TPing in bot side. Maokai's
going
gonna
to
ulti.
TP in bot side. Maokai ultimates. Silas does use Renata Glass ultimate, however, does not get anything.
I think this is
they are
the first
going
inhibitor.
for this inhib here, and they are rotating up to take the second inhib.
At this point, I don't think there's much.
MWSU is mostly just trying to stay very healthy and try and make it so they can look for a good team fight. However, it's quite hard for them to do, especially at this current moment.
Yeah, I don't think there's much else MWSU can do at this point. It might just be.
MWSU is getting a good
game
bit of
coming
poke
up.
onto Aliuna, which is very helpful for them. We haven't looked at items in quite a bit. Silas did finish up a stopwatch and does have 10 stacks on his Rod of Ages. Azir also does have stopwatch, which is going to be very helpful for him. This next time fight. Maokai does also have
Jarvan ulti.
Jarvan uses ultimate.
Ooh!
CSU does clean up this whole fight. Aliuna does get poked out here. Jarvan does use ultimate from the Azir. Jameer does use ultimate there. And it looks like they do secure the inhib here.
Wow. Great fight from both sides, but CSU.
15 seconds till the closest players are up. It looks like the CSU might take the win here.
This is just game here.
It is game here, it looks like. With CSU taking this first game from MWSU. CSU check up, dashing and flashing away to make sure he takes 0 damage.
All right, that was I'm not gonna lie, riding up here, we did ask them for a banger of a game, and we got one.
That was quite an intense game there. They make sure to keep pressure up and running. They did not want to have MWSU get any sort of lead.
Oh, definitely.
Especially their team fight plays. They played quite well into the team fights. Made sure to make use of Samira ultimates and peel for the Samira when they could.
Yeah, especially they really made sure to make sure Among on that Azir could not get ahead. He was constantly getting ganked, constantly getting called out. So well played from both sides, but CSU is going to take away the first win here.
All right. For the most part, that game was quite the game. CSU does take the first game here. They did. That Sejuani did make a huge impact in those fights, especially with those ultimates they had. Another thing is that J4 was making some great ults. Sadly, he could not really do anything to make it so that the enemy team can dash out of those ultimates from him and take the back line, which is hard for him to keep up anyways.
I think especially one of the biggest play differences that could have happened is if he had taken Gore Drinker instead of Eclipse, that last team fight where he ulted 3 or 4 of the team members in his thing, if he had Gore Drinker to keep himself alive, that fight might have changed the pace.
Especially with, I believe, the buff Gore Drinker it is this season?
I believe Gore Drinker did get slightly buffed recently, yeah.
It did get a slight increase in healing, I believe, correct?
I believe. Maybe not this patch, maybe last patch, but...
Oh, no, Bloodthirster got
nerfed. Anyways, first game to CSU, we are going to go to a break as we get ready for our next game. So stay tuned and we will be back soon.
All right, and we're back. So, the recap of last game, we did CSU did get the win against MWSU with a very hard stomp.
Yeah, that was a great game from both sides, though. I do want to take a quick acknowledgement of damage graphs that last game because we did get a little bit of an update. Checkup on that Samira for CSU did have most damage, obviously, but among, as we were talking at the end, that Azir,
He did
second
quite a
most.
lot of damage, especially with that Leandres. He was just able to get
Yeah.
that poke damage off and damage over time, which was also
Yeah.
helpful.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting a lot out of Among this game. I think he just had a really unlucky game getting called out a lot.
If Amon does get a Azir here, he might be able to look to get some nasty tower dive or insects into his tower, or possibly even another of their team's tower.
Definitely. While we're going into this, do you want to who do you expect to see bans before we actually get to see the bans?
I feel like CSU will have their Samira ban for sure. Maybe even the
Definitely.
Nautilus.
Maybe not. I'm more expecting
I'm
Samira.
expecting Samira and Vi most likely though. That's what I'm expecting.
If not Vi, I think Sejuani will get banned.
Sejuani might also be another good ban, especially with how her ults
Or-
were helping out in the fights.
If they don't ban Sejuani, MWSU will first pick it.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling like they will do.
Among might not be allowed to have that Azir again though, because like
He might not be allowed to have that Azir.
he's scary on that Azir, man.
That J4 might be kept alone, especially since that first game was kind of sketchy
Definitely.
for him.
I do still expect to probably, for those of you who don't know, Fonsa, the support for MWSU. Ooh, thank you.
All right, quick little
Got
water
water.
break. Stay hydrated.
Oh yeah, definitely. But Fonsa, if you guys don't know, really loves hook champs, especially Thresh. So we might still see that Thresh ban.
We most likely will see that Thresh banned again, especially since TSU Checkup does love to magnetize towards those Thresh hooks almost every game we've seen. Just a little bit of shade thrown his way.
Another ban or first pick we might see is Wukong. Wukong's a really good jungler this patch recently.
He's also been doing the tournament so far. He has been picked quite a bit, and he is able to make those game-changing fights in team during team fights.
Yeah, do you have the specific stats on that on Wukong?
I believe he was picked.
I believe he's like
Oh, never
Speaking
mind.
of,
Speaking
first ban
of,
Wukong.
CSU does ban Wukong first thing here.
Immediately followed by the Camille from MWSU and then
Camille
Zaya from
ban
CSU.
CSU.
Yeah, Evosinator.
It looks like they
generally do
are
really good Zaya.
taking the Vi away from Aliuna here.
Definitely.
Back to
I'm not
TSU,
surprised
they
by that.
do take the Thresh hook. They do Thresh away. They do not want Thresh picked.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Evosinator for MWSU does really love Zaya. I believe it's one of his best champs. I believe the games he does get to play, he always stomped. We are seeing first pick Sejuani again, though.
In this patch 3.5, Wukong was picked 156 times and also banned 47 times with a 61% presence.
That's jungle only. Was he
That's
picked at all
just
top lane?
jungle only. He was not picked as much top lane. In fact, it
But
does
he
not
was
show
picked.
he was one of some of the top champs.
Oh,
in top
okay.
lane.
Sejuani is locked in for CSU.
CSU does lock in Sejuani. We skipped over this, but they did ban Samira on MWSU side.
Shen! Ooh.
MWSU does lock in the Shen, which does give them a lot of roaming potential.
Zeri.
MWSU does also lock in Zeri, which is one of the higher damage champions in this patch, I believe. She is number 2 in damage.
I believe so.
She is number 2 in 3.5. She might also still be number 2 in.
I don't think she got any nerfs or buffs or anything, so. It looks like we are going to see Nautilus come back through for Hydroxide. Not quite yet. Got 4 more seconds. There he is. That Shen, though, especially you being like a top lane aficionado, what's your opinion on Shen?
Shen is great for his pro play, especially since he is able to look for those random hooks, or look for the for the dashes onto the enemy team. He's
Definitely.
also able to have heavy presence on the map, especially could be split pushing a one lane and then TP or ultimate onto team
Ooh.
fights.
We are seeing Jinx picked for checkup this round, though.
It might be that Jinx might be a very heavy scaler of this game, especially since the Jinx does do quite a bit of damage whenever she does ramp up.
But if she doesn't get the chance to get the items to help that ramp up, though, she might not be as good.
She could be quite useless for them here.
Yeah, it depends, especially against that Zeri. Two heavy
It looks like
scaling
the
champs.
MWSU does pick Amon here to give them that great synergy in bot lane with Zeri.
Rakan.
Zeri Rakan. Thank you.
I'm surprised we didn't see Lulu or Yumi, but Yumi did get nerfed. She got reworked and then immediately nerfed again.
She did get quite a heavy nerf. She did lose her resistances this patch.
Silas is banned out by MW.
Silas is banned by MW. CSU is thinking about banning the Anivia here.
Definitely. I believe Among and Anivia is a
go
very
through
big
with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and double check that, but I believe Among
Oriana
loves
is banned
Anivia.
by MW here.
Yeah. Oriana.
Oh,
I'm
it
surprised
looks
we
like
didn't see
CSU.
Viban.
CSU is hovering Hecarim here, which, let's be honest here, I feel like Hecarim looks like a crab now. He looks like a horse
I was saying,
crab.
did he get army work?
They did change his skin. I think they might have reworked him a little bit. I don't know for sure, but in my opinion, he looks like a horse crab, or a crab with a horse body.
Horseshoe crab, but the other way
Horseshoe
around.
Crab. Yes. Crab horseshoe.
Yeah, as a jungler myself, I feel like I should have known about Hecarim's
Kane
rework,
is picked by Missouri Western here for the jungler, I believe.
Ooh, Kane.
Which I
That's
believe they
scary.
might be looking to take possibly Red Kane here, especially since they have two quite tanky champions. It's hard for anybody to go Blue Kane here.
That's true.
Diana is picked by CSU, possibly.
Not quite.
We have 5 seconds left on choosing this, and they do go through with it.
Interesting. Diana, once again, can be flexed between mid and jungle, though.
She can be flexed between mid and jungle. She does have a good presence in jungle, though. Especially with her Knock ultimate. Once she hits level 6, she does have that extra bit of called CC that is able to help. CSU does pick the Yone here. One of the true Inting brothers. We don't know which one they will play. Are they going for the 1
Are we
in
going to
10,
see
or are they
Yasuo?
going for the win?
Are we going to see Yasuo on the other side? We're going to get the duo?
Will it be the battle of the brothers? We'll never know.
You know what we could see? Because Yone can also be flexed top and mid.
He can also be flexed top and mid. I have a
So we
feeling,
might-
though, it might be mid here, though.
My guess is Sejuani top, Diana jungle, Yone mid.
That's-
But we
I
could
agree with
see,
that.
we could see Yone top, Sejuani jungle, Diana mid.
MWSU picks Cassiopeia here. Looks like they're going for the no boots strategy here.
Love Cassiopeia. One of,
The one and only
Really good
champion
champ.
that does not like shoes.
but also looking into this team comp, Yone's dash is going to be denied. Diana's dash is going to be denied. Sejuani's dash can be denied.
With Shen around, CSU Dan's gonna have, or no, with Shen around, they're gonna Jinx is gonna have a hard time trying to get the auto attacks off on him, which might be able to turn the tide, especially since the Shen AOE is quite helpful.
Indeed, Missouri Western has
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Shen shield does block auto attacks for everybody inside the zone. No,
I am not totally sure on that. We'll find out when we get into the game, probably. But I believe you are correct on that.
I forget if it was Jax or Shen, but one of the two does block their auto attacks in their AOE.
I believe it's Shen, because Jax just makes it so he dodges auto attacks. So it would only be him. Yeah, Cassiopeia is, I believe, is probably the best mid laner they could have picked in this comp. So right now, looking at team comps alone, Who do you think has a better comp?
I feel like CSU does have the better comp, especially since they do have two tanks, disengage and engage, along with the fact they have two very heavy damage dealers. Missouri Western doesn't have a bad comp, especially since they are going to be most likely running Red Cane along with Shen, so they will have two
Indeed.
tankiest champions, and they'll have Cassiopeia and Zeri on the back line dealing heavy damage.
Yeah,
Rakan's also going to be great for their engage, especially along with Shen. Rakan could ultimate, and then Shen could ultimate onto Rakan, making it for a great combo for them to keep them permanently CC'd during a fight.
indeed. Personally, I think MW might have a slightly better team comp, purely because that constant map presence, that Shen ulti, Kane going through walls, Cassiopeia getting that constant boosted moving speed.
Another thing is that their team does have quite a bit of roam presence, especially with Zeri being able to dash over a wall, Rakan being
Definitely.
able to be on teammates and dash two teammates, Shen ultimate. He might be running TP also, which will give him even more presence on the map, but he will lose a bit of lane lane fighting.
Definitely.
And being able to walk through walls, making it so he can just be a champion that loves to do hardcore parkour, have some fun.
You
And
were
on top,
correct. Sejuani top, Diana jungle, Yone mid.
Yone mid. That was the most likely option, especially since FCQE did play Senjuani last game.
I do want to point out though, CSU is very heavy on AD.
The only AP champion I see is mainly Aliuna. Senjuani does also go a good bit of AP, but her attacks are mostly for
Sejuani's a
CC.
little Sejuani's a little bit of a mix. And then Nautilus is all AP as well, but it's Nautilus. He's not doing damage.
He's mostly there to tank for his team and peel for him.
Yeah, of the three big damage dealers, it's 2 AD and 1 AP. Meanwhile, on MW's side,
They have a good mix of both AD and AP with
yeah,
Kane Kane and Zeri being on the AD. Zeri having a little bit of AP in her kit, along with Cassiopeia, which
definitely.
is a very heavy damage
AP.
dealer.
And Rakan, if he can get a little bit of damage off, I believe is also full AP.
He does do quite a bit of AP, but most Rakans typically go for a tanky build.
Yeah. So all in all, I think this is going to be another banger of a game. This is just a very good team comp from both sides. Once again, I'm still kind of surprised we saw Rakan and not a Lulu or a Zeri, an Enchanter to be patched with that Zeri.
I feel like they mostly are just trying to keep it so that CSU checkup doesn't really get a kill off on the Zarya early game, especially with that Rakan. He's able to knock up the
Rakan goes in and
Jinx
can
and
save
then
her.
peel back onto the Zeri so that he's able to tank.
That's true. I didn't even think of that. I believe that I'm gonna go back and look through stats real quick, but I don't think Checkup's played too much Jinx in the main season.
Another thing is that Jinx has also been picked a good bit. Her presence is
Really?
not is around half of like a third of the throughout the season, and 13.5. She has won 53% of her games. Another thing to know is that Rakan's been the number one pick champion for quite a bit, with a 64% presence throughout the season or
I
throughout
believe that.
patch 13.5 with a
Yeah,
61%
Rakan.
win rate.
Yeah,
Also,
13.5. 13.5 really helped that tanky melee supports like Nautilus and Rakan, and a little bit of Blitzcrank, but we don't talk about him.
Blitzcrank is one of those two more terrifying champions you can fight, especially since everybody loves to see a massive golden hand hooking them.
Nautilus is just better Blitzcrank. I stand by that. Same with Thresh, honestly. Thresh was also
Speaking
another
of
one that got
which,
buffed.
Speaking of which, Nautilus's hooks last game were quite nasty. They did get quite a few good picks off and ultimates off on the enemy ADC.
Yeah, that's true.
Another thing is that overall, so you have a greater roam presence. They were roaming quite a bit towards topside with Nautilus rotating up along with CSU Dan rotating up whenever they were playing.
Yeah. You know what? I just thought about it, but looking at that Shen against Physique Sejuani, just got confirmation. We got about a minute left until the game starts up. But Shen's gonna have a much better map presence than Sejuani early on once he gets ult.
However, Sejuani might be looking to try and keep vision on Shen by placing some somewhat deep wards, especially in the back bushes. She could look to
Yeah.
place some wards and try to get a CC off on Shen to stop it from going off fully.
That's true, but if he can get that ulti off, she almost has to waste teleport or just ignore it and keep pushing lane.
That is true. However, if she does get, if the Sejuani does get any vision on Shen, she could um, look to possibly rotate to stop him from going in fully, just to make it so he only gets the shield off.
Yeah, definitely. So where are your eyes gonna be focused on for this game? Because I know last game we really focused on bot and top lane a lot.
I feel like mid might be quite heavy, might be a quite heavy fighting lane, especially since we saw a good bit of that last game. We did see
Definitely.
CSU Aliuna and also Smurflex ganking mid lane quite a bit, then rotating over to top or bottom, or to any sort of objective they could find.
I'm especially excited to see Smurflex on this Kane. Kane is one of my favorite champs, but once again, just that constant map present, being able to go through those walls and be anywhere and everywhere. I'm excited to see how he's going to make use of this champion.
I feel like Rakan might be looking to also rotate quite a bit, especially since Fonza does like to play quite a few champions that involve roaming or looking for picks. And Rakan's one of those great champions that you're able to look for a pick or to look for a heavy roam.
Yeah, Ooh, it looks like we're heading the game now, but I wouldn't be surprised if Fonza is going to end up forcing Hydroxide to also roam up with him.
I feel like that we might also be seeing that quite a bit.
We are seeing CSU on blue side this game, by the way. I don't think we mentioned it earlier.
All right, looks like MWSU is looking for a 5-point here. CSU might look to go topside through topside. Oh, instead they are also looking for a 5-point.
Indeed. Last game we did see Jarvan with that commencing stopwatch. This time Rakan does have it.
Rakan does have it, and he's the only one with the commencing stopwatch this game. Nautilus did run this game instead of Guardian. I believe they are running Frost or Glacial Augment this game.
Gonna go in and double check that.
Yeah, no, they did run Glacial Augment last game also.
Okay.
Which has been able to help them out with getting these picks off, since they are not able to slow out.
Definitely. We did comment on last game, but this game we are seeing Flash Ghosts on both ADCs and Exhaust on Fonsa while Hydroxide took Ignite.
I guess Hydroxide is looking to counter the Zeri by making it so she cannot heal whenever they're taking fights, and that extra 2 damage is very helpful.
Indeed.
It looks like Sejuani is helping out Aliuna here with the blue buff.
Once again, Physique did take Ignite Teleport, so that's an interesting. It did work very well last game, though.
It looks like Kane started Raptors and is rotating straight into Wolves. Not taking red buff.
That's a common common jungle path for Kane is Raptor, Wolves, and
CSU Hydroxide did get a hook off early and did get an auto attack, giving them great poke onto the Zeri in bot lane.
Definitely. Yeah, for those of you that want to be junglers, if you want the fastest pathing to go level 3 straight to bot lane, it's
CSU Hydroxide does miss a hook there.
Raptors, Wolves, Smite Romp, already in bot lane, as we're seeing now.
Smurflex does get a vision onto the enemy team here. That Oracle lens.
We did get a deep ward in there by Checkup, though.
And they do not know about it. Especially since Kane did not rotate up to make sure that they were warding.
Okay, cool. We did get
He
the
is
vision. I was
looking
about to ask
across-
for that. They don't know Kane's there, though.
They are not able to see if Kane's there, especially since Kane is out of vision.
He is coming in,
Fonsa
though.
did rotate over.
Hydroxide flashes.
does flash out. Kane, whenever Kane did rotate in.
Nothing came out of that
Can-
other
can
than
does-
Hydroxide's flash. But that is once again Hydroxide does have Hex Flash again. That is a big tool taken out of his kit now.
Elena does rotate over to Dragon. Kane does not know about where Elena is right now. Looks like they are Kane is looking for a
Know where
second
Kane's
gate
at, though.
on bot lane here.
Kane's coming in.
Fonsa does
Hydroxide.
rotate over on. Hydroxide is getting poked out heavily here. Kane does look.
First blood to
does go over
Zeri.
Zeri. Zeri does peel out of there. Aliuna does rotate over and
Ooh.
does flash and kill Smurflex. Smurflex does flash to try and attempt to get away. However,
That's miss flash. Yeah, he
very
tried to
painful sight
flash.
to see.
Tried to flash over that wall there, but he just barely missed it.
Amon does
Is-
flash out of mid lane after getting heavily poked by CSU Dan.
That was first blood to Zeri though, which is massive on a heavy scaling champion like her.
Indeed. Check up
Well,
flashes and does
Checkup.
get sadly does
Who
die
kills?
to the Zeri here.
I think Checkup tried to go in to get a kill on Fonsa, but just could not get the damage. It does suck. that the
Aluna
one
and
kill-
Yon are rotating up together towards mid lane.
Yep. It does suck that the one kill CSU got in return it went to Aliuna instead of Checkup though. CSU
However, that
has
does
taken
give
more
Aliuna a
damage.
bigger map presence throughout the game, though. Makes it so he is able to look for possible ganks on bot lane or other lanes even more.
Indeed.
Zeri does have a bounty now, though, with 2 kills under her belt.
Yeah, 450 gold if someone can shut her down. She just got to get tier 2 boots on that
Kane is
back.
looking for a possible gank on mid lane here, it looks like. Possibly going through the wall and fighting CSU Dan here.
It's going in. CSU Dan's grounded. He
Dan
can't
does
dash
have
out.
to flash here to get out. Sejuani is doing heavy damage to the Shen here.
Among might hit level 6 before CSU Dan now.
Reflex is staying in mid lane, trying to make sure to tax the Cassiopeia.
No, they did hit level 6 at about the same time, but CSU Dan got a tick earlier because he was sharing the XP with Smurflex and Among.
And on top of that, CSU Dan is also ahead in gold right now.
Is he? Yeah, just a slight bit. A little over 1 kill ahead as well.
It's a little bit under actually. He's 100 gold, 200 gold up on
Ooh,
the
yeah.
Cassiopeia.
My bad.
Sejuani is a kill up on the Shen though, with 1900 to the
15.
Shen's 1500.
Yeah, Aliuna is also a good bit ahead. We saw it's 22 to 18, I believe.
Red side bot lane's playing quite safe here, looking to just keep their health up for the next gank by Kane. Kane has been ganking heavily this game. Aliena is looking to possibly gank. However, does get spotted. Sally's not able to do anything.
Definitely. I
Aliena
do want to
is
take a minute.
Go ahead.
I do want to take a minute and talk about Fonsa while we're looking at him, though. Ooh. Okay, I thought it was on the top side. Fonsa is arguably one of the best players on the WSU side.
Sejuani does get the kill here, I believe, on the Shen, which
Ooh.
from all that permanent CC.
That hurt. CSU Dan does ult trying to help, though.
I believe he did get. Oh, he did not get a assist onto the on that
No, he
kill.
did not.
Sadly, Hydroxide
Back-
does mix the hook onto Fonza, and it looks like he will die for it here.
good trade on the other side of the map.
Alenia is also
Smurflex.
looking possibly getting caught out here. Does dash onto Smurflex
Aliuna.
to try and escape the other way. Gets knocked up by Fonza and sadly dies for it.
Indeed.
Without being able to escape. Sadly, both were picked out by that rotation from the Cassiopeia.
Anyways, I do want to take a minute and go back to.
Does look to possibly take the plate here.
This will be first dragon for MWSU. Talking about Fonza again, though. As of last time I checked, Fonza has the highest kill participation in the entire league in the PBC. On top of that, has one of the highest vision scores.
Which is quite crazy to see. Looks like Fonza and Smurflex are taking this first dragon, which is a fire dragon.
They take Infernal Drake. Yeah, especially we're really seeing that Fonza's play coming out where he has full kill participation in this game so far. 4 assists to all 4 kills taken.
It looks like CSU SU Amon is getting caught out here by the Diana and by
the Shen ulti.
Does get the kill off on the mid laner. However, might get caught out for it.
Elfam's got to watch out now.
Elfam, it looks like he will get caught out here by CSU Dan.
Amazing trade.
Aluna does make it out. Smurflex does go to contest top way, making sure that FCQE does not get another plate off. CSU Dan does get another kill. Does get a kill there, which is his first kill of the game. He is able to help him out immensely.
Definitely that.
Nautilus Flash hooks onto the Zeri. Does get the stun off and hook off. Sadly, does not get anything for it.
Fonz is just too good at peeling for a Resonator. He went in and knocked up Check Up before he could get any big damage off on him.
Especially since the Checkup is their main damage source in bot lane, it's hard for them to do anything when Checkup is knocked up by the Rakan.
Definitely. I do want to take a minute and acknowledge Elfamp with that his ulti coming down and try to save Among. That was such a good ulti and almost worked because
sadly he was not able to E onto them, especially since he did use it a second earlier.
CSU Dan was already ooh, hold on.
It looks like Shen is taking heavy damage here from the Shenjuani. Again, another abusive laner who does quite heavy damage onto any champion in her lane.
Definitely. We should acknowledge, by the way, Physique does have the first mythic item completed with a Heartsteel.
Checkup does get flash charmed. Nautilus misses the hook. Does get out though. Zeri does ultimate. Rakan did ultimate also.
Barely. 2 ultis coming out.
Checkup and Hydroxide look to wait for their Yone to come in. Look to possibly get a kill off on them. Dan does miss the ultimate onto Rakan and Zeri though, sadly.
And all of them get out.
Dan is heavy, very low on HP here. Sejuani might look to go in on them just to make sure they can't get out. And she does get the kill on him. Another thing to know is that Sejuani does have Heartsteel in her and has already stacked it up quite a bit.
Yeah, 80 stacks. Do you know the specifics for the stack?
I believe she is on her 4th stack here. She gains more HP based on how much HP she does have.
Yeah, she has 80
failing.
bonus HP right now, or 80 stacks of bonus HP.
That is 80 bonus HP right now.
Yeah, which is crazy, especially on someone that scales with HP like Sejuani. I do want to acknowledge as well. See, Aliuna does have Demonic's Embrace completed. Meanwhile, Smurflex, Red Cane, like he was called, finished Black Cleaver.
So he will be doing quite heavy damage in these upcoming fights, and also stripping armor away from anybody that does have it.
Definitely.
Smurflex does look to go in on the CSU Dan here. However, it is not able to catch him.
Yeah, the downside to Red Cane is you don't have that speed that Blue Cane does.
That cannon there, which is a very painful moment for anybody, especially as an ADC or solo laner.
Definitely. second dragon, Cloud Drake, is coming up in a little under a minute now. On top of that, the first Rift Herald is still up and no one has claimed it.
Alright.
CSU Dan does have a good CS lead over Amon.
And it looks like CSU Dan is looking to back here and reset for item, I believe.
I believe
Meanwhile,
almost.
Cassiopeia did also buy item here.
She did. Cassiopeia surprisingly finishes Mythic first, but Dan also rushed Tier 2 boots. So that would
Indeed.
explain
So-
why. Along with Cassiopeia, doesn't buy boots.
Doesn't buy boosts, so she would always have at least 1,500 gold for free, so she will get the early lead.
Definitely. Let there be a lesson, you kids. Snakes don't wear
Sejuani
boots.
did take the first tower top lane, I believe. I guess so. The CSU
believe
does
so,
get
yeah.
first tower and also is still applying heavy pressure on top of Shen. I guess so. He's not able to ult as much off on other lanes.
I believe CSU's gonna grab
CSU
this
is
Cloud
looking
Drake.
to take the Cloud Drake here.
There will be a 4v4 fight coming up, though.
Smurflax he does use plant here and looks to try and possibly take it here. He does get caught off. Yono goes off. Nautilus does stun Smurflax.
Bazee.
Hanza.
Ooh.
Amon does get caught off. Issue Dan, it might die here. And it looks like Smurflax and Eviscerator are the only ones alive. Aliuna does get out of there and does get the trap fuck off. However, Jinx just overall gets the passive up and does heavy damage. And it looks like the first dragon will go over to CSU unless Checkup does die to dragon, which is a possibility. Oh, never mind. That was a very massive for Checkup, especially since they did get 2 kills during that fight, I believe.
Definitely.
And a few assists.
I would personally, I don't know about you, I would like to see the goal difference now between Checkup and Eviscerator. Because they might have caught up a bit, but I don't think Checkup will be ahead of him yet.
He's still a good bit of gold down, especially since Eviscerator is 2 kills up, so he will have 300 more gold.
Indeed, but we are seeing
Or
two
600 more
waves.
gold, sorry.
We are seeing about 2 waves of a difference in Checkup's favor.
Issue Dan does
CSU
try to go
Dan.
in on Amon, however, it does get poked up by the fact that Amon is quite tanky with the Rod of Ages.
That E. If CSU Dan didn't have that E to pull him back under tower, he would have been in trouble.
Indeed.
Hydroxide is forced to rotate onto though, as we were talking about.
Bonzo, Aliuna is looking to
Ooh, awesome. We're getting a replay of this. Ooh, okay, I thought we were.
Aliuna is looking to take care of this first Rift Trail and make sure that he's able to get the second Rift Trail. However, I don't think they will be able to. Kane does not know about the Rift Herald yet.
Yeah, Kane's going
Bonza
in
is
on
separated
Physique.
from Eviscerator. Oh, he decides to use Q to dash over wall instead.
We didn't talk about when it happened, but now that 2 dragons are down, we're looking at a Chemtech Soul. Which, that increased tenacity and that increased damage at Soul when they're lower than half health will be insane.
Helpful. Especially with the fact that they are able to reduce the slow they get from being inside of Cassiopeia slow. That will be quite helpful. Make it so they can go through the slow a bit faster. Or the ground a bit faster. Elena does get vision onto the bot lane. However, does
100%.
rotate upwards. And decides to change his mind at the last second. Trying to rotate down to look for possible counter gank here.
Indeed. We are looking at 10 kills to 7. However, Fonsa, once again, full kill participation. All 7 kills as assists on him. There is also a shutdown bonus on Physique, 400 gold on top of the 300 for killing him.
However, Shen's having a hard time looking for roams over here in top lane, especially since Physique has been constantly keeping him under tabs, rotating up and down to look for
CSU Dan.
farm on red side, then rotating back up. Issue Dan does get a good bit of poke, however, misses the dash both times he does go in.
I do want to acknowledge Among is saying 5 stacks on that Route of Ages.
Physique is getting ganked here and does
Physique.
miss the knockup on the Kane.
Physique's
it looks
doing
like
big
they
damage to Kane,
might
though.
die here. Physique does get hit heavily here and does die to
Physique.
Kane, giving Kane a 700 gold cut down.
Massive.
Amon does flash
Amon.
ultimate, but misses it since CSU Dan does dash through him
Ooh,
and does get caught up by Diana.
great
Pick up
trade.
Hydroxide take bot tower and are looking to push for possibly a second tower or for a possible fight here. Jinx does have passive up. Bonzo's looking to possibly get a second fight in. Our ultimate blacks off after being discovered.
Definitely. That was a great trade, though, coming from CSU. Physique
Smurflax has been getting heavy damage this since last fight back. He's been doing quite a bit of damage, especially against that top laner where he did quite literally melted them.
Yeah, like we were saying, that Black Cleaver onto Sejuani, massive. Sejuani does now have Sunfire's Aegis completed, though. Meanwhile, both ADCs are sitting with a Kraken Slayer.
So Giovanni is still keeping pressure on top side, making sure that at least one person has to be there in order to keep tabs on him. El Yuna does try to look for a possible engage on Shen, however, ultimately backs off and does not decide to take it further.
Indeed.
Giovanni does TP over to mid lane and is looking to possibly get a back
Rift Herald
get
is
an
dropped.
angle on the back line of MWSU.
That's all the tier 1
Does
towers
use Shelly
MWSU.
on first tower and does secure it, or on mid tower and does secure it. Then they rotate over to Dragon and secure that also, giving them first hextech control of the game.
Yeah, first Chemtech Drake going over to them.
Or Chemtech.
Yeah, you're good. So I know you don't play support as much. You're a top laner. However, Hydroxide is sitting with an Evan Shroud in his inventory. Meanwhile, Rakan, Arfonsa, has Locket of the Iron Solari. Now, do you have a preference between one or the other, personally?
Personally, I prefer to have Evan Shroud, especially since it's able to give that home guard buff, and also is able to make it so you are able to keep your teammate alive a bit longer.
Indeed. I think you mix up the two items there. Evan Shroud gives you
I might
boosted
have mixed up
damage.
the twos.
Evan Shroud gives you boosted damage against opponent that was CC'd, while Locket is a shield.
Oh, yeah, I mix those up quite a bit, especially since I do not look at support items as much as my friend. However, I do enjoy playing with an Evan Shroud whenever I do play with it.
I believe I am correct on that. I'm sure someone will correct me in chat or one of the coordinators.
Narflex does look to try and take red buff here.
Now I do. Now that I'm looking at it, I haven't acknowledged it yet. Zeke and Elfam CS difference.
There's a it's almost a double. They almost have double the CS of each other. Zeke has been heavily farming, and it looks like Elfam has rotated towards bot lane to try and farm up a bit more gold and possibly look for easier ultimate angles.
Indeed, but CSU is leaving CSU Dan to make sure he can't get that good farm. This is great from CSU's side. They're really keeping one player underpowered to make sure the rest of them stay good.
In general, they're always trying to keep their CS up higher than the other enemy team. And you can see that throughout the game, as most of the champions do have 20 CS above on the enemy team's laner or jungler.
We are going to see Among's 10th stack on Rite of Ages coming through soon. Kane finished Chainsword.
Which is very helpful. That item is very helpful, especially into the fact that they are against a Yone and Jinx, both of which can heal heavily. CSU Dan does use ultimate and flash here to try and get away from the Kayn and the Rakan. Looks like Kayn and Rakan are gonna back off, not really engage him any further.
CSU starting Baron.
CSU does rush Baron here since they did see Kayn on bot side.
Ooh. I think they're gonna finish it,
Looks like they will finish it. So Aliuna does get the smite off.
but can they?
Con
Physique.
flash ult
No.
and Qs onto the enemy team. Looks like CSU does pick off the Zeri and then rotates over to clean up the rest of the team using various ultimates. Checkup does have an angle to kill Amon here and does get quite a few passive stacks up. Diana does flash, making Amon have to forcibly flash out of the way.
Crazy fight.
Huge Baron fight for CSU, giving them another 4 kills during that fight.
Indeed.
And it looks like they will possibly get another inhib 2 along with that.
Definitely the tower, maybe not the inhibitor. I think they're gonna back off
It
before.
looks like they will back off and look to take the top tower instead.
There is about a 10k gold lead for CSU now, though.
CSU FZQE is backing off. Was in a very precarious spot where he could have been picked off quite easily. However, backs off before anything bad does happen for him. Looks like they are resetting for this drag, which is up in 55 seconds now.
Definitely. So, I don't know about you, but for side of MWSU, it doesn't really matter how ahead you are. They still have the Zeri, who will always have that panic kill potential when she has her ulti up. And now that she has the LDRs completed.
Especially with that LDR, she will be doing heavy damage to all the tanks, which CSU does have quite a few. They have 3 tanky champions, if you're including Aliuna, who is on Diana. Looks like Kane is getting caught out here, and it does use Smite on the Gromp instead of saving it for the Dragon here.
Definitely.
Which could be a bad play, but thankfully he does have a second Smite, so he does take the risk.
So yeah, as of right now, MWSU, you watch pro play too, don't you, Lukami?
I watched it a little bit.
100 Thieves' current team comp is always protect the double lift. In WSU, your team comp should be protect Evazinator, because he's the one that is the most fed, has the most gold in his pocket right now. You keep feeding him kills, keep getting him that up in potential. He's the one that can get you out of this game with a win.
I agree with you, especially since Zeri is able to turn tides very quickly, especially if she stays alive for long enough and does get that lethal tempo stacks off.
Definitely.
Looks like
Baron
CSU
buff.
is just going to force this inhib here, especially since they are able to get away with the fact that they do have heavy presence in this fight, upcoming fight, if they do try to take it this early.
The Baron buff is going to fall right about now, so they won't get that enhanced recall. Which
They do not get that enhanced recall, but they all do back off here, especially since they did get 2 inhibs, which is going to apply heavy pressure on MWSU to look for a possible fight. MWSU Fonza did get a stop on CSU Hydroxide's back. However, they are not able to look for anything. Nobody is up with them.
Indeed.
It looks like MWSU Shen is looking to clear the waves inside lane to make sure that they do not get they do not lose any towers to super minions.
Definitely. And with that ulti and teleport up, he does still have that map presence, so if a fight breaks out, he can come in right away.
Sejuani does have Ignite here, so she could look to possibly play a solo lane and pick off maybe one of their enemy champions.
Yeah,
Cassiopeia
indeed.
does back off here, fearing that she might be too far ahead and does not know where the enemy team is at the current moment.
Definitely. You know what time it is now, though, Lokami? I think it's time we take another look at that item graph. Because now we're looking at 2 players on CSU's side with 3 fully completed items. Wow, a lot of MWSU is struggling to get 2.
A good few of them have actually gotten 2 items, and they are working on the 3rd item. However, the 2 main champions you see with the items on CSU are the tank and the ADC, which are both very vital for their team. CSU Dan does get an ultimate off. Fonza does survive with a very low amount of HP. FCQE does get caught out here by Evazinator with her Zeri.
This is what I was talking about. You protect the Vosinator, she can guarantee these kills for you.
It looks like Checkup is just getting heavy
Elf
damage
Vamp.
off on Elf Vamp. That was a massive amount of damage dealt to him. Even
Among
through
doesn't
the
quite a
armor
vault up.
that Shen did have.
Ooh.
Kwanzaa does get a nice Q onto him. However, his team is not able to engage due to the heavy amount of CC that CSU does have.
Oh. Hers. That's a 1 for 3 in
Looks
favor
like
of CSU.
is looking to take care of this next inhib. Checkup is looking to just drain the health out of Elf Vamp.
They might just end here.
And it looks like CSU might end it here. Where Senjuani does TP in.
Indeed,
and
that's an ace.
E,
And that is the end of game 2.
That is the end of second game, leading to CSU going ahead in the brackets.
Wow. Another really good game. I believe game 1 ended 21-4, and this one ended 20-9. So MWSU definitely pulling a better game together.
MWSU did pull off a better game that game. However, they were not able to keep themselves in the fights and were being picked off quite easily, especially their ADC, which is unfortunate.
100%. Evazinator, easily, I would argue MVP for MWSU, though. Like I said, if he just... Zeke is such an impressive top laner that if Shen could have stayed up with him, it could have easily swung the other way.
I feel like their mid laner was also playing very well there, especially with the Cassiopeia. They were trying their best,
Definitely.
but they couldn't really do anything since it was quite hard for them to make the rotations.
Yeah, the thing with Cassiopeia is she does do good damage, but you really need your team to play around. You can't really split push well with her. And once again, without that top laner just constantly being bullied, there's not much she could have done.
Another thing is that they weren't really able to look for anything, especially since bot lane was getting heavily pressured by CSU.
Yeah,
Making it hard
definitely.
for them to do anything really.
Definitely.
All
Yeah,
right,
that was a
that will
great
conclude
game.
our second game, and we'll be back shortly for an interview.
Yeah, next game, I believe. Ooh.
All
That was it.
right,
Next game, Kennesaw State versus Montevallo afterwards.
which is going
I
to be
believe will
another
also be
interesting game to see.
definitely another really good game. So make sure you guys stay tuned and watch these games.
There are two key moments in any college journey: when an acceptance letter arrives and the day the college education is paid off. And College Ave Student Loans is with you to help cover costs all along the way. We offer stress-free private student loans for undergrads, grad students, for parents, even loans to refinance your existing loans. Whether you're starting college, already in the workplace, or just trying to figure things out, turn to College Ave and breathe easy.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Peach Belt Conference Spring 2023 League of Legends Championship. I am Big Stevie, joined by Alfarius. We are your commentators for at least this match's proceedings, as we have got a heated quarterfinal lined up for you guys. Kennesaw State University versus Montevallo in our first round of play. And I mean, we got some big heavy hitters coming here, but I mean, the heaviest hitter of them all has got to be the man sitting to my right. It's Alfarius. How you doing here today?
Oh, I'm doing just fine. Came all the way from Atlanta to South Carolina, and I'm waiting to see some nice gameplay today.
I mean, we really just made the migration. Everyone's got to do it every once in a while, and
The great league
yeah,
migration.
and it's the beacon of collegiate play that is the Peach Belt Conference that brings us all the way out here. But let's talk a little bit about the teams and not just about the event. Although as beautiful an event is here in Aiken, South Carolina, big ups to USC Aiken for hosting this wonderful event. We got a great game for you. Obviously, the last few games of the day have been pretty good, but we think we got something special for you guys right here. In the last matchup of the day, we had Columbus State University CSU take down MWSU in a bit of a revenge match of their Week 7, flipping the tables as it may be. CSU comfortably moving on to those semifinals. Kennesaw State versus Montevallo is once again another rematch of Week 7.
Really is. I'm actually interested how this is going to play, especially with the comps that are coming up from Montevallo against
Already.
KSU.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we're wasting no time. KSU and Montevallo, they are sprinting into this draft phase. Kennesaw State University with the higher seed, going to be on the blue side. Montevallo on the red. Already Zeri being knocked off the table. Kennesaw State certainly being a team that, while not necessarily playing through the bottom lane, have prioritized a lot of their pick ban presence down to that side. They're going to get blue side, so already at the top of my mind are the Varus, the Caitlyn if it gets through. But, I mean, the other way, I think Montevallo know who they need to get rid of. Last time, their defeat basically came at the hands of Picros on the Ahri.
Yeah, that Ahri was very nasty, but I want to also point out that the Elise ban is against Momo, and their ban's against their bot laner. It's Ruby. Zeri has been used a lot, especially within this championship this year. So it's kind of crazy to see that all these heavy hitters being banned off right away. And there's the Nard that's being banned.
Okay, so I think with the Gnar going down, and this is a direct response to what happened last time, I feel like Caitlyn Jinx is an interesting pickup, and that's a very interesting flex. I feel like we're getting baited a little bit by the team from what we heard behind the stage, but we've been talking before on the broadcast that Kennesaw State have been a little bit lackluster on that bot side. They haven't been able to fight for priority. Well, let's be pragmatic. If you're not fighting for the win in the early game, fight for the win in the late game. That's how you do it.
Yeah, I like to see this blitz pick, though, from Montevallo, because it puts a lot of threat against that Jinx. I mean, Jinx is fast and all, but when a robot catches you in midair, it gets crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think Blitzcrank is like the ultimate equalizer in League of Legends. I mean, let's be realistic with what we're looking at in this matchup. Kennesaw State should be heavily favored, not only with their third place finish, but also with their individual rank. So you got to do something to really knock Kennesaw State off balance. Blitzcrank is one of those champions where just one pick in the late game can completely turn the flow of the game. So I like that methodology from Montevallo. And speaking of picks that can change the game, the late game, Vygar is going to be very happy to fight alongside there. Who are these people? This is not Kennesaw State. I've never seen.
No, it is not.
I've never seen Doc on this. I've never seen FunTap, but I'll be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, it's certainly a welcome inclusion. But you got to wonder. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of this so far. How are Kennesaw State going to be able to adapt to this more defensive ball lane?
Well, I think the reason why they picked this Braum is because they're trying to have this Jinx kind of have a bouncer, basically. You're trying to get this Blitzcrank off of Jinx. But along with that, I'm more scared about that Fireguard. It locks down not just Jinx, but his gear.
Yeah, it certainly does. And we're going to see the completion of the bot lane with the Xayah picked up by Montevallo. And is it really a Kennesaw State draft? If we do not pick a Azir in the first three, Ahri's off the table. You know, it's really hard to go through the alphabet, so we just go A to A. And Azir, you know, it's still an A. So the Birdman with quite a large workforce coming into the mid lane. Definitely been a very hit or miss champion for Pika Rose. There's some games where he's 1v5ing, you know, hitting the perfect shuffles and dealing damage. Sometimes he's dying outside of Elder Dragon for Krug. So hit or miss will certainly be on the board, but when we're talking about hitting and missing, there's one person that I think of, and it's the only current player in the Peach Belt Conference to have a Peach Belt Conference title to their name, and that's I'm So Clean in the top lane. That's got to be the heart of this Kennesaw team for now.
Really is heart and soul of the team, one might say, in the top lane. Though it's an island, so he doesn't get to share it as much as he wants to with the rest of the team. But with that being said, Ornn is going to get banned along with Jax. Both are heavy hitters in the top lane. Both bans are going towards the top lane. And Sejuani is being covered for the next ban. And I feel like that's a good ban itself. Because, like, Sejuani has the CC. It can be flex, really, because jungle is still open for KSU.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see which way we go. I feel like the Wukong is a pick that we would normally expect here from Kennesaw State University. The fact that Montevallo have left it up, keep in mind that they have that R4 pick. They could go ahead and seal it away, but then you maybe start asking questions about where's your engage coming from. It really locks your top laner into playing that super beefcake top lane, basically Malphite. So we'll see how Montevallo want to proceed, but we know they want to have R5 because you don't want to give I'm So Clean on the blue side here for Kennesaw State his choice of counter pick. So curious to see what goes on here. There are a lot of beefy options available in that jungle, and that's one that brings the beef.
Well, it also brings the counter ganking and ganking potential. Like, I can't think of a champ besides Nunu that really just brings the heavy hits with that snowball. Like,
yeah,
I think the only person that Nunu will have a hard time not knocking over is that Scion and ult.
Yeah, I mean, we have been seeing a little bit more from this, from the likes of I'm Top. There's the Wukong, like we mentioned. It is tried, it is true. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's going to be the methodology here for Kennesaw State. Locking in a little bit more of that teamfight control. I like the ideology for Kennesaw State. They have some decent engage, and they have a lot of frontline in front of two just hyper characters. Jinx, Azir. I don't know two champions you want to have more on your side when things get rough in the late game than those two, but that's why you get red side for Montevallo. They wanted to make sure that they had a counter pick, but it is a tall task to take down the king of Kennesaw here in the top lane. I mean, Darius, if you're going to do it with somebody, Darius has got to be where you try to style on them, but we'll see how it plays out. It's a bold choice. Let's see how it plays out for him.
I really want to see how this plays out. I feel like if I was a Nunu, I would go straight to bot lane, or straight to top lane. Let mid just do mid things. It's the island of this game, to be honest. In this case, not top lane, because that Darius wants to get a kill on that Scion, keep Scion from snowballing too hard when it gets hard to deal with Jack.
Yeah, certainly so. And obviously, us being Kennesaw State casters, I mean, you can see it right there under our name. And if you haven't noticed, these aren't exactly Montevallo colors that we're wearing here. Let's talk a little bit about Montevallo. I mean, like we mentioned, this is a team that has really been trying to build up their overall identity here in the Peach Belt Conference, have failed to make a playoff appearance up until 2022, and now they're trying to build on that success. And they got some good pieces to do it, especially looking in the jungle with not with him. Not going to be playing the Vygar. We will show you guys the completed draft assignments, but I think we can make a pretty well-reasoned guess. But with that, I mean, D4 player in the jungle, you've got to look for your jungler as your maestro. He's your quarterback. He's your playmaker. He is the one, or rather, they're the one who really helps you to set the pace for the game. And against a team like Kennesaw State that is a little bit more, let's say, responsive to their opponents, they kind of play to what they want to do. You know, it's all about how can you lead with that first punch. Can you knock Kennesaw State out in one shot? And that's a tall task. If you want to come after the Owls, you best not miss.
Well, with that being said, I feel like that Montevallo does have a good chance when played right into KSU because there's just so much lockdown. Their ADC is pretty slippery. Zaya's ult just makes her untargetable. Like, Azir ult, a classic Shurima shuffle might not work on Zaya when you most need it. And then, like, the Blitzcrank ult silences and takes out channels. It's just a lot of... I feel like this game is a lot closer than some might believe, in my opinion, because it's going to come down to how people play their comp early to mid-game matters.
Yeah, and I really want to really focus in on how does a team like Kennesaw want to win a game? Kennesaw State is a team that, on paper, have better players than you. They're going to try to do what you're doing, but they're going to try to do it better. So they like team fighting because they just have faith in their players that they're going to out team fight them. And I think this is the perfect adaptation for a team like Montevallo. Don't do that. Do something different. Throw here because they're not looking to play a front to back fight. In a front-to-back fight, 5v5 set piece, Kennesaw wins every day of the week that they're not down 10K. Um, but look at what they want to do. They have the pick potential out of the Blitzcrank. They have heavy ganking presence out of the Nunu. Darius can be a terror in that top lane, and then Vigar. I mean, how do you deal with birds? You put him in a cage. Um, so a very confident pick here for Picros, to say the least. And I believe that was into, yeah, he did see the Vigar in the first two,
Yep.
and he picked it. So that's one of those that, you go back to the coach, and if it doesn't work afterwards, that's on you, my guy. But hey, we'll have to see if that confidence is well placed. And when we're talking about a live event like this, I feel like confidence is everything. This isn't an environment that players are normally playing in, and that can definitely take an effect on these players.
Oh yeah, live events are totally different from virtual. In any sport, to be honest, I feel like just the moment of being there physically with your team can make or break you. So it's going to be a mental game as well. It's all about the mentality at the end. If your team's behind but you can pull through it, that's because you won the mental game.
All right, let's get down to brass tacks as we're just waiting for the spectator delay to wear down here. I'm going to ask you for your prediction. Not only who's going to win, but how are they going to win the game?
So, even though I play and help out with KSU stuff since I go to the school, I feel like Montevella has a good chance of winning over KSU. Even though you have Sion with the infinite scaling health and all the other powerhouses, like Azir, if he is locked down quickly by Nunu and Vygar can take the game over. Azir will be useless. That's how it is. Azir needs to not die early in order to be a champ, and then kind of snowball in the late game. But if he doesn't get the chance, he's done. I feel like that's their win condition.
Yeah, I feel that, and I'm kind of in two minds right now. On one hand, my heart says Kennesaw State. They have a good team fight, maybe a little bit lacking in the pure press this button to engage kind of style. I mean, Sion's pretty close, but like not Nautilus levels of I pressed a button, you're flying in the air, let's fight. But he's pretty close. So I think that there is a way that Kennesaw State can win. I am worried though. Kennesaw State aren't exactly known for their discipline. They're not exactly the most organized team. They want to get into the trenches with you. They want to get bloody. They want to fight. I would worry that this is not a composition that necessarily fits that style. So it is with a heavy heart that I kind of call this one for Montevallo. It's going to be competitive. Do not get me wrong. And if Kennesaw can extend this game past like 30 minutes, which I think they are capable of doing, I think they can win. But just seeing what I see in front of me, I'd be worried. But hey, we're just the two casters. All we can do is tell you guys back at home what's going on and help weave this beautiful narrative over this fantastic event here at the Peach Belt Conference with the Spring 2023 Championships as we continue along this journey. And hey, I know we're focusing right now on this game, but before we go any further, let's remind the folks back at home what's on the line here and who's waiting for these teams right around the corner.
Oh yeah. So the one big contender that we're worried about, and longtime contenders of like against KSU and other teams, is Florida Southern. That team is debuted to like come in. If stop me if I'm wrong, if that's what you're talking about, actually.
I like where your head's at. As a fellow Kennesaw State caster, I like that's where your head's at. But I'm thinking about what's literally right around the corner. Because remember who won the first series of the day? It's a little small town school called University of North Georgia.
The bad blood. The bad blood.
Looked phenomenal this season, but do actually have a win over Kennesaw State this season. So, and that is a rivalry if I've ever seen one. Kennesaw State, of course, responsible for knocking UNG out of the bracket in 2001 and 2020. And this looks like a year where UNG are really forming up. They would love nothing more. I mean, honestly, I think they just love to win. But if that win came at the expense of a team like Kennesaw State, that would be even more sweeter. And I think Kennesaw feels the same way. If they're going to make it to the big dance, they would like to have a few party favors along the way and a matchup versus UNG. I think that's not just a gift that goes to them. I think that gift that goes to all of us. Because that sounds like a phenomenal series. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've brought you to the future. We brought you to the past. Let's right now on the Summoner's Rift as we get ready for game number one of these quarterfinals. On the red side, of course, being University of Montevallo, finishing 6th place in the group stage. It's Starfighter in the top lane, not with him in the jungle. Presspan in mid lane, Groovy on ADC, and Particle Boy on support. Kennesaw State, it's clean in the top lane. Mo, Peak Rose in the mid lane. Doc on ADC, and Buncat on support.
So it looks like Kennesaw State University is going to see if they can get some teasing in the bot lane. Looks like that is not going to happen, of course, but it shows what is happening right now.
Ooh.
Classic 5-point defense right here.
Yeah, this is dangerous. I mean, when you have the Blitzcrank comp, you're never expecting to get invaded on. You are the terror, but now landing the Rom Q, they're going to be going forward, lands another stack, but I think Kennesaw State, they're going to be very happy that they have the element of surprise there. No real response coming out from University of Montevallo. The Falcons will fly free this time, only at the expense of one Vision Ward placed down on the blue buff.
Oh, yeah. Well, it looks like everyone will know where they are starting. Besides Montevallo. Montevallo does not know where Kansas State University is starting, and Momo is going to be starting at the Raptors. Which is kind of fun to make hard for everyone to be able to go.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we'll keep our eyes as that does progress. All on the other side, I think we should know pretty quickly on where University of Montevallo will be starting, and that's going to be the bottom side. So, bit of a mirrored start. Obviously, different starting camps with both junglers on the bottom side of the rift. And when University of Montevallo last played Kennesaw, once again, was literally just last week, it was through this bottom lane that University of Montevallo got a ton, just an absolute load of golden XP onto its Ruby. And especially alongside the Blitzcrank pick, I gotta be feeling that, you know, if I'm the coach in Montevallo, let's do it again. Let's just keep getting. So this is definitely going to be the lane that I have my eyes on.
Yeah, it looks like Momo is heading up into the top lane, hitting his blue buff a little bit ahead of that Nunu since he's doing a full clear. But Momo is going to be looking to gank that Darius early if he can, so he can add that pressure across the map.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting lane up top here, because obviously when you see a Darius versus tank, your first thought is, oh, Darius have Axe. Axe cuts down big things. Axe makes big things small. Darius beats up small things. That's kind of the thought process of the Darius. So,
I mean, but Sion has an axe too, so which axe is better in the end?
True. And what I want to say is that this isn't just any Sion. This is I'm so clean on top lane Sion. And he has a tendency to take losing matchup and to just out of nowhere win. So this is going to be a lane that Montevallo, I don't know if they're really going to be looking to smash them, because I find it hard to believe that Montevallo is really going to be able to put I'm so clean this far behind this early. But if you can maintain that top lane and then use your other chaos-inducing elements to really affect the map and to limit I'm so clean's effectiveness on the map, I feel like that's the route you got to go.
It looks like KSU is going to be more heavily in the bot lane right now. Momo's doing his Krugs right now, and possibly looking for a gank bot lane.
Yeah, do keep a note. All summoner spells are up. It's going to be completely on Buncat, really, to engage this fight. But speaking of engage, coming here in the mid lane, Pika Rose, he's put in the cage. There goes the bird. Can he cluck his way out of that one? No, just stopped by the EM. Pika Rose will be the first death. And right now in the bot lane, they're going to be looking for some revenge. I don't think we're going to find it just yet. In fact, it's actually going to be Buncat, who might be going down, but maybe it was a bait all along. And they go back for the other kill down. Maybe a 10-ahead play from Kansas State, but I don't think that first part was part of the process.
Oh, that was all crazy, and it was very sporadic. I want to start off with that fight in the mid lane, just like a cold-minded canary trying to signal for danger. That bird could not get out and got its feathers plucked. It is pretty crazy how both bot lane and mid lane had fights. It's going to change the fight into more of a Montevallo side. They got most of the gold out of that.
Yeah, and I think the more that Montevallo can really try to accelerate these key pick-making tools, the happier they're going to be. Because the second that they lose the game is that they go behind and they let Kennesaw start dictating objectives. When Kennesaw starts saying, hey, we're taking this dragon, contest us or leave, that's when Montevallo has to take the 5v5 fight. But as long as Montevallo have some lanes that can fight for priority, they can look to trade, they can look to exploit, they can do all these fancy, funky, dynamic things that you'd expect out of something like a Nunu and a Blitzcrank. So, Montevallo, as much as, it is nicer in the bot lane to have a kill on something than the death on the Zaya, it's still indicative of the way that Montevallo want to be playing, and that is payoff.
Oh, I certainly agree with that. Right now, drag is up, so that means bot prio and mid prio is very important for this. Nunu is looking to probably start it up right now. Maybe he can sneak it in since Momo is in the top lane. Hopefully, if that's the case, Momo can try to get a kill on that Darius.
Looky here. Observers caught something very nice, and that is a Nunu. I'm not with him. Looking for the early Dragon clear. Now, this is another thing Montefello can play around. If they can get early Dragons, they can try to accelerate this game before Kennesaw State hits the, Thanos 6 gems collected, I am Jinx Azir levels. And yeah, it's really good heads up for Montefello. And this is the best kind of play you can make. It's an objective for nothing. Because Momo didn't have vision, so wasn't able to steal anything in response. And now looking here in the mid lane, he's just going to run to Momo. I don't know if he wanted to do that, though.
I would stay away from that powerhouse right now. Nunu will definitely die to that. But I want to say that Montefello is great for getting all the resources they can because they're trying to build up to that perfect foundation to where Soul Point is going to be contested. If you can get Soul Point before KSU,
Right.
knock them out of the park.
And it's all about just hitting your breakpoints because Kennesaw State are a team, they're simple. They fight people. They're going to fight you at some point in time, and the second that they feel like they're behind, they're going to just throw people at you and hope to win. The trick is for Montefello, if they can hit specific item endpoints that they need to before it's time for Kennesaw to ring the dinner bell, that's where they try to take control of this game. Because if Kennesaw starts losing those fights, you might as well go to game 2.
Yeah, but I will say though that Doc with Ghost, especially late game Jinx, is going to be really scary. Jinx being excited and all that stuff will make it really hard for them to even get on.
Ooh, looking for an engage onto the top lane. He's big. He's fine. Flashes out his top lane. I'm so clean. Does need to be a little bit careful now because he is missing that ultimate available in the top lane for Starfighter, but should be safe here. And I want to circle back on what you had mentioned because there is no hard lockdown CC for the Jinx. There is no press this button and that person stops playing League of Legends. Blitzcrank is a skill shot. Nunu is a skill shot. Looking here in the mid lane, another skill shot going to be going just a little wide. Heroes looking to help them with Momo. Ultimate available, but it looks like the best friend Monkey and Bird in the mid lane aren't quite ready to clown just yet. Doc, big damage. Barnacle Boy flashing the wall, but it's still not going to be enough. Doc fishing. He's trying to get a nibble, but I don't think he is going to be coming up with the big old shroud he wants. In fact, he's got a big old Nunu coming around. Doc misses, or Doc dodges out. Great if he can get this kill, but going to be paying the ultimate price. No, very well executed from Montefello there. Not only able to pick up a double kill on Doc and Funcat, but they're able to get away.
Yeah, along with that Zaya getting those 2 kills right there is pretty scary. I mean, while Science chugging along into top lane, Zaya in the late game can really dunk them out. I mean, with Kraken Slayer, the super ability, the ult, I won't be able to do all it.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of this Darius pick. It doesn't necessarily need to win the lane. It just needs to keep I'm So Clean pinned in the top lane, prevent him from affecting the rest of the map, and then winning that 4v4 somewhere else. So the more that I'm So Clean has to ult back to the top lane, the more that he's being forced out and forced to be back, and the longer that happens, the more opportunities Montefello have. But that's actually going to go the other way. Pika Rose with a great stream of shuffle, trying to get out of this one with the assistance of I'm Not With Him. Press Panda might just barely get taken down, and that is what Kennesaw State have longed for. That's still on the shortest span in the world. Fireguard going to be dropping, and Momo maybe looking for second. Starfighter ultimate available, but it's not going to be enough to save him this time. Funcat, he's going to make it real frosty here for Montefello, as those birds will get their wings clipped. 3-4, Kennesaw State are finding form, and they're finding the gold lead.
That Darius even popped Ghost right there, so that makes it even harder for him to even put pressure against the Scion or anyone else with the roams.
Yeah, and now look here. Biggest part of this play. Not only Gold Lead coming back, not only are Kennesaw getting priority again, but looky there. What's in Momo's pocket? That jelly. Rift Herald's probably one of the best tools in the game for taking a small lead and blowing it up. So Kennesaw State just need to find another fight where they have an advantage. And all of a sudden, a 1-kill advantage can basically turn into a first tower, or even this early on. Remember, there's still full plates up if available. That could be a huge gold swing for a team like Kennesaw that just needs to accelerate to their team fighting.
It really is. Right now, I feel like the thing that Montefello really wants to make sure that they do is give away this bot lane lead. Because if Jinx gets ahead of Zaya, it's going to be game over.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, this is where the eggs are going to be placed in the basket for Montefello. And realistically, that's a pretty safe basket. Zaya, I like to call her the Uzi champion. It's when you know that you have a carry ADC and you don't want to allocate people to peeling for him. He can CC for himself and he can disengage for himself. So it just makes it that much harder to lock people down. So we'll certainly, and as I mentioned, Montebello doesn't have a point and click if you don't get to play the game anymore button. Kennesaw State also doesn't really have that either. So this could be a ADC team fight to the death. Speaking of which, it is a battle royale in the top lane, but Starfighter, he seems to have forgotten his tag team partner, but I'm So Clean certainly remembered it is, and it's Momo going all monkey style on him in the top. Tribush, he'll take that one down pretty quickly, but now we're talking about needing objectives. Herald could be dropped here in the top lane. No, Momo actually backs, and that should be a dragon for Montebello in exchange for a kill. It's not the best outcome for Montebello. They would have preferred not use a top laner, but once again, dragon taken, and I feel like Kennesaw State aren't really taking full advantage of that.
I feel like Kennesaw State is taking advantage of all the kills that they have.
University of Montebello, they're trying to get this ball rolling. That's a beautiful hook, and that could spell doom. Feed him a doctor. Doc's gonna need it. I don't know who's gonna be able to put it back together after that one, but it certainly isn't gonna be anyone in this Kennesaw team. And this is the beauty of Blitzcrank. I have a confession to make, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a Thresh player. I'm a Blitzcrank player. I'm a Nautilus player. And there's a beauty in that champion. Every other champion in the game, you got to be good like 50, 60 times a game to win the game. Blitzcrank, you only need a few. You just need those few moments of brilliance, and that could be all it takes. And you know, sometimes it's good to embrace chaos, and I'm definitely becoming a Montebello fan a little bit here.
Indeed, I am as well. I like to see how Montebello is being creative with their stuff. KSU might be getting the kills. It's the 4 gold in Montebello right now. But that Zaya is getting a lot of that gold.
Yeah.
And they're getting the objective too. Kennesaw State has to contest the next break, the one after that, or they will lose gold, especially for Burn.
I like this play here. I would have preferred that Herald be dropped in top lane in response to Dragon, but failing that, dropping in bot lane, funneling to Doc. Did Doc not get any of that? I feel like we just don't have the right overlays on that. I feel like that should have been going. It all went to Wukong. They missed that.
That is not good. That is not good at all.
All right, that's definitely disheartening. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it would have been a nice to have. But ASU, they do one thing, and that is fight. Momo's going to go into the back line. Another beautiful ultimate. Can they find the damage? Here comes It's Groovy. He is the damage you got to be looking for, and he is absolutely free hitting on this side. Picro's now trying to find his way onto the back line, but here comes Starfighter. And Starfighter's trying to find his way, but there goes Zaya. Groovy's out of the fight, taking out another one, but he's so clean, he's so mean, he's so tanky coming into the fight as well. Doc is trying to clean up everything else, but Montebello try to get away with a hit and run, but it's hard to outrun the charging Scion easy bake oven himself.
Yeah, both sides are kind of licking their wounds here right now. Montebello's junglers trying to get some resources before they are taken, possibly by KSU. KSU kind of just going back to the normal thing, you know, trying to get pushed in the waves, cash in their gold, and get items. I think really needs an item so they stand a chance.
Yeah, every time I think that Montebello are taking a step forward, they're kind of taking a step backwards. I'm not saying they're taking 2 steps backwards, but the problem is they need to be very careful with when and where they choose to fight Kennesaw. Because Kennesaw thrive on just fighting. And right now, they're not at the breakpoints they need to be. They need Zaya to be coming in with that damage, get her an IE, get her a little bit more under the belt. Same thing for Panda. Only really got the defensive first item in the crown. Want to see a little bit more and just let that scale. And Darius doesn't have that first item complete, so these early fights, they're not being dictated by the gold lead that Montebello did have. And now things are coming back the other way.
Yeah, I feel like things are turning a different way right now. Vargar and Nunu have a pretty much good goal lead, but it's kind of even with the other team as well. I am more interested in what is going to happen with this upcoming Rift Herald. Kennesaw State University loves laps everyone on the Rift Herald. It's kind of similar to what you know LCS, but I want to say that that can backfire with how we saw with them taking Drake and getting killed.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. For those of you guys who haven't really been, you know, privy to the Kennesaw State League Legends broadcast, I would attribute Rift Herald hit like kind of the Coliseum of Rome. It is where you go to fight. Somebody's going to come out of it. You hope it's your guy, but you're sometimes not really sure. But Kennesaw, they love to fight, and I don't think Montebello have any claim to this. Try a hook, try a steal, but do not take this fight versus a fully functioning Kennesaw State University. once again, what Montevello needs to do is they need to start slowing this game down a little bit. Not necessarily to the point where you're letting Kennesaw farm, but stop Kennesaw from dictating where they want to go on the map. Grab some vision, use that Blitzcrank, use that Nunu, try to get a little bit funky, because your timer's trying to run out, and your timer is how long Starfighter can keep flying to the top lane. And I don't know if you're seeing this, ladies and gentlemen, but that timer may be running out. Actually, Pikaros is up here, rather. Great flash forward from Starfighter. Flash is used. Pika's going to get rooted by this. Oh, just barely gets out of it in time. Great shuffle, or a great E2 combination to get out of that one. So, able to get out of quite a bad situation. Does have to blow the flash for it. And you know what that means. That's basically a dinner bell ringing for the Vigar if he can find himself on the same screen. So, let's see if Montefello are going to be able to capitalize on the state. They are coming with a vengeance down this mid lane. Barnacle Boy seems to be caught in a very precarious position, and I don't think any invisible boatmobile is going to be enough to get him out of this one. Going to be dropping in the mid lane, and oh, looky here. We talked about it. Shelly is out for a vengeance, and she's got for some bricks.
Oh yeah, she's trying to dance today, but I don't think she's going to get that dance off, though.
I thought Kennesaw was going to commit a little bit more to that. I mean, if they had Pikaros up there, maybe they get mid-tower plus Dragon, but they're going to settle for getting the Dragon. That's exactly what you mentioned earlier. It's trying to prevent this Dragon scaling, and now Kennesaw State, they have what they want. They're pulling Montefello in. Can they find the fight they want? Gotta be careful for Groovy, not on full items. They gotta kite out. Momo's on the back line. That's a lot of CC. Buncat's going in, cutting off Groovy, and that's going to leave Starfighter on his own. Turning the fight. Pikaros is moving up, and somebody is getting excited. Tries to shuffle, doesn't find it just yet. Oh, ultimate going back the other way. Plays Pikaros where he lies. I'm not with him. Engage back on the other side, and oh, it's just teetering on a nice edge. You can feel it. Barnacle Boy, what do you got to say? He just comes back alive during that fight. He's back. Q going to be going wide, and with that, Montefello, they are out of options. Trying to kite on back. Still got the tower, but look at all those low HP cards. Oh, Momo going to be diving and gets the first kill. Gets the tower. Do they get the second? Reset City. Destination. Montefello not found. Still a good sequence of events here from Kennesaw State University. I swear, one more kill, and that's like, that's another 3 kills. That's another tower. That's another huge win, but I think we've hit it. I think Kennesaw State, they're taking control of this game. Not on the item spikes that mean game over just yet, but they're now in the driver's seat.
Yeah, but it looks like right here Montefello might be trying to find something. They will not find anything, but that is mid-tower down for Montefello. Going to put a lot more pressure upon them when it comes to objectives. KSU, now that they have more damage, they're going to actually probably contest more of these Drake. They already got both both Shellys. So I'm just looking forward to what they're going to do for Baron. Will they just take it in, or are they going to actually just try to kill everyone, then take it and try to end the game? That's Kennesaw State University style that I've seen several times.
Buncat, sneakies in the jungle here. Going to be spotted on the ward. Montefello trying to find something, and this is what Kennesaw need to be careful of, the solo lanes. When Kennesaw State are split apart like this, it's easier to pick them off one by one, but if Montefello aren't able to find anything, it's a double-edged sword. Look at the push out of bot lane for I'm So Clean. Pulls to press Panda down here. There's like a -% chance that he ever gets this kill, so you know, a little optimistic there from Panda, but you know, he's trying his best. We respect that. Yeah, like we said, it's these solo lanes, and Montefello, they are now in the position where if they do not make a play, if they do not find the pick, if they do not do something to outperform what Kennesaw State's doing, Kennesaw State just win this game from here. The burden of execution, as we call it, lies firmly on Montefello's shoulders.
I am very excited to see what this thing is going to build next. It's going to be IE.
Yeah.
I am, unless if he's going crazy and trying to buy a
No.
Guardian Angel, which would be ridiculous because that would be awful. But
if he's trying to buy a GA, the correct play is for the support to reach over, undo the purchase, and then buy IE instead. You need damage. You just want to out DPS everyone. There's no Giga Tank on the other side just yet, and especially with the changes to IE, if you patch it, where you only need 40% crit percent to get the full and to get the benefits of it instead of 60, it's a great second item, especially when you don't need LDR just yet, and that could start tipping these scales and making this Jinx a little bit quicker, a little bit easier to get excited in those fights. And when she's excited, it's hard for Montefello to find anything.
Oh yeah, indeed. So they do see Momo in the top lane right now. They're just kind of trying trying to scout out for this Baron, make sure at wards, because right now, HU has the upper hand. I want to see how they're going to react to this. Vigar's trying to get that death cap right now, too. He needs to scale. That means farm. But can he do that when there's pressure on the objective?
It's going to be tricky. I mean, here's Kennesaw State. They're doing what they do best, and that is fight. Looking for fight here in top jungle. Barnacle Boy is going to go down almost immediately. Now on to the other objectives. The Press Panda now going to be caught out all on his own. Momo's going to be safe, and he is. Now moving on to It's Groovy. He is getting ferocity, ladies and gentlemen. One more shot. Aya ultimate going up. One more thing. W from way in the back is a beautiful shot coming out from Kennesaw State University. And I don't know what it is. It's something about Peach Belt Conference playoffs and Jinx that just makes Kennesaw State go wild. Last year, it was Penny really helping the team show off in a phenomenal way against Converse University, would be the favorites there. And now, it's a renaissance. Kennesaw State, they have gone through so much self-reflection, and they've come out on the other end with the answer, and it's Jinx. Jinx is the answer.
That's their enlightenment?
Have you heard the good word of Jinx?
Oh my goodness. Well,
I like it.
Well, as much as I want to hear the word, I am just wanting to see how they're going to play this dragon fight. Right now, this is third Drake for Montevallo.
I am glad you asked, because I would love to tell you how I think they should play the fight. I think they should play this fight, push up mid, completely deward this river, and what does Montevallo do? They have to engage into you. That's not what they want to do. Kennesaw State don't need to do anything here. They don't need to get risky. They just need to control. And this isn't a game that they need to win anymore. This is a game that they need to wait for Montevallo to lose. So don't do anything crazy. They will find the jump over, just trying to get Amso Clean out of a bad situation. Starfighter's on the back line looking for Momo. I don't know if that's the flank he had in mind, because now look over here, and Doc's got just free hitting on this right side. That's the first kill, and we are getting crazy, ladies and gentlemen. It's coming up, and it is all yellow. The birds have been flamed. The owls come out on top of this game. Not necessarily the game just yet, but oi lordy, are they firmly in control now. And I don't think that's just Dragon. That should be something more. They have the Baron. These are death timers for 17 seconds. Game's not over, but if you look at that gold lead, you might think differently.
With that Jinx shredding bot lane tower right now, second tier, it's going to get more crazy. Pushing to inhib towers. Looks like they might not try to take them right now, but the constant pressure of that is going to be crazy. With the Jinx, with the rapid fire cannon too, infinite range. It is ridiculous.
Gather around, brothers and sisters, for Kennesaw has heard the good word, and it is Jinx. And it is working, but it's not just the Jinx, as much as I do appreciate the pick out from Doc, but it is really a team coming together. And I will say, I am very pleasantly surprised that Kennesaw have, solidified under the pressure of a tournament matchup. Now, once again, this is a matchup they're expected to win, so some pressure there, but they look different. They look a little bit more sharp. They look a little bit more disciplined. They're picking better fights, and even though there are some misplays in the dead early stages, they are finding the results they need, and if this is their form, I think sky's the limit. But of course, don't count your chickens before they hatch, because we still got a Nexus to knock down.
Oh yeah, Nexus indeed. I would like to see Kennesaw State University not
Doc may be out of position, but Buncat is open with his waiting arm. Barker Boy flashed out of the way, but just going to prolong the fight. I'm not with him. Tries to engage something, but there is just nothing here. Doc is face tanking bot tower because he can. Now lying on this bot tower. This is the only push. Keeping that cannon minion alive. There goes Baron, so there may go the push, but so many high HP bars from Kennesaw State. They're going to keep going. Looking now to go in. Doc, that's a big ultimate. That's a huge Shurima shuffle. Kennesaw State University. They're going to completely wipe this board. Doc may go down, but he will pay the price of victory. 180 carry for the Nexus. That's the deal I'd take any day of the week.
Oh, definitely indeed. ADCs are the long-term investments of League of Legends, and when that investment's done, you might as well cash out.
True. Hey, when the market's good, get out. Ooh, looking. Okay.
What is this?
I was wondering if we were going to be able to finish. I think we are. The wave's a little bit delayed, and like that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure Barnacle Boy's going to have too much more to say about that, but I'm sure that both coaches are going to have plenty to say, because Kennesaw State University, in a very, very solid way, picked up their first win of this playoff tournament, looking at a decisive 1-0 lead over Montevallo, and I'd have to say, balls in Montevallo's court.
Oh, it really was. It was looking great too at the early. I was rooting for them. I'm not gonna lie. At one point, they were over my own university. It was looking really nice, but at the end, Kennesaw State University was able to close ranks and actually group together, getting that Rift Herald, and then rotating to start the fights to secure the objectives. And that is League of Legends 101.
Yeah, I liked Montevallo's plan. They had an idea, they had it down on paper, but unfortunately, what they realized through this game is that League of Legends is not played in ideas. It's not played on paper. It is played with 5 players versus 5 players on the Rift, and Kennesaw State, they haven't fallen prey to some of the chaos tactics that they have fallen prey to in the past. I mean, Kennesaw State is a team that has beat basically every team that on paper they should beat. However, they've stumbled. But right now, this looks like a pretty solid Kennesaw State. Obviously, more adaptations to make, but I think they're moving in the right direction. And I think the bigger question now is Montevallo. They are fighting for their tournament lives in this next game, and I do not envy the coach who has to come up with the speech and the strategy to get out for that. But hey, we're going to give him some time. We'll give you guys some time at home to recover, recuperate, grab a snack, grab a beverage, grab whatever you need. We'll be right back with the Peach Belt Conference right after this. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Peach Belt Conference Spring 2023 League of Legends Championships, and to our series already in progress. Kennesaw State University taking a fairly strong early lead, 1-0 in this best of 3 series over Montevallo Esports, who are now fighting for their tournament lives. I am Big Stevie, joined, of course, by Alfarius, and that was quite a game we just witnessed. It's almost a bit of a renaissance for Kennesaw State, I'd say.
Well, with Renaissance meaning enlightenment, I feel like it was enlightenment because usually they don't pull out the jinx like you were saying to me earlier. They swore by the Caitlyn, like that was the word, and they went back. They went to jinx.
I want to make it clear, their ADC baited me. He was talking so much about Caitlyn before the match. He's like, "Oh God, Caitlyn's still the best champion in the game," and then Caitlyn's open, jinx. It's a conspiracy. It's all that, but hey, if it gets them the win at the end of the day, good for them. No arguments here. But let's focus on what we got going on right here as we are about to get into game number 2. Big change in this match. Montevallo, as the losing side, have opted for blue side this game. Should change up that pick ban order a little bit, I'd say.
Oh, it definitely will because Blue Side gets that first pick, right? So that means that
That is correct.
if I know League of Legends correctly, at least. But but yeah, first pick is going to deal with a lot of things here, and starting with that song fan. Come on that again.
No more monkeys jumping on the bed. Yeah, they're gonna take that one out. I want to say that I think a big thing that Montevallo were potentially lacking in their composition was something that Kennesaw had in Wukong, and that was somebody who could get onto the backline and cause chaos. Because if you look at these stats, especially for Kennesaw State, it was just Picaros and Doc. I think Picaros actually outdamaged Doc, just getting time to free hit. And sure, they had a lot of chaos. Viger wasn't getting in range. The Blitzcrank hooks weren't hitting enough. They really needed that one extra piece that could deal with that backline. That was what Wukong was for Kennesaw State. And let's see whether Montevallo are able to pick that up. Obviously, they have dibs on first pick, so maybe we see the Jinx is banned away. So really looking down this ADC ladder. Kennesaw just banning 2 ADCs, so I think that might drive that priority up even more.
Oh yes, it does. But along with the bans, they're kind of more targeted right now. You see the Wukong being banned, of course, is from Momo, because that was a big problem with the CC in the backline. But along with targeting Picaros, the Ari, and the Azir, Montevallo has not had fun with either one of them in the past. And I would say those are really good bans. Knock out that mid lane carry.
Yeah, I mean, if we really want to talk about not only over the course of this rivalry between Kennesaw and Montevallo this season, but over the course of this match, it's really been Picaros silently being really good. Just silently accumulating most damage, accumulating the kind of playmaking opportunities. So Montevallo have recognized that. They've said, hey, we think we can deal with this bot lane. We just need to keep Picaros down. 2 bans thrown on him. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw R3 pick here from Picaros just to really preserve the pool. But Zyracon certainly being a strong bottom lane that Kennesaw want to get on top of. And speaking of getting on top of, J4 might find it a little bit more difficult to lock down somebody like Josiah on that backline.
Oh,
I think I know what they might go.
oh, what is that, Steven? Or
my money is on Lissandra. I think they're going to pick Lissandra on
that's
R3.
nasty.
It'd be sick because they have lockdown, and you have the ability to survive and escape from Jarvan. And Pika is a fan of it. He hasn't gotten to play it much this season, but I could see he's gotten 2 games on it. It's either that or Asol. Maybe.
What about that Rise?
The ultimates are there. No. Let me be real honest. No.
All right.
Pika, where you are, I know you're on the stage right now, but I love you. Don't do that.
But let's focus up onto the let's focus up onto what has been picked. Orianna.
Still a good pick.
Yeah, still a good pick. It is harder to really pull off, especially with their comp. Morgana with the spell shield and the Jarvan just already just jumping on her. Maybe she needs to press ult to get him off herself, but
yeah,
it's just it's a weird pick because Orianna's in a weird state right now.
I mean, Orianna's never bad usually. She's always there to really bring out the most of her team, but she sometimes can be limited by what her team can provide. So right now what I need from Kennesaw State is I need a solid engage option that's going to combo well with the Orianna. I don't know if I've seen that just yet. Curious what we can see on the jungle. The Vi is still up and available, and that's a very nice combination, although it might be a little bit harder with the likes of Morgana, as Black Shield is basically a control alt delete key on Vi ultimate if you're paying attention to screen. And then top lane, Malphite could be a good shout here for Kennesaw State University. I'd be curious if they go for that and then bring a little bit more damage out of the jungle. Malphite, of course, over the last few patches has been put into a better position, although Kennesaw State with R5 should be holding on to that 5th pick for their top laner. Kane would be an interesting shout. You can build him as that Shadow Assassin. You can build him to be tanky and more of a CC bot. Would really be relying on Doc, though, for majority of the damage if he does go the tanky option. That's a tree.
That is a tree. He does spread his roots around because that ult is going to be very nasty, but Swain is a nice counter pick to that in my pit. I think it's a good pick. You can flex on support or mid, depending on how you want to play the
It's going mid.
stuff. Yeah, but like Swain is a drain tank.
Ooh.
Because of that R. The Cassante adds that bruiser element and that tank element to the top lane that Caraville will really love to see. Oh, is that
That's all off top. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it all off top. Oh, there he is.
That's a troll. Is it?
Oh, he locked
No, he locks it. Okay, cool. Whatever you do, I can do better. That's apparently the message that we are going to be giving Montevallo here with this draft. One thing I want to point out on the side of Montevallo with their pick, I saw the beginning of it with the J4. I see the individual pieces, though I definitely am lacking a greater vision of the whole. I don't really see an engaged composition here. I don't see the support that goes alongside the Kaisa. I see a short-range ADC, sure, has the defensive support, but then I see Cassante, who isn't necessarily the biggest, frontline team fighter you want to put a DPS carrier behind. Swain, of course, in the front as well. I'm a little bit curious with how Montevallo tried to win these fights. They don't necessarily have a split push. They don't necessarily have a team fight. So I think it's really going to be on the members to overperform. Whereas Kennesaw State, I mean, if you just ignore where there's Darius down here, I understand how the rest of it works. I mean, Darius even too. It's not something that's completely out of this world of you just try to win your side lane, and then once you win your side lane, you just come into a team fight and press R a few times. But I think Kennesaw State really are bringing the ease of execution to their draft. And that is the name of the game in collegiate. It's not necessarily how tricky of a comp can you pick, but how well can you execute a simple idea. Sometimes simple is best.
Oh yeah, simplicity is what's best sometimes because it's less to mess up. I mean, like, I'm looking to see what Montevallo does with this comp. Kaisa is looking that she will do a lot of damage right here compared to the
Maybe
Xayah.
hold your horses, or in this case, hold the birds, because we have two of them, the owls in Montevallo. It sounds like we may be having some confusion with the drafting phase, so not sure if this is 100% confirmed. We will update you as soon as we hear anything. If anything, perhaps it was something with, and we are back into drafting. We'll have to keep an eye on exactly what pick it was that was weird. For Kennesaw's sake, maybe it was that Darius. I understand the idea that Darius in this composition, but it's not necessarily something I think of when I think of I'm So Clean. I'll make another guess, as so far I am 0 for 2 on them. Let's see if I can salvage something here. Maybe it's a Gangplank. Maybe it was a bit of it showing the Darius off to. I don't know what that matchup looks like. I haven't seen it enough to know if Gangplank wants to beat a constant matchup. But all of a sudden, you have a situation where you have another tank, and you have the option to really add damage to the composition, and that's I'm So Clean's bread and butter.
So I understand that, Steven, in the past that you were a ref at points at LCS. Could you remind the audience of what a mispick is in draft?
Sure. So bringing out a little bit of the history there. So typically, as long as a team is able to identify that draft has gone wrong, I mean, we do work with a bunch of different tools, mistakes do happen. As long as the draft has not progressed to a point where your opponent has revealed information, you're typically allowed to recall something. That's why I would expect it to be the Darius. That being said, we don't really know what's happening behind the scenes, so some of the details may be missing to us. And as that does unfold, ladies and gentlemen, we will be bringing it to you. My best informed guess is that one of these picks is the issue, and we will see the same draft up until that point, unless there was something like wild error where information was revealed, in which case they might do a redraft. But 90% odds here that we're probably going to see about 90% of this draft stay the same. Maybe like that's why I'm saying this Darius may be different. But like I said, we'll Ladies and gentlemen, it's the same draft. Someone just forgot. They were in the client draft and they clicked the wrong thing. So,
Oh no.
hey! I appreciate it. They really wanted to make sure that this story got told to its fullest. They were like, you know what, casters, we got
Hey,
you. We're
everyone
gonna give
needs
you extra
to
time.
everyone needs to learn one thing a day in order to
Yeah.
grow. I guess learning league rules is one of them for today. Thank you, Stephen, for your TED talk.
Yep, perfect. Well, I'm glad to spread the information around. Thankful. It's always good when you don't have to resort to the rule book. Always like it when games can just proceed. But let's go back to this draft now that we know that this is in fact the confirmed final drafts. The Darius definitely brings the extra damage to the team that I think they were lacking. Um, Oriana, you don't really think of as a main DPS threat. It's a team fight augmenter, but not necessarily the team fight winner. Zaya, we've seen that bot lane can be kind of hot and cold for Kennesaw, so you need a consistent source of damage. Darius, while not your main carry, can help fill in the holes, I think, and that's really what they wanted in the top lane.
But looking at Montevelo's comp, they have a lot of damage as well. Swain, he heals a lot during his ult, and that he can just, especially with Rally's Crystal, just go to town with slowing the whole enemy comp. Kaisa, one of the highest damage dealers, in my opinion, in all of League of Legends when it comes to ADC because of her passive and her
Right.
evolved forms of all of her abilities. Just so much damage. And with that Morgana Ace, she will go to town, running people down when she can.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to note exactly what Kaisa is as an AD carry. You mentioned before, one of the highest DPS carries you can get, and I agree with that. But Kaisa thrives best when she can be that, that on switch for a team fight, where you can hit somebody with that quick ultimate, when you can dive onto a vulnerable target, because you want, like, again, you are a short range AD carry. You want to find the ideal positions, and already Kennesaw State have so much zone control. I mean, if you step too far forward, boom, you got Darius. You got Darius Cleaver coming at you. You got Momo just as a tree coming at you, and then you got to deal with Doc and Buncat on Zyrocon respectively. It's very tricky for Groovy to find their way into the fight to really turn this. If it's a snowball, I think they can really break through. But the question is, how do you get this snowballing? And I don't really see a way that's straightforward outside of Montevallo just overperforming some lanes. Somebody's got to be the hero, and realistically, in these situations, sometimes a hero is what you need.
Oh yeah, hero indeed. I just want to see who's the antagonist of this arc right here. If we're going to those types of shows right now, but if I had to guess,
Those cartoons you watch.
those cartoons that you watch, as people like to say. But I think if I had to guess, that tree is going to cause a lot of damage because Mother Nature likes to fight back sometimes, and then throws the roots out and just lock everyone up.
Yeah.
I'm kind of going into kind of my crazy moment right now with this. So
I don't know if he's going to deal damage in the sense that we all think of when we think of League of Legends, but I think he's going to be a huge team fight factor. And it's really the ability just to hit someone, like we mentioned before. It's the ability to press a button to look somebody in the eyes and say, you do not get to play League of Legends right now. That's really what the composition for Montevallo was lacking before. It's what's provided by picks like the Maokai. And it's all of those factors in the back of Groovy's head that keeps him just a step further back, that keeps him from being his full potential DPS. And it would really take Kennesaw missing a lot of very key abilities for that window to open, unless Montevallo can find a way to break this game open in the laning phase and really run this one through. And with all that, as we should be loading into game pretty shortly, I'll throw it over to you one more time before we hit the rift. What is your read on this game? Obviously, we had a few clumsy calls going in the last one, but how you feeling this time?
So I think both teams have their strengths and weaknesses. If I was forced to pick one way, I would go with KSU because they have more utility and I have more options with the team fight. But damage-wise, Montebello takes the cake. Even with Zaya, Kaisa will blow anyone up late game, especially with Kraken players. There's just no doubt.
Yeah, I think there is a scenario here. I think that the skirmishing out of Montevallo is potentially stronger in the early game. I think they can do more in the 2 and 3v3 situations than a lot of the members of Kennesaw State can. However, I think that Kennesaw State are going to be able to find the solidity, and they're going to need it if they want to move on to the semifinals to face off against arch rivals, University of North Georgia. But in order to get there, you gotta be here first. University of Montevallo is on the blue side, Kennesaw State University on the red side. And ladies and gentlemen, it's on.
It really is. Both teams are doing the 5-point defense. They're not trying to take any chances today. It looks like really everyone is going to start out in a chill lane. I think the most things that are going to happen at the beginning of this game is trying to figure out where the enemy junglers are starting off. A ward in the top river from blue side from Montevallo will indicate where that jungle is going to show up if there is an invasion. But at this moment, nothing really is going to happen. They do see that Maokai, so they do know that he is going to be starting top lane.
Yeah, gonna be able to see that Momo at least at this point. I mean, it's too late to rerun to the bottom side, so we'll be on that top lane. Looks like it'll be a little bit of a counter, of a inverted jungle this time. So, or mirrored jungle, Momo or inverted mirror, unmirrored, something like that. Momo's going top to bot. I'm not with him going bot to top. Keep in mind though, he's playing Jarvan. Has a very unique ability to go for a 2 clear, 3 clear, or 4 clear gank and really hit someone in the mouth early. And I think that's exactly what Kennesaw State are warding for. They're warding to make sure that there isn't just a Jarvan immediate gank top. They're warding to make sure there's not just an immediate Jarvan gank mid lane. And that's the sort of thing that Montevallo could do to try to upset this early game and find the beginning of that snowball that they need.
Really is about that, because right now Momo is doing his top side, getting that red buff, and is going to look towards that bot lane. But the thing is, Jarvan looking like he's going to path towards their own bot lane.
And the ward's expired, but the wave's not really in a great state. They need to crash this, bring it back to level. And if I'm not with him where to wait for this to come, he's potentially losing a lot of farm on that top side. Here's the ward, and that's going to give away the game. He could do something really sneaky here if he knew that ward's there, maybe wrap back down bot lane, but I think the jig is up. I think that he knows that his fishing expedition, the bot lane, will not be bearing any fruit this time. So bot lane for Kennesaw State University can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief for now.
Indeed, they can. Looks like everyone's just trying to play it slow because they both know that this game can snowball really quickly. Just some damage getting put off right here.
Yeah, a bit of a fight starts here in the bot lane, engaging the Barnacle Boy, but it's going to be the exhaust put down on its Groovy, and just like that, have the Summoner Spell advantage going the way of Montevallo, but the HP advantage actually is pretty close, but slightly in Kennesaw State University's favor. But jungle advantage, that's a big one for KSU on the bot side. Once again, J4's position's known right now. Okay, it can be assumed, but not necessarily known with certainty.
Yeah, so what we want to be careful with any bot laners right here is just... Oh?
Looking here, it is crab time. Looking for a little bit of a showdown. Momo shows that he is the sheriff around these parts. Goes ahead and takes that crab for himself. Not with him. Going to be doing same here on the top side. And Momo, that's one of the fun things about having the Maokai. You can just have free wards with your E. You can set up that sort of defensive perimeter. And right now, he's basically creating this protective blanket around the bot lane to keep Doc and Buncat safe. They may come at the expense of the top lane, though, because look at that game coming in. Buncat going to get knocked, getting to go for the knock up here. That's going to be the kill. First blood, huge in the bot lane. And it looks like I'm So Clean has survived the top lane. Does have to blow both summoner spells. Flash blown from J4, but Kennesaw State University are going to be more than happy with that trade.
Indeed, they are. Right now, Kennesaw State University has the first blood, which is going to mean a lot. I do want to pull attention to Joe or I Am So Clean's itemization. It is that call. You see that call right there?
That is a cry for help if I've ever seen one.
That's a, hey, I understand I'm not getting ganked. I'm weak side. Let me just either get the kill or just farm.
Yeah, and I think especially versus Cassante, Clean knows that he's in the position, not only with Doc, like I said, creating that protective shell around bot lane to protect them, but he knows that he's not going to get a lot of love. He's just got to really be that mid-game threat to add a little bit of damage to these fights. So I'm good to see him adapting to that, but maybe playing down some roots here on the top side of the map is, ooh, a lot of roaming coming out here from Montevallo is Barnacle Boy is going to take a bit of a scenic tour here to the mid lane.
drag is coming up right now. I mean, his first Drake, Kim Drake. That means that Kim Tank Soul is not going to be up. That's kind of the soul I was hoping for because of the weird plants that you can see all the different patients. But right now, it looks like KSU is going to have some more of the Dragon Cryo at the moment, but will Momo actually push towards that or go for Drake? He's up top lane. Not even close to Drake. Machiavelli's jungler is in the bottom lane and looking to do something right here.
Yeah, looking pretty aggressively. Keep in mind that Doc and Bunket both have flash available. Momo. There is no mana available for Panda. Sees the sapling just in time. Engage coming through. We're going to have to flash out of this one, I think. Pikaros pips the ultimate. Hey, it's not even going to be time for it. He has the flash, doesn't use it. Great gain coming out from Momo and Pikaros. And we kind of mentioned this before in Montevallo's favor, where they were getting something for nothing. Well, there's something for nothing. No ganks really pulled off from the Jarvan that have been successful just yet, and Momo gets another kill, but now Pikaros may be on the receiving end. Flash is available. No ultimate for the Jarvan. Means that he should be able to walk out of this one safely. Good W coming out from the Swain. Should prolong this a little bit longer, and yeah, Pikaros wishes he put on his running shoes here. A little bit of a sneaky flash. Initially, when he's in the position, you're thinking, oh, he's going over the wall to his power, so tries to preempt it, goes up, but it's going to be enough anyway. So, once again, KSU, they're winning the individual battles, and that is how KSU want to play. They want to look you in the face, take out their glove, smack you across the face, challenge your honor directly, and look for a duel. That's where they really thrive.
Indeed it is. KSU is currently doing the Drake right now, which is very good for them.
Okay, I guess Barnacle Boy's dead. Yeah, we agree with you guys. So the producers in here is like, he is full of health a second ago. We agree. We just saw him. He was there, and then he wasn't.
I am very confused of what just happened. Someone just Spano snapped Barnacle Boy out of existence right there.
50-50 smite goes the way of Momo, and I'm not with him. He's not with anyone right now, and this is not looking too good for Montevallo. Kennesaw State are off the lead that they want. They're going to have item advantages. And you know what we say about Kennesaw State? They do one. This Kennesaw State cycle, there's one step to it, and that's fight. If fight doesn't work, you fight. And if that doesn't work, you fight. And if it does work, you fight. So, with more items, more fight, more win, more games to your advantage. And KSU are not going to want to break from that tradition right now.
They do not. Right now, Zaya and the Kaisa both have ult right now. It looks like a fight to the death in top lane right here.
Yeah, I'm so clean with a lot of damage. One more Q should be enough. Just doesn't hit it. Ultimate and Ghost expended. I feel like he felt left out. Everyone else is having fun. He is sitting in the top lane with a Cole on Darius. He is the kid that's left. He's the one kid who's not playing kickball to recess. He wants to find something, doesn't quite get it, but he doesn't lose anything for it either, so not end of the world. Montevallo, they need to find something. Oh, here comes Momo. He's coming to cheer up his best friend. He's here. He's seen I'm So Clean's plight, and he says, "Hey." He's so sad. Oh, is Falling dead again? He should get that checked out. That's not what you want your support.
Oh, and definitely, indeed, that is.
Oh, he's dead too.
Oh, that robot turned into Legos all of a sudden. That's all I have to say. It just fell apart. And that. It looks like everyone's wanted to peace out while we're not looking. Basically, that's how I can see it right now. They're just taking the quick way back.
The express recall, I believe it's called. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Very interesting. I will note, I think there were some shutdowns, especially towards Doc, who did just die. I believe that does go to Groovy, so decent amount of gold for catch-up. Not quite going to be enough to bring Montevallo, as there's still a fairly large gap here, but hey, it's something. In Montevallo, they need to find something now because, like I said, they don't just win on composition. They need to overperform. The second KSU gets their team fight again, the bar to entry in this competition is even lower than the last one. Bit of a fight here mid lane. Pikaros will have the advantage of support coming force. Here comes Momo. Flash away from the Press Panda. Could be enough to get him out of a bad situation, but there goes back to our favorite weak side top laner. I'm So Clean. Hope he's ready for round 5. The engage clean. I don't know if he knows he's in this situation yet, but he has engaged this fight. Here comes Momo, ultimate coming across. Good flash to keep him out. Good dodge as well. He is putting on his dancing shoes, but Cassante, he's going all out. It's just going to be enough. Huge play in the top lane. I'm So Clean lives up to his namesake. And hey, I don't know what Cole you're talking about. I see a 2-0-0 scoreline on my Darius. So hopefully that turns his day around real quick. But I'll have to say, if it's not going to help Montevallo's case, they're definitely going to want that one back as well. But you can kind of sense the way that this game's going.
Going back of what you just said with that Darius having called in 2 kills, is that he's going to be able to cash out a little bit more gold than he would have if he just didn't have Paul. So it's kind of like a risk reward right there. He is not strong early game as he could be without Duran's Blade or Shield, but he is able to actually get that much gold and make it very useful.
Yeah, I mean, Triforce early is just going to make this lane more oppressive. I mean, you have the Ghost coming up available for I'm So Clean very shortly. With Ghost, you're very sticky as Darius. You can keep to your opponent with a lot of ease. And all of a sudden, Starfighter might find himself in a lane where he doesn't really get much of a say. And speaking of which, the trees are back at it again. Momo able to push himself into this one. Good hook as well. Moves him a lot of distance in a short amount of time. Does have enough to keep him out, but that's the flash. I'm So Clean as Ghost. Starfighter is now basically stuck under his tower, or he's got to have some support up here. So big win from Kennesaw State University as they just lay claim to the entirety of the top side. And this is great timing. Herald's up. You take Herald now, you can then transition down to Dragon without having to trade.
That is the case. As I can see, looks like Jarvan's trying to trade objectives right now. Dragon's coming up in 7 seconds. The objective for Shelly is being taken right now. So it looks like KSU is going to be taking that Rick Herald.
They're
right
contesting.
Now. Oh,
Momo's got to be careful. Blue team steals it.
my
Starfighter.
goodness.
And Momo is so low here in the pit. Engage onto Pika Rose, and this could be absolute mayhem. Momo goes down. Pika Rose goes down. Herald goes for Montevallo. That's crazy. That's huge. I mean, I don't know if enough to come back, but it's a good start. 3K differential now, and Herald in the pocket.
Well, you have to think about a jungler losing objective like that. It could have some mental, it can get into your head pretty easily.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that Montevallo, they were looking for a lease on life. They were looking for some lifeline that they could grasp onto. That's it. Yeah, he kills people. That, ladies and gentlemen, Darius. Fight down here in the bottom side, right inside the Dragon pick. Doc's trying to ADC his way out of this one, and he might just find it. Starfighter trying to find his way in, but just doesn't have the damage, and Xayah is pumping. Fungat going to be trying to enable his ADC even more, but that is a 5-1-1 Xayah. That bird is ripped, rared, and ready to go.
Momo looks like he is looking for blood for someone taking his Shelly. Right now, Swain had to use TP right there, so that means that top lane is going to be given up.
I gotta wonder. That was a bit of a blunder from Kennesaw, don't get me wrong. I will say, I like the cut of Montevallo's jib. They could have gone for an easy trade for the Dragon. For Herald, they said, nah, I'm going to call your bluff here on Herald, and they go for it. So you know, big ups for them for finding a very aggressive play in a desperate situation. However, I do fear it is a bit too little too late, as we're back to a 7K gold lead very shortly. Here's Momo on the bot tower, and there's absolutely nothing Montevallo can do except just lie down and accept the warm embrace of the trees.
Oh.
Momo, not even close. He's got it. He's planned it all out. He had the out calculator, but Momo going to be very fortunate to get out of that situation.
EQR? Oh, flash.
Fantastic. And here's what's going wrong now. This is exact. Oh, I thought that was about to kill him. Here's exactly what's going wrong for Montevallo at this point. They're chasing the game. They are following where Kennesaw State is going instead of making plays of their own, and that is when you well and truly have lost control of the game. And Kennesaw State, it sometimes takes them a little bit to get into this groove, to find this gear in their matches, but I gotta say, when they find it, they very rarely ever give it up. So, well, this might just become an exercise in finishing. Well, what do you want to see? What can Montevallo do here to start clawing their way back?
I feel
Where's
like
it
what
gonna
they can do. I feel like what they could do is just not try to focus on the Zyricon too much, but focus on the Orianna or Darius and just keep collapsing on them. Try to take out that utility and damage that makes it so easy for KSU to collapse on.
Yeah, but the question is, where does that damage come from? I mean, you mentioned before that all these pieces can be big damage dealers, but look at their relative matchups right now. I mean, Panda's got a Rylai's Crystal Scepter, and I don't know if that's really enough to be a menace on the Swain. Looking at bot lane, only Kraken Slayer, not really enough. Look at the CS, look at the gold differential there on ADC, nearly a 2K differential on that position is not that little golden, and everyone across the board is just in a better position than the direct counterparts. Here comes the Herald drop in the mid lane just to find something. Engage goes back the other way, down to the bot side. Now they have to be careful. Momo and Pikaros are rooted down here. Shockwave only finds one. Pikaros is down. 1-0 could be huge. Starfighter continuing the fight onto Doc. Doc having to ult out. Is able to find another trade, and 2 more go down. KSU. Doc's keeping himself alive. There's the Uzi champion. There's Ultimate, keeping yourself in tip-top shape. KSU Doc's got to be a little bit careful. Groovy just goes onto the wrong target. He gets the kill, but gonna be paying the price for it. And now Doc is looking for the tower, and Clean is looking for blood. He is looking for mayhem. Flash in, and he doesn't need another invitation to ult your support under tower. It only takes one. And like that, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter this 18th minute of the game, a rather large gold lead.
It really is. KSU is trying to lock down this game as much as possible to trying to put the boot down onto Montevallo. I feel like KSU, when they have a lead and they do not throw it, they are really good at making sure that the enemy team cannot get back. I want to see how Montevallo really responds to this. I think that they have the tools to do it, but are they too far behind? That's the question.
Yeah, they have the tools, but I don't know if they're the right tools for the job. I mean, you need a jackhammer, and you're coming up with like an ice pick. So we'll have to see. Maybe they're able to find some crazy kind of engage. But I think this now turns into a game that it's Montevallo's to win. It's less of like it requires Montevallo to win, but now requires Kennesaw State to lose. TP coming in here, they're gonna try something, but this could get rather desperate rather clearly. Starfighter's in on the fight on Funcat. Very quickly going to find his way out, but what was that TP for? As I'm So Clean should now be able to establish priority in the top lane. Dragon coming up in 15. Realistically, I don't think Kennesaw need this to win. Montevallo are kind of posting up like this is the objective that wins or loses them the game. But I'm not sure there are going to be too many better opportunities. So, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Maybe looking for the engage. Barnacle Boy already very low to start this one. And here comes a long pilgrimage. I'm So Clean making moves, and he's making them quick. Coming down from the top lane. Everyone posturing. Here comes Momo looking for the ultimate onto Panda. Black Shield should get him out of a bad situation. I'm So Clean also not going to be able to get through that Black Shield. Very good from Barnacle Boy to deny that initial engage.
Really good job from Montevallo from dodging that Maokai ult. It was having a lot of damage to them. Oh,
Shockwave! Gonna be taking down Barnacle Boy. He's just got damage. And when you apply damage to low HP individual, the result's usually a kill.
Usually, when we talk about utility from Orianna, we usually see, what's that item that does the cone of ice? It's slipping my mind right now.
Come in?
You press the button and it roots an enemy as a main.
Oh, I feel terrible now. Glacial, no, not Glacial Augment. What am I saying? Now I feel dumb.
Ice Cone. I'm gonna call it Ice Cone for now. I'm a horrible caster right now for not remembering. But usually Orianna's go that for utility, but I like the Leandri's Torment right here. It does damage.
Everfrost.
Thank you. So that's what we like to see on Orianna when they're trying to keep up with the game. The Jarvan and Cassante and the Swain are both hitting. And the burn damage from Leandri's Torment will help.
Oh, Buncat's a little bit on his own, and I think this bird is flown too far from the flock. Ultimate comes back in, but I don't think it's going to be enough to flip the fight to Press Panda. Trying into the back line, but no respite. Not going to find anything. Zanya is not available. The stopwatch is shattered, and Kennesaw State are a death ball like this. They are quite hard to stop.
Oh, yes, indeed. They are forcing this ban right now because right now the Swain is out. It is a numbers game.
Oh, look here. I'm now with him looking for a flank. I'm so clean's going to find him out, and I think Kennesaw State have successfully controlled this Baron. Now, with that knowledge, Montevallo, they're trying to find an engagement somewhere else, but it's just not enough. Starfighter going to be taken down on the backside. Here continues the pursuit. Looks like it'll be a rather peaceful exit, at least by Kennesaw State's University standards. They are going to be happy with picking up the Baron. Look at, by the way, I completely forgot they picked this up. There's still a Herald on there. They can drop a Herald on top of a Baroned up wave, and that just destroy the tower. Pika's in a very bad spot here. Now the question is, do Montevallo know that Pika's in a very bad spot?
I do not know. They might not.
This isn't the same situation, but we saw this before. I think it was in the UNG series where he like dies for getting these specific rugs. But I think Montevallo, they give him a little bit too much credit. They're going to be going for the engage now, but do they have the damage? Not going to find it just yet, but now here comes the DPS the other way. Groovy. He ain't going to be groovy for too much longer. He's moving on the way to the grave. I'm not with him. Really's going to be the last one up and available. Starfighter tries to enter the fight, but Maokai says a resounding no. Get out of this one. I'm so clean. Going to be taking that fight up, and it's like, it's just cutting through butter. What is a Swain if not butter? You know? I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
What does that mean?
Kennesaw State University, they are looking to put this game to rest. They might not get the Nexus here, but they are sure going to get quite a bit of the base. And actually, look at who's up. Ruby's up now. Barnacle Boy's up in 3. Not with him's up in 9. If they get a pick here, this ends.
It really does. Right now, Shelly's not going to dance. No, I don't want this game to end now. I wanted Shelly to dance. Now I'm upset.
Well, if you're waiting for Shelly to end the game, I'll be waiting for a little bit longer, my friend. But Kennesaw State going to elect to take the safe option. Realize that they are in full control of the game at this point. Look at the PS control. We are at, that's not even a 10K differential. That is a 17K differential. Look at how much money is in the pocket of Kennesaw State University. A 7 to 11K 80 carry difference is not even on the same planet. 3K in the mid lane. Decent chunk of change in the jungle, and then doubling nearly in the top lane. Just under, I believe. I'm so clean, who went from having a very sad game to I would call a very glad game up there, as he's become the richest lumberjack I've ever seen.
Really is. Darius is kind of crazy now. Momo engaging.
2 fights coming out. I don't think there's absolutely anything Montevallo can do to mount resistance. They're just going to be washed through. Depressed Panda, there's nothing he can do to defend, and there is only one man standing left, and it's Groovy. And if I had to describe his mood right now, it is anything but, as 5 members of Kennesaw State rain down upon him. It is a dark day for Montevallo, but a new light has arisen. Kennesaw State University firmly, in decisive fashion, they booked their tickets. They're going, ladies and gentlemen. KSUR in the semis. Woo. What a series for Kennesaw State University. Game 1, it was competitive. Game 2, it was a masterclass in just letting your team win the game for you. It was just the individual matchups, and Kennesaw, they just kept winning.
Oh, yes, they did. But I want to say that both sides were really slugging it out. The first game, it was going either way. Montevallo was really doing well against KSU, and I love the picks that they brought to the table, making KSU have to think outside the box in order how to do some things. But KSU, in the end, was able to figure out how to lock down Montevallo in the second game and to secure that victory and the spot to continue into the championship.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what we were hoping for out of this. I think Montevallo gave them. I don't think the scoreline really accurately reflects how this game went. I mean, game 2 was, I'll be honest, it was pretty one-sided. But I think Montevallo gave a very, very nice account of themselves today. I think they've done a phenomenal job at really showing that, on their day they can turn up to play with the big boys. And it's just that process of growing the consistency, finding those fights that catch teams like Kennesaw out a little bit more consistently, and this could be a team to watch. But for now, it's back to the drawing boards for Montevallo as they go back to lick their wounds and prepare for a new campaign afresh. Kennesaw State University are flying high, and they got to fly high because they're going up against their own rivals in University of North Georgia now in those semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, take it from me. That is a that is a match you do not want to miss. Stay tuned, of course, to the Peach Belt Conference here to figure out exactly when that match will be in tomorrow. But hey, we got some other great matches for you later on here today, and I think we got one more big one. It is a good old fashioned sunshine battle. I believe the Floridians
The
are going at it
Floridians.
for the title of the top team in Peach Belt in Florida. It's Florida Southern College versus FSU PC. So FSC versus FSU PC. You don't want to go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as we close out the day here in the quarterfinals on day one of the Peach Belt Conference championships for the spring 2023 season. I've been Big Stevie. That's been Alfarias. You're watching PBC. Don't go anywhere, as we're going to have one more heated matchup coming to you just after this.
There are two key moments in any college journey: when an acceptance letter arrives and the day the college education is paid off. And College Ave Student Loans is with you to help cover costs all along the way. We offer stress-free private student loans for undergrads, grad students, for parents, even loans to refinance your existing loans. Whether you're starting college, already in the workplace, or just trying to figure things out, turn to College Ave and breathe easy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Peach Belt 2023 Spring Conference Championship. We're here for the final match of the night with Florida Southern College against Florida State University, Panama City. I'm Drowsy from USC Aiken,
And I'll be the co-host Nitwitted from USC Aiken.
and we're hoping for a good match tonight. We're going to begin the draft relatively soon. I'm just going to talk about the teams a little bit.
And looks like they've started draft.
Oh, it looks like
and we already have our first few bands coming in.
Oh, yeah, okay. So the Heckram, Lisa, and Ann Ivern from Florida State University, sorry. I'm going to get that mixed up all night. But it looks like they're afraid of the jungler right now.
Well, looks like they swapped over to a Tristana band. So they went from, it's Heckram, Lisa, and Tristana. And from Florida Southern, we have an Amumu, Seraphine, Draven. Kind of a balanced band over from Florida Southern, hitting everything, but Florida State is hitting jungle pretty heavy off the bat.
Agreed. It looks like Florida State is mainly going to be worrying about the jungler and which is surprising to me. I'm amazed that they're not really focusing more on like the bot lane with the Javi and Paramore.
Mhm.
Is it Javi or is it Javi?
It's a great question.
Production?
I don't know, but
Yeah. Javi.
I'm going with Javi. All right. So first pick's coming in. Looks like we already may have jungle pick, both Kane and Diana.
Kane and Diana.
We don't know yet. We may
it'd
be thrown for a
Diana
loop here,
Flex.
folks, but it looks like those are our jungle picks going into the game.
Yep. You know, I'm going to assume Florida Southern is going to be going for like a bot lane or a support pick here. Next.
Possibly. Let's see what they go into, because what's your opinion on the
Ooh,
matchup?
Zoe.
If that is a jungle matchup, what's your opinion on the Diana Kane matchup?
I'm not entirely sure. I know Kane is going to be more like tower farmy, while Diana's going to be like same until 6 when she's going to be.
That is
pretty
true.
heavy.
It also depends on, I guess, which Kane you go.
Yeah. Ooh, and a
And
Galio pick to counter the Zoe, it looks like.
Yeah, we may already have our mid lane picks as well, Galio into Zoe, which is going to be a very interesting matchup. We'll see here in the possible mid lane.
Ooh, and the Kaisa too.
Kaisa picked off for the ADC for Florida State. Interesting pick here. We'll see how Florida Southern may go against that, what they're going to do. And a Varus.
I like Varus and the Kaisa. That's a really good pick.
Maybe we'll see AP Varus.
AP Varus, ooh.
Probably not, but hopefully that'd be very funny though.
Yeah.
And we're going into the second round of bans here. We're going to be starting off with a Nautilus and Recon ban. Both support bans off the board already. Very interesting pick from both teams here. Going to see how they play around that, especially with the Kaisa not having Nautilus, and let's see, maybe the Recon ban was a target ban? Who knows?
Not really sure. I'm expecting from Paramore like a Karma, and I know he has Bard in his champion pool. And I'm really hoping to see Bard tonight. That's just always an interesting pick to see.
That'd be fun to see a few Bard tricks coming out and about here. That'd be a fun time.
Oh yeah.
Second bands coming through. We have Rel and possibly Teemo is what they're hovering over. And nope,
Blitzcrank.
we're going Blitzcrank. We're going full support targeting here, trying to limit their selection down in the bot lane, because as we all know, probably the most important lane you could have.
Yes, the bot lane's going to be huge this match. I can tell you that right now.
Usually the game decider. We'll have to see what Florida Southern goes for their first pick. We already have their ADCs. We already have Varus and Kaisa and Darius. That would be the top lane. That's going to be very scary. Darius is a very intimidating top laner. Very strong recently. Very bruiser hit. We'll have to see how Florida State responds to that.
Yeah, I'm looking for probably like a Jarvan or a Maokai here to try to like even out the Darius here. Ooh, or a Fiora.
Going Fiora. Very duelist heavy, kind of a very tradey top lane we have going on here. A lot of action is going to be going on up there, possibly, with how that's going to play out with Fiora's crit strikes and Darius.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
now we're hovering for support picks from Florida State.
Oh,
We're going through all of them,
oh, we're
and we are deciding on Lux.
we're deciding on Lux. Okay.
Very interesting pick from Florida State with a Lux Kaisa bot lane.
I'm expecting probably Varus Karma here from Javi and Paramore. Oh, Heimerdinger.
Heimerdinger. Going for more. I think they're probably playing for more of a poke distance lane,
Yeah,
especially with Forest Q and Heimer turrets.
for sure. They're
Probably to
just gonna...
play against, since they have kind of an interesting support poke with the Lux. I have been thrown
Ooh,
for a loop,
Thresh.
folks.
Yep.
We're going for a Varus Thresh aggressive lane
Yep.
here.
Okay. Yeah, I thought they were with the Heimerdinger. I thought they were gonna go for like a full poke comp with the Zoe, Varus, and Heimerdinger, but it's not. It looks like we're going for like a full hard engage comp with Darius, Thresh, and Diana.
Absolutely, we're going to see. It's going to be very crucial in the team fights because basically, it just depends. Like you have the Zoe who can engage, you have the Thresh who can engage, you have Darius who can, depending on if he takes Ghost or how he plays that, he can just run and engage. Diana can engage. A very engage heavy team we have going on over at Florida Southern. It'll be interesting to see how they play around that and how Florida State kind of compensates that, especially since they kind of have. I don't want to say it's an anti-poke, but Lux definitely will help slow him down. However, with Galio, Fiora, and Kane, it's going to be very interesting to see how they go into that poke.
Agreed. And I also want to point out the Zoe blind pick from Florida Southern. Usually you see like a jungle and ADC pick on R1 and R2, but it kind of surprised me. It shows the confidence that they have going into this match that they're going to show such a counterable pick on blind.
Yeah, they what we might see here in the game is that they might try to play heavy through mid.
Yeah.
Try to really play through the Zoe and Diana, get them go ahead and steamrolling off the beginning, because if you get those two characters really snowballing into the later game, it'll become a major problem for Florida State to try to deal with and compensate for. And from what I see, in my opinion, is you're going to have those two playing hyper aggressive, trying to get that early snowball lead, while you have the Varus and Thresh trying to play what I would assume to be more of a safer semi-poke, semi-kill lane, where if they get down to the late game, they're going to heavily rely on that Varus and Darius to kind of really engage and pick those fights.
For sure. And depending on what Varus they go, it'll be quite interesting to see like how fast he activates compared to Kai'Sa. Because Kai'Sa's going to take about 2-3 items to get on the map, but Varus, he's able to get on the map pretty soon.
Absolutely, and depending on what kind of Varus they go for, I mean, he's such a versatile champion. I mean, you could go AP Varus and play for the late game. You could go lethality Varus and go ahead and start going for kill lanes off the beginning. And it's going to be interesting to see how they play into that, and as well as coming through Florida State with the Kaisa Lux. Kind of, I don't want to say it was a good pick for them, especially with the Thresh trying to engage on them and the Varus. They might be able to try to outspace them. However, Varus does have kind of a higher range than Kaisa. Kaisa does have her W, but it's not as reliable as you could rely on majority of Varus's kit.
Yeah, and I do want to say I do like Kai'Sa here, since they are a heavy engage comp. If they're going to be engaging onto the Kai'Sa, trying to kill her, she has her ultimate to just dash right out, and I'm going to hope she saves that ultimate for repositioning instead of engage.
Absolutely, but they also have the Galio. Just in case they do try to dash, the Galio can, do the Galio thing and knock all of them up, which would be really great for, depending on if he goes Red Cane, which probably what we'll see here. And it'll be really good for the survivability, especially going into, who knows, it just depends on which lane's ahead at the time. Because if Fiora's up and ahead, you're going to see a lot more high aggression with Fiora and Kane going in, taking kills, getting out, with the Kaisa kind of just doing that poke damage with Lux. However, if Kaisa and Lux tend to be more on the snowbally side of things, you're going to see a lot more Galio playing near more bot side with his ult, a lot more roaming from him coming down, which might actually be their game plan, is mid roaming, which is good and bad because it'll allow the Zoe to also counter roam and also farm.
Yeah.
It'll be very interesting to see what both teams have in store for us here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see a lot of the poke. As someone that's played Varus before, I'm expecting him to go most likely on hit or crit because I'm gonna assume the Kane's gonna go red form into their comp and looking at their comp, and the Galio is gonna be a little beefy. Fiora's gonna have a little bit of beef to her. So there's gonna have to be someone to be able to shred them down. Diana, Varus is always not gonna be able to. She's just gonna be poking them. Darius, he might be able to catch someone out, but his main focus is most likely going to be the bot lane. Just try to zone them out of the fight completely. Um, and the Varus is basically the only damage for like sustained damage at least into this somewhat beefy team of Panama City.
Absolutely.
And now while we wait to get into the match, I want to go over a little bit of the historical or the team's history over the regular season.
Mhm.
So Florida Southern is the ranked 1 seed of this bracket. They went 7-0 in their regular season with an average win time of just under 20 minutes, with a 35,000 gold lead in almost all of their regular season games. So it spanned from 25 to 45,000 gold lead. You want to talk about MSA?
Yeah. Florida Southern has been kind of on a tyrannical rampage through the brackets here, going 7-0, having a huge lead, and uh, I, on the other hand, you have Florida State, who is currently the eighth ranked seed, going 0-7 in the Peach Belt Conference. We might see the world's biggest upset today,
Yeah,
and I would love to see that. Me personally, I would love to see that. We also have, I'm pretty sure you'd probably want to talk about it.
Oh.
A really interesting game that happened between the two teams.
Yeah, I've
last time
been
they
mentioning
played.
it all day because I've been hoping to see like an upset off of this. But during their regular season and their second game of their match between Florida Southern College and Florida State, there was a match that only lasted 11 and a half minutes. Now, I didn't watch through the match, so I don't know if it was a forfeit or if they just, or if Florida Southern just took like a Rift Herald and ran it down mid. But we're gonna hope that we don't see that again. I want to see a little
See
bit.
some more interesting matches here. Absolutely. Hopefully, we don't have a 11-minute game. Otherwise, this is gonna be a very quick runtime.
Yep.
But you never know. You never know with these kind of
never know.
games, and you never know what's gonna happen between these two teams. We may see the world's biggest upset. We may see the world's fastest league game. Who knows? And it's gonna be very interesting to watch. I'm very excited to see these two teams compete.
And we did see Florida Southern with a lot of confidence in draft with like the Zoe first pick and the Diana wasn't her first pick, but the Darius first pick as well. It's just like a lot of confidence showing with like some counterable champions. Like Florida Southern, they kind of like played into the Darius with the Fiora. There were a lot of safe picks that they could have picked instead of Fiora to just zero out the Darius' snowballiness. They did counter the Zoe with the Galio. That was a really good pick. But there's just a ton of confidence from Florida Southern, and we're going to see if maybe that is their downfall against FSU.
Absolutely. It's going to be a good game, and especially with, in my opinion, from what I saw, go ahead and getting those jungle picks out of the way and saving ADC and support picks till the later ends of the draft. I haven't really seen more commonly. You see commonly ADCs or supports. They kind of try to play around each other to get that first pick of the character they want, or try to store it for a counter pick. And it's going to be interesting to see what kind of thought process these two teams had, saving them for last. Especially, like you said, with the Zoe pick, allowing for that counter pick from the from the Galio is going to be very interesting to see how they play into each other. And we'll have to wait and see till we get into the map for the match.
Yeah, Florida Southern did take control of the draft with that blind pick Zoe. They basically told FSU, we're gonna choose our champions and we don't care what you pick. We don't think, or they're just confident. I'm just
It's
go
a very
back to the
confident game
confident.
we have here.
Yeah. And I do want to say I like the Diana. Normally you play Diana with like something that you can combo with her, like a Yasuo, maybe like a Nico, maybe an Oriana. just to be able to counter off the or what's it called, combo with the ult. Here, there's not much you can do with the Diana. You can Varisar, you
I was
can
about to say you could use the
Darius
Diana
ult.
for Varisar, Varus Q.
Yeah,
Maybe try to set up like a perfect line of shot for him, which
true.
may provide interesting gameplay for us to watch.
Yeah,
But like you said, on the other hand, there's no real big combo pieces we have going on here.
yeah.
I'd say combo pieces in quotation because there's all sorts of things you can do. Varus Q with Zoe Sleep, you can do Varus
Darius
R with
cool.
Diana, Galio R with Kane, Red Kane, constant knockups.
Yeah, it's something I've been seeing all day basically. A lot of heavy CC comps. Earlier today we saw like a full CC comp featuring like Azir and Maokai. And looks like we're getting into the game now.
I'm excited to see how this plays out. And it seems like we're going. Yep.
Looks like Florida Southern's going for more of a point defense, while Panama City grouping, maybe going for an invade bot side. That'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, we see here's a standard setup from Florida Southern, while Florida State seems to be maybe trying to go for something sneaky here, and they're
Oh, the
spotted. They're
Heavy's
spotted
gonna
in the
spot
river.
them.
They're going in. Oh, and they seem to be backing out of being spotted,
Oh.
trying to pull some sneaky little tactic here, and sadly being caught out.
Looks like
with-
Dragowski was able to just hop in and
Mhm.
sneak
Get
a
that
little
early
on our
ward.
blue.
It's going to be very important. That could be very crucial. See how this plays out with minions spawning in. Seems like we may try to see with Darius camping up in kind of that more forward push on blue side in the top lane. He may try to go for an early kill here, and if he's able to get that early kill, it's going to give him a very big lead, especially with Flash Ghost. He can chase down that Fiora wherever he needs to.
And Nebula is going to get a really good ward on Raptors here. I want to point out the ward that Thresh got in the bottom rush. That was really smart to make sure they aren't cheesed out early game.
Absolutely, and we can see here, while Florida State's doing the classic leash, Florida Southern, Diana's going all on her own. That allows the Varus and the Thresh to basically, like we see here, take that lane and go and get that early lead. Allowing to have that early lane pressure that Thresh provides, especially just going in and out of those bushes.
I want to see if the Diana is actually going to try to vertical jungle now that she's got Envision on the blue. She can take Krugs and Raptors and pop your potion, and she might be pretty high HP. It looks like she's pathing to Theta's top side already.
Maybe. And it's going to be very interesting to see how they play into each other. However, I don't think it'd be her best idea to do so, in a sense that, like we saw, it's just the trading here and the dashing going in and out.
Yep. Oh, it looked like Kane was about to try something bot lane. And did a little 3-camp go to gank bot lane. Not really conventional as a Kane, but you can see it happen. Now he's going to go back to his top side full clear. Now that's where I'm amazed that the Diana, like, obviously she didn't have the vision then, but he could have easily invaded his blue and just ruined his entire early game.
Absolutely. Having that early ward and as well as them knowing that they're going for a leash, it could have allowed the Diana to get that really big lead. And a huge threshold coming in. We might see a kill here. Yep, and there goes first blood.
Kill.
First blood to the Varus, which is very crucial for Florida Southern to be able to get that lead and start taking it. As we already see roughly almost already a 1k gold lead. And with Darius coming down to interrupt Kane at his blue, it's going to be very big. Basically slowing down that jungle pressure is going to be very big for Florida State to see if they can try to catch up with that. Because even it may be a few seconds, and it's going to be quick. And
it looks like Zoe killed Galio in mid lane. That is not something I expected, but hey, that's a really good thing for Zoe. It's an early lead mid lane.
Absolutely, that's great for Florida Southern, being able to get those 2 early kills, especially with lanes you don't think they'd have them. Now, the Varus kill was interesting and probably could have predicted, but the Zoe kill, that's very big. It took both sums. She's used both sums on that fight. However, Galio also used flashed, and having that one early lane kill could absolutely change the path of this game. With Diana probably looking for maybe a sneaky little jungle invade here.
Diana with Thresh.
Absolutely, they might be coming for a bot lane, kind of maybe a tower dive forward, kind of a pinch thing we got going
Yeah,
on down there.
looks like Lux is by herself, and they're just gonna catch her. No vision.
They found Lux out of position, and they're going to be able to use something with that.
And that's gonna be a kill to Dragowski as well. 3 players on Florida Southern now with a kill. Now I like the kill on Zoe because it allows her to she has an extra amp tone on the Galio. She's gonna have more push pressure. Like you see here, she's gonna have a lot more push pressure. She's gonna have a lot more. She's just basically gonna be able to shove in the Galio and just get free roams off bot lane, top lane, mainly bot lane. Get that Varus even farther ahead. And speaking
Absolutely,
of Varus,
and what we see here is Diana basically coming in and taking the Kane's Raptors right in front of him, with him trying to fight back, not being able to with that Zoe pressure. And another thing that you pointed out is these early kill leads are going on important major characters. The early Zoe kill, the early Varus kill. It may be another one depending on what happens here. Oh, there goes Flash down in the bot lane. We have no ways of escape, especially for another tower dive. Diana. Sorry. And especially with who knows what they might try to do with that. And as we see here, also a really big CS lead in the mid lane, as well as down the bot lane. Both could be very crucial. And another thing to point out, like we've mentioned before, between the two games, Florida Southern having that major gold lead up to almost 3K. Already 6 minutes into the game with a 3K gold lead is very big for Florida Southern.
and that's going to give them insane prio for Dragon. And there's the Zoe rooms I was talking about. She's going to get that.
With her
free
miss,
roam.
she did miss the sleep. However, they were able to balance those tower shots.
Wasn't the prettiest dive, but it worked.
They got the job done,
Yep.
but it definitely took a little bit, but they got the job done.
And it's looking like 1,000 gold lead in the bot lane already. That's just going to be crucial to Florida Southern's victory here. I also want to point out that the Varus, we were talking about his builds earlier, looks like we're going to be able to see the lethality poke Varus, which is not what I expected. But good with the early lead. He's already got both components to his Eclipse.
We have a 3-man tower dive going in on the Darius. Let's see if they can pull something off here.
Ooh.
Yep, and that was a very, very clean tower dive from Florida State. Very well played going in, getting that kill early, and the Fiora getting that kill could be very crucial for her to keeping that pressure up the lane, especially being down almost doubles, being down almost 20-something CS.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to pretty much even out the lane for now. It's going to be a full reset. It looks like Kane's going to be going on an invade on Diana's top side while she takes Dragon. Simple trade.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's something you would expect. Knowing they're going to go get Dragon, I might as well go get some of her farm in return. Kind of balance things out. So as we see here, first Dragon will go to red team. And as well as the
She's
Kane's
going to take
Raptors
his jungle
go
as
to red.
well. Yep. League of Legends, it's a game of give and take, but hey, looks like in Florida Southern's just take, and barely giving anything.
I mean, that's kind of what we expect from a team here, especially with going the lethality Varus. Going like you said, heavy engage. We're going to see a lot of. They're basically. I bet they're going to try to pick fights every which way they can, and with this lead they have here, they're just more and more extending it with Diana going through and full clearing. Yeah, basically full clearing Kane's jungle.
Yeah, Zoe
doesn't know it.
King.
And I guess now we see now that all of his farm is gone, we have a 1-level lead on the Diana, and maybe he might be sitting here waiting for something.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the CS gaps. In 2 of the lanes, there's a 30 CS gap, and that's just from these early leads. You got a little fight bot lane. Zoe actually able to pick off Kai'Sa with that early lead that she got.
Absolutely a major fight in the bot lane with the Zoe being able to come out with the kill. Almost what I thought was going to get snagged away. Diana coming in with a double kill.
Ooh, and Varus able to pick it off with the Q snipe with 3 blights. Huge.
An absolute crazy fight we had there in the bot lane. I didn't even see... Sorry. I didn't even see the Zoe. I didn't know she was... I wasn't paying attention. I didn't know she was there. And then the Galio arc came in. However, Zoe was able to take the Galio and pick him off. And as you see here, that snowball effect is starting to take place, especially in the Zoe buying Darksteel already. Being able to ramp up that Darksteel is going to be very crucial for her. With FSC already being up 8 kills and roughly 7k gold. It's going to be very big for them. And this really hyper scaling team is going to just scale even further. And let's see if Florida State can pull something back here.
Ooh, with Kaisa on 1 HP at this point. And Florida Southern at this point has an insane gold lead. 3 kills on 3 of their champions. Their 6K gold lead. From Panama City's point of view, and we'll find the top side.
Another fight here right in front of the Rift Herald. You see here the Fiora trying to pick up a fight here with the Diana, unable to finish off, but a shutdown going to the Kane, and I don't think Gallia runs away from it.
Yeah, Gallia is gonna get.
And that's a double kill on the Zoe, already at 10 stack on the Darksteel and 5-0 in the mid lane. Major. That's one. Like I said, that snowball effect.
Oh yeah, with that Zoe, that early kill is all she needed.
Absolutely, and it's already going out of control with Zoe just running around, doing Zoe things, sleeping people, killing people uncontrollably. That shutdown was big for the Kane though. It didn't really entirely close the gap that we have going on here, but it surely does help in the long run.
From Panama City, they're already this far down on gold. We're at the point where it's going to be very hard for them to come back with the half HP.
Absolutely, but you know what one way to come back is? Playing really aggressive and being caught out, which is we see here going on here in Florida. Actually, both teams here. And fantastic play by the Diana. Basically, Zoe was playing a little too aggressive, and came in, got the kill. However, it did come at a cost with Diana getting the lead as well. A major snowball lead.
Diana also going to be taking mid turret. Now, this could be a little scary for Florida Southern. Kane just got 2 very large shutdowns from Diana and Zoe. So he might be able to, it looks like he's going blue. So he might be able to take over this game into a somewhat squishy comp that Florida Southern has with their carries being Zoe and Varus.
Yeah, he might be aiming for more of a diving onto the Zoe and the Varus, trying to shut them down as fast as possible. Allow his team to clean up whatever's left of the fight. And as you see here, and there goes a top lane fight, but let's focus down here more on the bot lane with what's going on here. You might see an interesting...
4v2. The Gallia ult doesn't
Gallia art coming in, Fresh Lantern, pulling away from the fight. Perfect. One thing I do want to point out is how important it was that Diana got tower. That's full plating and tower. The first tower down, I would say roughly at what, 10 minutes?
11 minutes or so,
11 minutes? That's got crazy, and we're possibly looking at 2 towers down at 13 minutes. It could be crazy for Florida Southern. Once again, taking that snowball lead and running with it. They are not letting up. They are putting their feet down, and they are deciding to end this game as fast as possible.
Oh, yeah, before the Kane and the Zai, or not the Zai, the Kaisa are able to scale any and do any damage to him.
Absolutely. We see the Fiora try to get away from the Diana here. Just, all she can do is just run.
Yeah. And I want to point out, Florida Southern, 3 completed items on their champions, while Panama City only 1. That's going to be huge and like gaining the lead.
Absolutely. I mean, this team is just running it as fast as they can. I mean, both teams are trying their hardest, and Florida State is trying to pick their fights as best they can. However, how fast the Diana is just moving from lane to lane, bouncing around, they can't keep track of her. She's always in the unpredicted area, and Zoe maybe trying to go for a sneaky either wolf steal or trying to pick off the Kane.
Which is, again, confident with so little HP, the Kane.
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, this entire name of the game for Florida Southern is just pick a fight, win the fight, and confidence.
Yep.
Which Florida State needs to, keep in mind that, just because they're down, they can't lose confidence. You never know. With the Kane getting those shutdowns, you feed the shutdowns to the right person, you might be able to change this game back. Is it going to be an uphill battle? Absolutely. It's a sheer cliff at this point, but it is still definitely doable.
Yeah, in the team fights, there's definitely some people that they're going to have to focus. The Zoe, the Varus, those are going to be the main targets in team fights for Panama City. Well, even if they do that, the Diana, she opted to go Nashor's Tooth first instead of anything like a demonic embrace into like a Sunfire or like a, what is it, Jackshaw?
Absolutely. There goes Lux. Anyways, as she gets sent back to the fountain in .05 fight right there. We're going to see here with Florida Southern pushing up to the mid tower, which is the most linear way we could take up to the fountain. And they depending on how they want to play this through, they might attempt to end the game here, knowing with how big of a lead they have, especially now being down down as one of their key players, their top laner. Lux once again
Lux,
almost being sent back to tower.
Lux just loves the fountain. And a little engage from the Galio is just going to be denied by the Darius. The Diana ult.
It's a double kill to the Diana. And, you know, with the Galio trying to engage, especially on a team like this, actually, engaging is going to be very difficult. A lot of CC with the sleep coming in, Diana pull, and rush hook it's crazy. And that's what Florida Southern did. They took that lead and they ran with it.
And Florida Southern, Lux back to the fountain. The Galio are coming out.
That is unfortunate to watch. That Lux got. I don't know if she's ever really left fountain, but
hey,
figure that out.
We've got about
Kane coming in, getting the kill, trying to do blue Kane things, getting a double.
Oh,
kill,
he gets a double kill.
For
Huge for the Kane.
Florida Southern playing really aggressive, and
we've got
blue Kane doing his darndest, trying to close that gap. Getting both those shutdowns is going to be major for him. If he can somehow get away from this, it's going to be really big for him.
It looks like Panama City is also closing in on behind Florida Southern. Kane might be able to turn this into a winning fight. Maybe turn
absolutely, but it seems like they're going to try to play more of a safe route and just kind of take their kills and leave. However, with might see.
And this
I thought we were going to see maybe the Kane get a little bit more fed with that extra gold. We're going to be interesting to see what he does with it.
Yeah, it looks like Panama City chasing that fight wasn't the best idea, as Diana was able to turn around and fight it with her Varus. And
absolutely, and especially with that Jack show, and you kind of have to wonder, what more could Florida State do? You kind of have to pick your fights as you need to, and you got to save who you can save, especially with that Kane. Their biggest key player right now is playing through their Kane, basically starting the fights and having him go unseen and taking out kills. I almost thought something that was very scary for the Fjord. Very well played.
Yeah, really good parry from her.
If Zoe got that off, she would be gone.
She would be gray screen right now.
One thing I do want to mention, at 17 minutes, Fiora finally finishing her first item of Divine Sunder. That just shows you how crazy this game has been. I mean, with the lead Florida Southern has, it looks like they might just try to go for a triple tower finish here. Just basically have minions come win the game for them.
Yep, it looks like they're stacking a few waves. They've got 2 super minion waves on top lane clashing in.
Yeah, it looks like that's kind of a split push going on with the minions.
And Panama City doesn't even want to react to the minions. They're just taking
they're just
turrets.
Minions.
Yep. And FSC's they're gonna capitalize on that.
I mean, honestly, what do you do? Do you go to try to fight off the minions, or do you try to hold off the onslaught that's happening down on the bot lane? It's a perfect situation for them.
And it looks like the Fiora is the one that's sent to the minions, and Zoe's gonna find a sleep, and that's gonna be
there we go. And like that, the kind of a combo that I thought was gonna happen was the Varus coming in, finishing off any of the sleeps that Zoe put on him, and that looks like it's going to be game 1
at 18 minutes.
Florida Southern.
Yep. Oh, you got another little team fight? A little double kill?
Maybe pull something back, but I don't think they can.
I don't think so. And that's an 18 minutes for Florida Southern. Pretty quick. Not the 11 minutes and 33 seconds that we saw earlier.
Kind of had to wonder what happened there.
Yeah.
I mean, both teams played well, but one thing I take away from this is Florida Southern, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. If you let them have that high aggression gameplay, they will sprint, and they won't stop.
And I agree. Especially looking at the Kane taking the red for the dragon and his entire bot side. Diana just knew where he was, and they just took it.
Absolutely. They took that lead and take off.
All right, and we're going to be taking a few-minute break before our second match of the series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right here soon. right, welcome back everyone to Game 2 of Florida Southern versus Florida State Panama City. Game 1 we saw Florida Southern taking away with a 20,000 gold lead, with a bunch of early leads just snowballing. We're going to be going into Game 2. We're going to hopefully see a little bit of a safer draft from Panama City, maybe to equalize out the snowballiness of Florida Southern.
Yeah, that was a very interesting game we had last year. We had, honestly, the big thing about the game was, in my opinion, was just the snowball effect. I mean, you had a 11-2 Zoe running around, almost one-shotting the Lux, the Paisa, the Kane. I mean,
I even saw her one-shot the Galio at one point.
it was pandemonium near the end game there. But early game, we picked up on a lot of good things, such as um, Florida State, FSU, PC, they tend to play. They're able to. Their jungler got those early game kills. Their problem is they weren't able to capitalize on it. They kind of were able to start to close that gap, but weren't able to, shut it out. It really kind of slowed it down. And another problem was the high aggression from FSC. They played that really well. They had great synergies. They knew where we were at all times. The Diana constantly being. I don't think I ever saw her really base. Like, she would go to base and then she'd go to the Kane's jungle. I don't think she touched her own.
Yep, and it looks like we're getting into draft. And I'm hoping to see more of a snowbally jungler from Panama City now that we've seen that jungler is most likely their best chance of taking a game away.
Interesting here. They're hovering. Yep. And first pick goes Hecarim. We're probably going to see a lot more jungler ADC bans coming here. We're probably going to see their average. We're going to see them go. I think last round they went Hecarim, Lee Sin, hard carries, try to slow that down. Florida Southern's going Seraphine, which I don't entirely blame them. During Florida State's time, they played a lot of Seraphine, which I think is another reason why they kind of had that slow downfall, was they took basically, while Florida Southern, be able to really adaptive, Florida State played basically characters they knew. They played people and people how to play against, and if they ban those out, there's not much more they can do.
And I'm really excited to see this Jinx ban, actually, because all day I've been talking about I haven't seen much Jinx here. And she's a really good champion right now, and normally when she performs well, she's a pick or ban champion for these matches. I remember last year she was pick or ban, and looks like we're hovering Master Yi so far. And
interesting
that's
here.
I expected from the jungler, because again, it looks like Theta Xeno's gonna be their best chance of winning. So if they get him on a Master Yi or something, well, then never mind.
And we're blind picking ADC with Tristana. This might be one of those comfort picks where they know how to play Tristana, they know how to play into it, and maybe try to do more of a comfort composition where a comp that they know they can rely on. One thing I do want to bring us down to, just to mention while they do a few more picks here, I'm starting to see Florida Southern's doing really support targeting bans, which you could kind of see last game with them targeting a lot of those supports. They were able to they played a Thresh, and he was able to pretty much dominate the lane. He had that push control, he had great lanterns, great hooks, and pretty much they're trying to lock down the support position and try to play through that bot mid lane kind of idea with roaming and such.
And we're actually going to see the same thing from Florida Southern with the blind pick mid, just the pure confidence again. Even with the Silas, to me that's an insane first pick. Just saying, go ahead, pick stuff that doesn't work with Silas R. I'll still work with it. And maybe it's a comfort pick, maybe it's not. I'm looking at their past matches, and we've never seen a Silas from Florida Southern. Maybe it's a new pick from Nebula.
Maybe it's a sleeper pick. Maybe it's as we saw them, they played a lot kind of snowbally champion. Once you get that lead, you run with that lead, and you close out the game. That might be Florida Southern's kind of style to play here, is kind of get a lead, run with the lead, and just end as fast as possible. The Jarvan 4 pick coming from FSU PCs is kind of an interesting, kind of a common pick we would expect here. Trying to play a lot more tankier jungle, engage, being able to kind of, with Florida Southern playing a lot more team-oriented, kind of being able to lock that down is going to be very crucial for them, especially when it comes to a Tristana, Nami type combo are able to get that, slow down their aggression, and maybe work around that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I didn't expect like Jarvan or something. I expected someone that can like take over a game easier, but Jarvan's still good. It looks like they're gonna be putting a lot of priority on bot lane. I'm fully expecting the Jarvan to go from a top to bot clear into maybe like a level 2 or 3 gank in the bot lane. Try to get that Tristana early edge over the Ashe Heimer. The Heimer is actually a really good pick into Tristana Nami. It's going to be able to just cancel out a lot of their engages and allow the Ashe to just free scale. And Florida Southern's going to ban Darius and
Galio, interesting. Kind of a targeting ban. One of them targeting their own player, Darius.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting to see what they're going to do against that. Maybe the first pick Darius wasn't more of a ban, but more of a, character ban where they took it
them.
and play around that, and then they banned the Galio to maybe try to play a more squishier mid, try to steamroll that a lot better, slow down. And there's the Zoe ban. I was wondering if they were going to let the Zoe through one more time, even though they already picked Silas.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they did that. Unless they're flexing Silas jungle.
That's what I'm saying. They could do Silas jungle. You might be able to force some pop. Just trying to see if maybe they could get that Zoe through.
And the Zyra mid, I really like that. We saw Zyra mid, I think the first game of the day today, and it worked out really well for UNG. I remember a lot of really big game-changing Zyra ults knocking up entire teams and just allowing for combos. I'm ready to see how that works out into
Absolutely.
Engage.
One thing I do want to point out is they kind of have a semi-stun combo team they have going on here with Zyra R, Ashe R, Heimerdinger, and Silas being able to just kind of lock down teams very aggressively, which is going to help for that push. And we see a Cho'Gath pick.
Ooh.
It's going to be interesting to see what they want to do with that Cho'Gath, and depending on where that Silas goes, also where the Zyra and Heimerdinger go. Like you said, there's Zyra mid, there's also Heimerdinger mid. You never know where they're going to throw these characters.
True.
And you might be right about the flex pick about the Silas. If they pick Silas as a, hey, we're going to try to snowball even faster, and we're going to throw him where we need him. That's going to be very interesting as we go into the final pick here with Aurelion Sol.
And I'm quite concerned with Panama City picking Nami and Jarvan directly into a Silas. That was blind pick. Oh, that could be a Vayne top here into the Cho'Gath. That could be a really fun matchup to watch. I'm not sure how new Aurelion Sol fares into Zyra, but it could be a really easy lane for him. It could be really hard. He could get just like permanently shoved under turret. That might be what he wants with the wave clear that he's able to have. So he just gets perma shoved into tower and he farms his stacks off of it. This could be a really good pick for Panama City.
Yeah, the kind of idea I'm getting here is from Panama City is kind of more of a comfort pick and kind of more of a synergy pick, like you said, and a safer pick. You have Cho'Gath scaling, you have Aurelion Sol scaling, kind of characters who can semi-play safe, but also keep the aggression of if they're able to get that lead, as well as the Nami Tristana. Kind of, they can either play hyper-aggressive, or they can play slow around their Jarvan. A lot of different synergies we have going on here, while Florida Southern has heavy lockdown. You have Zyra, Heimer, Ashe, and Silas going for heavy lockdown, as well as once again, hyper scaling. You have Vayne, you have Heimer, you have Ashe, you have Silas. It's truly two interesting teams they've gone up against each other just where they play.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the Aurelion Sol and Cho'Gath picks either, because those are more scaly picks, and it's going to be hard for them to scale with Florida Southern. Their whole game plan's just to snowball as fast as possible. You saw it this game with the 18-minute game. You saw regular season when they had an 11-minute game.
Yeah, with kind of this, with Florida Southern playing more of a high aggressive, get to the next as fast as possible, and the game as fast as possible style. This kind of scaling team here with Cho'Gath, Aurelion Sol, and Jarvan kind of trying to get that late game pressure. I don't know if it's going to work out best for Florida State, but if they can make it to that end game and kind of play their characters to the best of their abilities, we could see a very interesting turnaround.
Yeah, I will say it's going to be really hard to try to make it to that end game with the Zyra and the Vayne just straight up countering their picks. And the Ashe Heimer, that might be able to snowball with the Heimer ease. It could just scale out of control really fast into the Tristana, especially if they try to play that Tristana relatively.
It's gonna be interesting to see what they do. It's gonna be really interesting to see what we do, because these two types of team compositions you got going on here are quite interesting, and I can't wait to see how they go.
Yep. And it looks like we're going to be taking a few minute break while we load into the game. We'll see y'all in a few minutes. All right, and we are back with match 2 of Florida Southern College against Florida State University, Panama City. We're going to be seeing just another classic 5-point from Florida Southern College. They're going to be defending their jungle from an invade again. We aren't going to see Paramore go for that early ward and bottom brush again. So it looks like Florida Southern might be trying to go for an invade, but they missed the ward over the wall somehow.
We got an extra 4 gold lead going to the Aurelian Soul with that first strike. It's going to be very crucial. Gold's gold, in my opinion. You try to get as much as you can.
Yeah, I'll take anything I can get. He also got 6 stacks on his tier already.
It's progress.
Yep, that's the edge he needs.
I kind of thought we might have seen an early jungle invade, but I guess not.
Now, I want to point this out.
All right, we are throwing things for a loop, people. We have the top lane and the bot lane and the bot lane and the top lane.
Now, we've seen this. This happened in LCK the other week, where they did that for the first 4 minutes or so to give FSC or the other team's bot lane to just keep them behind, and they were able to shove them in and get a free dive. And I wonder if this is purely for a response to the Vayne.
It might be. It might be to counteract that Vayne top, which would be very aggressive. And I'll be honest, I've been watching the pings, and there's already the question mark ping on what is going on up here.
Yeah, I'm confused as to how this is.
Honestly, FSUPC, I don't blame them. Throw them for a loop.
Yeah.
They can't predict your next move if you don't know your next move. That's how I see it.
And Zyra's going to get half health on the Aurelian Sol already. Now, I want to talk about how this is going to affect the Cho'Gath, though. But it looks like
you
he's
know
faring
what?
well.
Honestly, I don't think it'll affect him too much because he's probably just going to play for 6 and then just try to scale off that.
Yeah.
And he's playing with Arcane Comet. So he's going heavy poke.
Yeah.
Going for those knockups. And honestly, we might see a lot with jungle involvement here in the bot lane.
Yeah. Oh, no, the
Jarvan's
Jarvan's just going to base.
One problem that I think the Cho'Gath does have is he went from ranged champ to 2 ranged champ and 1
Yeah. Oh, and there it
there's
goes
the first
already.
blood.
As soon as the Observer goes away, it just happened in a snap.
And then that's the problem is that we understand the thought process that they have here. However, with the
And he's going to teleport.
Cho'Gath having no insane pressure against them, being shot out by the Ashe, shot out by the turrets, what more can he do?
Yeah. And honestly, I'm going to say it. This lane swap just feels emotional. He doesn't want to play into that Vayne, but it got to him because the Ashenheimer is just putting him behind. He's only at 4 CS right now. But you could say the same about the Vayne. The Vayne's behind on the Tristana Nami.
Yeah, honestly, it's going to be interesting. And
there's a Flash Ignite coming out.
Zyra getting, second kill of the game. It'd be very crucial for her.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, this strat we see up here in the top lane, same things happen to Cho'Gath down the bot lane. They're just going in and they're just constantly poking her down, diving her. We might see Jarvan try to go for an early kill here onto the Zyra.
And a Flash EQ. I've made that same mistake
and
before.
There's the execute from the Aurelian Soul.
Okay.
The Jarvan trying to go in for that early knockup and go on Zyra, except being rooted, and kind of messing up his little combo here. And we might be having some technical difficulties. Oh, I may have saw that wrong.
What do you mean? The thing is, did the Silas get that camp? It looks like it.
Did he grab camp? If he did, that's going to be important.
Yeah,
that's going to be crucial.
Looks like he did.
He did grab camp. That's very big for the Silas. One thing we also need to keep track of is not right now. It doesn't matter till late game. Is how well he's going to be able to stack his Dark Steel. Being able to get that lead. Dark Harvest.
Oh yeah, he did go Dark Harvest. Okay. And Aurelian Soul's going to get a second kill. This is actually huge for Panama City. The Aurelian Soul getting that 2 kills early, that's just enough to accelerate his snowballing and get him closer to his build.
Absolutely. We see kind of a counter snowball effect going on here, trying to play through mid, kind of what they did last game. Get your mid laner up running and play through that Aurelian Soul, especially if he can get strong enough, he can, pretty much take care of the late game himself, depending on how FSC plays through this. It's going to be interesting. Down here in the bot lane, it's still kind of a poke fest.
Absolutely. And I'm amazed that they haven't swapped back lanes yet. It looks like they're just gonna stick to it this whole game, which is a surprise to say the least, because the Cho'Gath's still 24 CS down. He's never gonna be able to get any like our stacks on champions or anything to scale. And another thing that we have to think about is Panama City is completely forfeiting any control over the Dragon Pit by doing this swap.
Absolutely, but one thing I think they're going to try to play for is once that Cho'Gath hits 6, do you think they might try to re-swap the lanes?
That's a possibility.
Give him that
but
early lane, try to get him to 6 as fast as possible, that we can start scaling against the Vayne. Now, as we were talking about that, we see the power
dive on the Cho'Gath.
Excellent play.
Yep.
Great tower dive from the team, well executed.
Looks
Dive
like-
in, kill him, get out. Cho'Gath didn't have R.
Oh,
Jarvan
going
might be
for
going
the kill in
for
Vayne?
Vayne. You haven't used
A
Ghost
ghost
away.
comes out. I feel like if he just stuck on her, he killed. But
I don't know,
not
because
sure.
the other team was coming down with Tommy being right there for
Yeah.
healing and stun. We see here Jarvan might try to cut him off here. Yep, we see flash for flash
yeah,
as they push that wave off. But honestly, I'm starting to believe that once Cho'Gath hits 6, they might try to re-swap the lanes to let him start scaling.
yeah. And Aurelion Sol's actually stacking. He's at 30 stacks already, which is pretty good so far. I forget what the number is for his upgrade.
Yeah,
I think
for him
it's
to really
about
start scaling.
150, but right now he's not doing too bad. He's 20 CS down on the Zyra, but obviously those 2 kills, and with the skill gap, you're gonna see a CS gap.
I mean, some of those things you can't control. As we see here, first Dragons will be going to FSC, and like you said earlier, with this lane swap they did, they kind of have given up Dragon control.
Yeah.
Especially with the Heimerdinger, pulling that Dragon, bouncing it around. They can't really challenge that. They're going to be down on people no matter what they do.
And it looks like, I'm not sure what the next dragon's going to be, but if Soul comes around and we see like a Hex Tech or an Infernal,
Absolutely.
that would be huge for FSC, as their comp is pure poke and just diving in and...
Absolutely. And what we just saw there, Silas messing up his combo, that would have been another great early game kill for the South to start his snowball effect, but messing up that combo, and it was quite detrimental for him. Great trades going up here in the top lane. It's kind of now a race to see who gets first tower between the bot lane and the top lane.
And we're starting to see the effect of the lane swap with top tower almost gone at 8 minutes already. Same for bot tower.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see because Tristana has faster tower clear with most of her abilities being able to blow up that tower. We see another bot lane dive here. Oh, and here comes the Cho'Gath scaling.
Oh, the Cho'Gath.
And there he goes.
Oh, and the Silas isn't going to get the feast.
Yep, he's going to be able to trade that kill. Very crucial that he did trade that kill. However, the drawback was that Silas being able to scale using those Cho'Gath stars is going to be very important for him.
Yeah, it looks like Panama City did get first turret, so they got that extra gold. I do want to point out no Cho'Gath stacks were gone during that fight between both Cho'Gath and Silas.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Yeah. Okay, Florida Southern actually got the first turret, not Panama City.
Very close though.
Yeah, very close.
It was kind of a race between because the two lanes when they swap, and we see here now it's actually a counter swap. Vayne's going down to the bot lane, and we might see the Ashenheimer kind of go up to the top lane. Let's see FSPC's trying to get Rift Herald, but with knowing that FSP's on the way, they may not try to fight for it. We're going to see who's
Oh,
getting
we've got a little... Oh,
and the Zyra double kill crucial, really big for them. However, they were able to kind of reset Rift, which
you see,
slowed them down a little bit, but still having to give that up can be very big for them, especially with the power trading and all that.
and Panama City, I like their idea. They had a really good idea with that. But Florida Southern, they also had a really good idea with their lane swaps as well, moving their bottom laners, their Ashe that already has a Kraken Slayer. He's able to impact that fight on Rift Herald, and that's what gave them the edge in that fight.
Absolutely, and it seems like they're going to try to play heavy through bot and mid this time, solely due to the fact that Zyra is really in those that has 5-on-1 right now with that great leech. As it's going to be crucial to see here, kind of a Maybe the Tristana trying to go on and kill Vayne, but unable to pull it off due to Vayne's survivability and damage. It was too risky for him to face.
And looks like Panama City has doubled down on the lane swap of their bot lane going into the Vayne because they've also swapped their lanes and matched the Vayne.
Yeah, the moment they saw that other lane swap, they really tried to counteract with their own.
So we're just trading top and bot turrets now at this point. We're just seeing who can do
Honestly,
the most turrets.
FSC's playing really great with this lane swap. They find where that cho'Gath is, and they're just shutting him down. Maybe Silas might be trying to get the R this time. There it is. Oh. Stolen once again.
Yep. And did Silas
Maybe
get a
eventually-
stack? No.
Maybe eventually we see that Silas grow, but it'll take some time.
And it looks
That's
like
gonna be a big Herald.
yeah,
tomorrow.
that's gonna be a turret for Florida Southern, and maybe even tier 2 if they're able to. Clear the
I don't
turret
think they'll
before
be
the
able to
rush.
push
Nah,
that tier 2.
That's unfortunate.
Um,
Looks like both mid laners are resetting, which is a little weird with the way the lanes are. Oh, and Desire's gonna stay. She played the mind games, and she's gonna stay. She's gonna get that exploit now.
waited for him to clear the wave. Honestly, she might be trying to push for that final turret plating, which would be very big for her. Already with that large lead, and as we can see, they're already down a dragon, down a rift, and the gold lead doesn't help them either. It's
And it looks like Aurelion Sol also went Futures Market, which is an interesting pick. It's confident. It's just saying, hey, I want to scale faster than you. And that's what I like to see from like a pick like this, because Aurelion Sol into Florida Southern's comp, they really need to get online faster. And you can see that now with the like 11 or 12 minute Rod of Ages. It's just going to help Aurelion Sol stack a lot faster.
yeah. Right now, the name of the game for both teams has just been who can scale faster, and FSC's done that 10 times. You know, they've done it better.
Yeah.
They've been quicker about everything about it. We see the Vayne gets caught in a bush and it starts taking off. With the Silas coming up from behind, they might be able to pull back from here. Yeah, it's about unfortunate that happened. You know, trying to go and execute, finish off that Vayne, but once you trap him in there, Vayne was able to pretty much run around with that. Silas trying to go for a finish onto the Aurelion Sol, giving it to the Ashe, further scaling her thing. cho'Gath having to run away while the Aurelion Sol gets chased down by the Ashe. I mean, that Kraken Slayer, look how that fantastic chase down from Ashe. I mean, you try to run away from that, it's very difficult, especially with Kraken Slayer. Her
And I
attack
wanna-
speed is crazy.
And I want to talk about the Aurelion Sol R that seemed to land in the center of all of FSC's champions. However, no one was in the center. They were just all around it, which was very unfortunate.
Yeah,
for
very.
Aurelion Sol.
You know, if they were grouped up a little more together, it would have had
Yeah.
it would have been a remarkable a remarkable stun from that Aurelion Sol, which would have probably turned the whole team fight around. And
Yeah.
Fyra, while that team fight was going on, just pushed the wave in and able to take that tier 1. However, Aurelion Sol has fantastic wave clear right now. Is able to
Yeah. I wonder how many stacks he's at right now.
Kind of an interesting pick. We might see the Jarvan try to go for a steal
Oh.
here. Unfortunately, was able to get the steal off, and I don't know if he'll be able to get out of this. Depending on his cooldown.
No. Doesn't look like it. That's unfortunate.
Sadly, no, he wasn't able to,
Yep.
try to steal that dragon, didn't get it, and
And he saved the flash. Looks like he's, at this point, saving it for next game. However, I don't know if there will be a next game with it being 3-15. And let's see how many stacks Aurelion Sol has. Maybe he's able to. He's at
90
90.
stacks.
Oh, it looks like he's.
Vayne trying to go for a chase down here, there, so might try to dive on a tower for it. No,
Nah.
found it too risky, especially with that cho'Gath coming down.
Yeah, she
They might be
spotted
trying to
the
play a
cho'Gath
little
on the
dive
board.
here, but I don't think they're gonna be able to pull it off.
Yeah, it looks like Tristana's also walking down. Gonna try to.
No.
Oh no, never mind. Never mind. My bad.
Nami being caught a little too far forward. Ashe chasing her down. She had to use flash, and they're just gonna burn down that tier 2 turret. Nothing they could do there. Nami being forced to back up.
And there's an Aurelion Sol R.
Huge
Oh, double kill from the
being able to
Tristana.
finish off.
She's not able to find the.
And here comes the
was-
Silas,
yeah.
probably coming to clean up the team fight.
Yep.
Yep, there he goes.
And the
Trying to
Silas,
pull
he's
the
been
R off, and
silent
there he
all
goes,
game.
and
We
that's a
haven't seen
triple.
much from him, but he just came out the gates with a triple kill. That's his
Absolutely.
first 3 kills on the board.
Well
That's
played by the Silas, coming in, taking the cho'Gath R, executing one of them. growing in size, like how we predicted, and cleaning up that team fight. Amazing play by the Tristana, try to get that double kill. However, she was just too weak and couldn't get out. When Silas just came in and cleaned it up, basically that's going to give them first inhib.
Yeah, it looks like they might even try to push for bot lane inhib as well. They might try to fight over it. But I think they're going to opt to not because Ashe is half.
I don't know.
Oh.
The Vayne almost was able to pull that back. Even though at the 2-level difference, Tristana was able to, a little bit of help with the Brilliant Soul, find out that Vayne a little bit overextended and was able to punish that. Great. Kind of what FSPP kind of wants to do is find these overextended players, punish them for it, and try to play it off. There goes
And
Nami.
there goes the Nami back to the fountain. She's having a rerun on that last match now.
She got caught, and
Yep.
off she goes. That Zyra's great scaling pretty much at this time. Heimerdinger trying to maybe execute that Jarvan before, wasn't able to, and we see her getting tier 2.
Oh, and there's another solo kill from the Zyra. That's 2 in a row, and she's sitting at full HP still.
Yeah,
I'm just not sure.
Her range, her poke, and like I said, that R is just it's remarkable.
Yeah, and looks like Silas wants his own action. And he's going to get a double kill again.
Double kill from the Silas. That healing that he has is just remarkable, and I don't think no anti-heal coming out from FSPC, which is kind of surprising to me. Kind of just let that Silas run free. As we saw, he was able to get that double kill. Luckily, he was able to execute that.
And there's the Ashar. And there goes the Nami again, back to the fountain. She walked straight into it. It happens.
Unable to chase that. It's unfortunate to see the Tristana that's just unable to chase that Vayne. She gets so weak every time, but her team's always there to back her up. See here, that is tier 3 on the top side going down. We might see Inhib go down as well.
What's amazing to me is Florida Southern hasn't taken Rift Herald yet. I'm surprised they haven't just taken it Rift Herald and just walked it down mid.
Honestly, they may not even need it. From what it looks like, you have the...
it's like the Ashe going for
Ashe is going to finish... Ashe maybe try to go for a quadric kill here if she's able to. Sadly not. Like she may not... Yeah, didn't have R ready to kind of chase down that kill. And with Vayne with that huge split push coming down, they might just try to end the game here. Which I honestly
yeah, and looks like Florida Southern's going to look to end the game here off of that triple kill from the Ashe.
And, I mean, I don't think there's much they can do here. She might try to go for something. Yeah, and that looks like that might be game.
And that's game over from Florida Southern. And that's going to conclude the match between Florida Southern and Florida State University. Just looking back on that match, I want to talk about the Silas because he was a pretty big player late game. We didn't see much from him early game. We saw a couple dives from him. He got 1 or 2 kills bottom top. However, we didn't see a lot from him, but he was a sleeper pick. Towards the late game, I looked, he was 15 camps up on the Jarvan, which is something you can kind of expect, like a little bit of a camp lead, but you're not going to see like a 15 camp lead.
Yeah, the Silas was actually, come the mid game, the Silas was 0-1-9. He was mainly used for a lot of his stun and survivability capability, diving under that tower, staying alive under the tower, and getting right back out as fast as he could. One thing we did see, unfortunately, was that he was able to pull off 1 Cho'Gath R. I kind of wanted to see a little bit more from that, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I kind of wish the game went a little bit longer. We could have seen Big Silas.
The Big Silas and Big Cho'Gath would have been a great fight to see down in the mid lane, but unfortunately, it is what it is, and that would be 2-0 going to the side of Florida Southern.
Yep. Now I want to point out that I like the thought of the lane swap. However, it just wasn't executed well.
Yeah, execution
they
was
had
not.
some. Good.
Yeah, execution wasn't there. The idea was there, execution was not there, and unfortunately, that's just what it's got to be sometimes.
All right, and we're out for now. Tomorrow, join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern for UNG versus KSU, and then at 12:30 p.m. we'll see CSU versus FSC. Both of those are going to be some pretty good matches. I'm excited to be here for that, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for joining us.
There are 2 key moments in any college journey: when an acceptance letter arrives and the day the college education is paid off. And College Ave Student Loans is with you to help cover costs all along the way. We offer stress-free private student loans for undergrads, grad students, for parents, even loans to refinance your existing loans. Whether you're starting college, already in the workplace, or just trying to figure things out, turn to College Ave and breathe easy.